you to the Education and Families Committee today. Thank you all for your attendance. Nice to see you all. Hope you're keeping well. We have a full agenda today, so I would appreciate if you could indicate if you were looking to speak using the chat bar. Understand some folk might wave at me or whatever, so I might not see that. If you can use the chat bar, that would be greatly appreciated. Myself and Andrew and Claire Louise will keep an eye on that. So before we get to agenda item number 1, do we have any note of apologies and substitutions?
Convener, I've been notified so far of apologies from Councillors Douglas and McLaren, but no substitutions. Okay,
thank you very much for that. Are there any other apologies from members? No. Okay, thanks very much for that. Takes us on to agenda item number 1 on your agenda, which is declarations of interest in terms of ethical standards in public life. Does anyone have anything to declare? No. Okay, thank you for that. Takes us on to our second agenda item, which is a progress update on digital learning. There was a refreshed Appendix 3 issued to members today, which gives a sort of more real-time picture of where we are. I think it's a really useful document, and it shows the improving picture that we have here in North Lanarkshire. So I'm grateful to everyone for their input into this and for supporting our young people during such a challenging time. And I would ask Janie and Jill Woodward if they could take us through agenda item number 2, which is the digital learning and tackling the digital divide. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Convener, and good afternoon, everybody. So this is an update on our progress in terms of our digital learning provision. The last paper was brought forward in September 2020. And 3 key strands to the paper is to maximise access to digital learning for digitally disadvantaged children, develop digital skills for the workforce, and strengthen the curriculum and improve the quality of remote learning. So if I could just direct you to section 2.1 and also the appendix there, which Convener just referred to. And initially, I'm going to speak about our device deployment, which has obviously been a key strand of reducing the digital divide. And as of last night, 4,480 devices had been issued to our children and young people across North Lanarkshire, with a further 100 devices expected to be delivered by the end of this week. And in addition to that, 1,980 connectivity solutions issued to our families as well to date, with more expected to be delivered. Obviously, that's working alongside the Connecting Scotland grant, which we had been issued in September, and we're putting that to good use, as you will be aware from the information that I've given you there. And obviously, it's hugely beneficial to the families who have been supported in this way. I would just also reference the priority groups, our care experienced young people, those young people who are on the Pathways programme as well, and our virtual school young people. And I know from having met with our Pathways coordinators last week, the real difference that these devices are making to the young people who would not have been able to access various work experience programmes, that they're actually able to still access remotely. And therefore, we're hoping that that will continue to enhance their opportunities for a positive destination, despite the challenges that they're facing in the current environment. The second strand to the progress in terms of our digital learning, reducing the digital divide, is the digital school and all the work that's been going on, led by Jill and others, who's on this call. Jill's with us on this call today. And the digital school we created in August, and we are very glad that we did, because obviously in terms of the recent lockdown, we really have been seeing the result of all of the hard work and the planning. We've been working hard with not only Jill and officers in the central team, but also Pathfinder staff who are working out in our schools, the pedagogy team, and this is supported through the work, as I say, of Jill and the digital school lead as well, Craig Barnstable. Section 2.3 highlights the virtual classroom, and Jill is actually going to give us a demonstration at the end of my presentation on this paper, which I hope you'll be interested in. And I would like to also give you an absolute real-time update in terms of the number of children and young people who visited the virtual classroom as of yesterday. 454,900 visits to our virtual classroom. So you can tell it's been really well utilised and well received. And as last week alone, I should say, 45,143 visits, which is really quite incredible. Section 2.4 of the paper highlights the senior phase, and you will remember from previous papers that we had planning pre-COVID about our senior phase, our digital classrooms, and you will know that Energy Academy was the first one, and that has been extremely well used. And we also now have a further 2 digital classrooms, one in Greenfields, which I've referenced before, which is also being very well used, not only pre-lockdown, but obviously now, and one in Bells Hill, which is being used to support health and wellbeing. As well as our own offer through the digital school and the virtual classroom, we are also promoting, of course, the eSchool, the national offer, and all of our schools have access to West OS, the West Partnership online school as well. So we know from the feedback that we've had from our stakeholders that all of this has been extremely well received. And section 2.4.7 also details the data usage of Scholar, which has been around for a number of years and traditionally has always been accessed by science, although we're encouraging other subjects. And you can see from the information in the paper that that actually supports that science are using it particularly well. A third strand in terms of reducing the digital divide and supporting and enhancing our offer is around staff training or professional learning, which is referenced in section 2.5. We responded to the Scottish Government announcement in December of a further lockdown. Although we'd already been offering training, we ensured that we had a bespoke training offer in early January. And you will see in Appendix 3 that we had 2,336 attendees, and our stakeholder survey tells us that 80% found it useful or very useful. So we have further, actually, on the in-service day last week, we've had further training offered to our staff as well, and again, extremely well received based on the feedback that we have been getting through our head teacher meetings and through direct engagement with staff. I think it's important to note that our digital team do meet directly with the teachers who are delivering the digital learning so that we can be absolutely up to date with any issues or concerns that are being raised. Another part of it is ensuring the quality of the offering, and we've been doing that ourselves through the online learning plans, which before Christmas we'd asked to be returned to us by the 8th of January, which they were, and you'll see in Appendix 3 that we had ragged those and then gone back to our colleagues and asked, offered them further support, and you'll see that there's been a change from amber to green, for example, based on the support that's been put in by our education and families managers as well. HMI notified us in January that they would be engaging with us also to look at the quality of the work, and so far 24 of our schools have engaged with HMI, and myself and Jill have been meeting with the schools following that engagement to ensure that we're sharing any pointers and good practice and supporting our schools in every way that we can. So we haven't had further engagement this week, but we're expecting more next week. But in addition to the engagement directly with schools, ourselves as a central team had engagement with HMI on the 15th of February when we were asked about how we quality assure and how we support our schools, and that was very positive feedback with them. Just further reference there, 2.7, the stakeholder feedback, and just to highlight again that our staff, our pupils and our parents are being really positive about the support that they are getting from ourselves in education and families. And obviously significant improvement from the first lockdown, as you would expect, but it's really good to see that data coming back in. Before we go into the demonstration of the virtual classroom, I'd just like to highlight 2.8 and the 5G immersive classroom that I was lucky enough to visit just a few weeks ago. And that is really something quite fantastic in Muirfield Community Centre in Cumbernauld. It's going to be accessed not only by the local schools there, but also by the community. And it really is quite an experience. And our staff have all been trained to be able to deliver some, I suppose, it would be like you're almost, one of the examples was, it was almost like you were standing in a jungle amongst a pride of lions. It was quite real time for any of you who've ever been to any theme parks. It was probably the closest I would say that we would experience that in Cumbernauld. It was really quite exciting, and I know that the staff are really, really excited about being able to bring these types of experiences to our children. So I'm just going to hand over to Jill now, who's going to do a demonstration of the virtual classroom and perhaps a wee bit of explanation around it as well, Jill. And that will bring to life for you some of the data that you can see in the paper there. And over to you, Jill. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Jeannie. I'll try and share this with you. I've had some connection issues this afternoon, so I've got fingers crossed that everything goes okay. You don't want technical on your remit. The virtual classroom was created in response to the large number of children we had initially self-isolating. And then in response to the announcement on the 19th of December that we were going through a period of remote learning. The classroom itself has grown over January and into February and now has 10 individualised classrooms which are colour-coded. Children are directed to the colour of classroom that would support their learning best so that it's inclusive for all children, no matter what age and stage or ability their learning is at. The 10 classrooms cover the 7 stages of the primary, the broad general education offer S1 to S3 in secondary, and there's an additional ASN room within there as well. The learning you'll see, I'm going to show you a small clip that will take you through the classroom and how children and young people log on. They can log on directly to the virtual classroom. It's deliberately been set up that way so that they have that independent access. The virtual classroom won't be the only learning offer children receive, but it is the universal offer from the digital school for all children and young people whilst they're learning remotely. I'm going to try and share this with you so that it shares video. Okay. Jeannie, I can still see you. Can you see that on the screen okay? Yeah. Okay, I will play and let you see if you can get through that.
Welcome to the North Lanarkshire virtual classrooms. To access the classrooms, pupils must first log into Glow through a web browser. When using Glow, we recommend using Google Chrome, although other web browsers are still compatible. Type the URL for Glow into the address bar. This is glow.rmunify.com will take you to the sign-in page. Pupils should enter the username and password supplied by their school, and then click Sign In. Pupils will be taken to their personal launchpad. If the virtual classroom tile does not appear in the pupil's personal launchpad, click on the North Lanarkshire launchpad or the school launchpad, and it will appear there. Clicking on the tile will take the pupils to the virtual classroom SharePoint. The virtual classrooms follow a colour-coded system and provide learning activities for all pupils from Primary 1 to S2. Teachers will tell pupils which virtual classroom they should access. Support can be found by clicking on the Guides link at the top of the page. This area contains lots of helpful hints and tips about digital learning and home learning. There are different guides to support pupils, parents and teachers. Our Zebra classroom has been designed to support pupils with additional support needs. The contrasting pattern makes it easy to recognise. We have simplified the layout, included easy to recognise symbols and provided fun sensory activities for pupils. Like the other virtual classrooms, there have been activities linked to special events. This has included Burns Night, Children's Mental Health Week and Safer Internet Day. There is also a virtual classroom for pupils who learn in the Gaelic medium. All of our virtual classrooms provide high-quality, interactive learning activities that cover the core curricular areas of literacy, numeracy and health and well-being. Activities have been designed to be accessible by all pupils and provide opportunities for challenge and choice. Each virtual classroom also provides STEM and interdisciplinary learning activities to ensure breadth and balance across the curriculum. Classrooms from previous weeks can be easily accessed by clicking the previous classroom's link. This allows pupils to complete tasks that they are continuing to work on, revisit prior learning, or repeat activities that they really enjoyed, such as our virtual escape room. When pupils have completed an activity, they can share their work with their teacher and classmates using their own class team. Teachers can plan ahead by accessing the learning overviews for the week ahead. These comprehensive plans allow teachers to align their own home learning activities with those of the virtual classrooms. Initially designed by the North Lanarkshire Digital School to support self-isolating pupils, the virtual classrooms have expanded to provide universal support for all pupils and teachers in North Lanarkshire, and as you can see from the numbers, they have proven to be very popular. I hope you've enjoyed this tour of the North Lanarkshire virtual classrooms. Thank you.
There you go, Jenny.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jill. So I hope that you enjoyed getting a demonstration of the virtual classroom, which I'm sure you've seen has been promoted across Twitter and Facebook and social media by North Lanarkshire Council. And as you can see from the engagement, has been very well used. So that would be the conclusion of my presentation around that paper. Obviously recommendations, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jenny and Jill, for that presentation. Great to see the digital offering in all its glory there a few minutes ago. So thanks for presenting that to us. I see a number of questions in the chat bar. I'll come to Councillor McGowan first. Agnes?
I just want to praise, first of all, I think the progress in taking forward digital learning is absolutely amazing for all ages. And all departments and sections of education must be praised for their ingenuity. What an acceleration in digital use. It's quite unbelievable. It's going into orbit and we'll never look back when we come out of lockdown. It's onwards and upwards from here. Thanks to the Scottish Government for giving the North Lanarkshire Council 1.6 million towards this to provide 5,000 devices and 1,500 connectivity solutions. So that has helped greatly. Praise where praise is due. Can I praise Glenboig Primary and Redburn School for receiving top praise from the recent HMIE inspection. They're displaying best practice nationally and good digital practice. Well done. Now, I hope I didn't miss when you were doing your wonderful presentation in Glow and what all the children are doing in Glow. I hope I didn't miss this, but how much of the activities, this is from a boring old chalk and talk teacher, how much of the activities are, marked and feedback given back to the children? Because I know that's the most important way of encouraging them to go on to higher things if the teacher is commenting on it and giving them next steps. So how much of it is actually, marked by the teachers and commented on, just out of interest? That's me, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McGowan. Part of the online learning planning that we asked our schools to return to us on the 8th of January was asking about ensuring that we were giving appropriate feedback to our children and young people. So that has been a key strand of it. And where we feel that more feedback needs to be issued, or we're not seeing enough about feedback in the online learning plans, our education families managers have been working with the head teachers, and that's where you would see the change in the percentage as regards the red, amber, green in Appendix 3, where some of our schools have moved from amber to green. So yeah, it's very important. Equally, just as you wouldn't mark every single individual piece of work in a classroom, again, it's speaking as a board old teacher here as well, it's proportionate, but there is absolutely feedback and back to our children and young people. So there's a progression of learning, and that's something indeed which HMI have picked up on with our schools, that they are seeing that. And thank you also for noting the comments in the publication that was made by HMI recently around our schools, Glenboig and Redburn. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Agnes, for your comments there and your question. Councillor London is next. Jordan.
Thanks, Convener. A comment and two questions. Again, just to briefly reiterate that those compliments from Councillor McGowan, it's amazing to see the digital classroom be so advanced and to be working as it is against the context of COVID and everything else that the department are doing in the pandemic. I think it's particularly impressive that the offering is universal, and even against that backdrop, we still have elements of IDL being included, and I think that that's just really impressive to see that multidisciplinary approach. Two questions. Section, and forgive me, there's two section 2.1.5s, Jeannie, in the report, but it's the second of those in page 7, I think, of the papers, referring to additional funding from government on the 1253 devices. I just wondered, it doesn't specify the scale of that additional funding. I just wondered what the value was for that additional funding to allow those devices to be released. And then secondly, it was around sections 2.6.8 to 2.6.10, which was around the kind of digital registration, tracking and reporting that's been implemented through our digital offering. And one of the kind of key things I wanted to ask is, I guess rightly so, the focus is on from early years right through to up to the senior phase, but my question really relates to the senior phase. How are we supporting the senior phase through our digital learning offering? In particular, I guess the digital support for future planning is one of my areas of concern. I don't think, as I say concern in the loose sense, I don't mean that we're not doing it right. I'm sure that we absolutely are, but it's something that we don't talk about as much. And I'm thinking in particular for those who are not necessarily going to university, that's not their next destination, that work or vocational opportunities is where they're going to go. How are we in a holistic sense supporting them for destination planning, digital support, SDS, all these types of things that would normally be face-to-face in a classroom? How is that support being embedded within our digital learning offering as well? Thanks, convener.
Okay, thanks, Jordan. Two important questions here. Jenny, can you pick them up?
I'll do, if you don't mind, Councillor Linden, I'll take your second question first, if that's okay, and then I'm going to ask Jill to come in on your first question around the funding, if that's all right with yourself. So in terms of the support with the senior phase, it's absolutely a good question around, particularly those young people who are perhaps not looking at a destination of moving on to university, whereas we know that's moved online. So we met with SDS actually last week about this, and also working very closely with New College Lanarkshire at the moment around how we support those learners, and also our foundation apprenticeship programmes as well. And you will appreciate the challenges that there's been this year for our learners that are perhaps going in a more vocational pathway. However, we have managed to ensure that there has been, again, an online provision. We have had as well doorstep visits with young people to make sure that they are, continuing to motivate them. We have regular phone calls to those young people. We're picking up through our own school teams and our pathways teams as well, any concerns, any lack of motivation, any even indeed mental health issues, which as you know is also a concern at this time. So there has been very clear pathways for these young people, because we understand that there is a risk. It's not just as clear cut perhaps as moving on to a university. So we've been working really hard with them and also with employers, and just met in fact yesterday with one of our colleagues in Enterprise and Communities around how we can support our young people in terms of our businesses. And in fact what we're arranging for the next week, well, probably not next week, but we're going to meet initially next week, and then it would be a meeting around March, April with local businesses. We're planning to have a business breakfast virtually and look at the different offers that we can have from our local employers to support our children and young people who are looking towards a vocational pathway. So that would be my response around the senior phase, and I'm going to ask Jill to come in to speak a wee bit about the GLOW tracking and also on the funding question which you asked, if that's okay with yourself, Councillor Linden. Thanks very much. Thanks, Jill.
No problem. In terms of tracking GLOW usage, there are several tools available to us. We work with GLOW and Education Scotland, Councillor Linden, to track nationally and to track our monthly and weekly usage. We've built that into our What's the Story dashboards that we have for all of our schools, so that our schools have that data nice and easily to them as well, and they can track their usage month on month as well, so that they can track it across subjects. With the Teams sites that they set up, GLOW has got several different options within it. Insights is one of the apps that schools can use so that they can track and see which children are engaging with that offering, which children are not engaging with that offering, and that can also inform then the supportive discussions that they will have with families and children and young people around who is not engaging and why not, and what they can do to support that. In terms of the additional devices, it's the original 1.6 million that was allocated to us, which we had originally bid in at 4,000 devices and 4,000 connectivity solutions. We did that at the time because we really didn't know what the picture would be, particularly around connectivity. And we brought to committee at the time that we had bid 1-to-1 for that. We've continued with our finance team and with Janie and Derek to look at what that need was across our schools and our head teachers, and linking in with our social work and CL&D colleagues. That review has allowed us to reduce the number of connectivity solutions that we need, still purchasing enough that we can meet the need of children and young people and give us flexibility to meet a changing need. And there is a changing need there, but that has let us purchase additional devices and to have those out so that more families and children and young people have that remote digital access. Okay, thanks, Councillor Lincoln.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Gallagher.
Thanks, Convener. It's pretty much on the same line that Councillor London raised in terms of funding. It's actually to ask about section 1.9 of the report in terms of the announcement of the further £45 million. So if you know how many devices that you need and also how many connectivity links that's required, the additional funding from the Scottish Government, could that money be used therefore for other issues that young people experience in terms of working from home or learning from home? And also in terms of the £45 million, do we know how much has been allocated to North Lanarkshire Council since the time of writing?
I'm not sure if Thomas O'Hagan might be best placed to give a steer on that. Thomas?
Yep, in terms of that £45 million, the council has been allocated £3.2 million. That'll be over 2 financial years, so it's to cover, if you like, the academic year. So it's £3.2 million, and that'll be up to sort of June.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Megan?
Yes, please, just quickly, Convener. Is that money ring-fenced to devices and connectivity alone, or can it be used for other purposes?
Councillor Gallagher, that can be used for wider purposes. We've received that money. We're likely to receive further money to support educational recovery. And in terms of all of these grant funding sources, I think the service is looking at them in a holistic basis, rather trying to tie activity to one particular funding stream. So the council is looking at all these things in a, strategically to make sure that its key priorities are funded going forward, and obviously all of what you've described would fall within educational recovery. So the service has and is developing plans for educational recovery post-April.
Thank you. Councillor Goldie. Willie?
Thanks, Convener. It's really interesting to see the school pupils are able to access just now. My question is really on classroom field to see us involved in that. I know there's also a wee bit about community use. It's just if somebody could maybe expand on that. Would it be community groups or whatever? And the other question is, obviously Muirfield's been used quite rightly as a vaccination centre just now for COVID-19. Is that affecting access to the classroom? I know it's a balancing act between the two and both are equally valid, and I'm not saying stop one and do the other or whatever, but it's just to see what the current position is, whether we can still access it as an immersive classroom as well as using it as a vaccination centre. Thanks.
I mean, I think that the immersive classroom is definitely something that we want to build on, no question about it. I mean, I think there are incredible opportunities, not just for young people, but for staff and for the wider community usage as well, Willie. So I mean, I think the quicker we can move on that, the better, to be honest. But I'll bring Janie in to maybe just touch on your specific point there about usage.
Thanks, Councillor Goldie. Obviously, we had planned a launch lockdown, if you like. So, and we had plans for the children being able to access it, but with the fact that we've only just had our P1 to 3s go back yesterday, that hasn't happened in terms of access. The access has been so far for the teaching staff. The day that Jill and I went there socially distanced, we left to allow the teaching staff for the 4 local schools, including 2 of our ESN schools, to come in so that the staff could be trained ready to use it with the children. I know that Jill will be able to give a wee bit of information around community use that's planned, because she was out there just last week looking at, actually, in terms of the fact that it's also being used as a COVID vaccination centre. She was actually out there looking at it from the entrance and exit and how we can try and still have it used alongside the vaccination. So maybe just, if you don't mind, ask Jill to come in briefly just to give you a wee update on that, Councillor Goldie.
Thanks, Janie. Councillor Goldie, we've worked with the management staff in the Muirfield Centre and now have 2 separate entries and exits in use, so that both facilities can continue without impacting on one another and without that crossover of kind of traffic, of human traffic. So there will be a separate entrance and egress area for the immersive classroom, and it's got separate toilets and facilities within it. It also has its own inbuilt air conditioning as well, so it's fully COVID compliant for us within that, and there is, as I say, that separate entrance and egress. We've also set up with business partners British Telecom a booking system for it, so that we've got the trace and protect of anybody using it, and we've got those details and that it's controlled use of the room. In terms of community groups using it, that can be extended out. The possibilities of the immersive classroom become limitless for us and what it can do. And as we move out of restrictions and into wider usage, then community groups, wider organisations, nurseries, we've also linked into our Pathways programme for the World of Work. Part of the package is also a 360 camera, so we're working on how we can use that and use that to create our own content. So it's not just libraries of content we can use, Councillor, we can create our own. So things like Colosseum or Antonines, anything like that, we can create content for and have that immersive experience within that facility.
Thank you for that, Jill. Councillor Kelly. Paul?
Thanks, convener. I mean, the discussion about the immersive classroom, it really looks very groundbreaking, extremely exciting, and for our young people and our community. So can't wait to see it in action. And I think it's been helpful in Appendix 3, you know, in terms of the work you've done around the digital divide, the statistics you provided, and credit to the staff and everybody who's involved in really taking that forward and taking it, you know, head on in terms of supporting some of our most vulnerable young people to make sure they get a fair opportunity in these difficult times. Just with reference to the professional learning, and I think it's a really, really important part of this whole journey, is how we support staff to develop in these current circumstances. And we're all finding new skills doing this, but it must be very difficult when you're having to do it every day with young people with different circumstances. So just to get a bit more expansion on how we plan to take that forward and make sure that staff, and I'm sure they are, feel fully supported and able to come forward with any gaps in knowledge that they might want in terms of the current systems we're using. Because it looks really good what you've put there in terms of the work that's going on to develop staff and support them in their roles.
Janie?
Thanks very much, Councillor Kelly. So we've had a whole range of training provision offered out to our staff, including, you know, you've obviously with the virtual classroom that you've seen there. I don't know if you've noticed on Twitter, there's been a number of schools now actually set up their own virtual classroom, and that's been as a direct result of the training that we've offered them. Also things like on Teams, you can have breakout rooms and so on, which I know that our schools have been finding really, really useful. Particularly around some of the support around health and well-being, and just our pupil support teams have been working with smaller groups of young people in the secondary as well, just to make sure that they're picking up on any issues. So that's been part of it. I'm going to ask Jill just to pick up on a couple of the more recent training offers that we had, because I know they were really good last week, and then I can come back in. That would be great. Thanks.
Thanks, Gail. We've run training since probably since March last year. We've ran remote training. We've linked in with partners such as Microsoft, Apple and Promethean, 3 of our biggest suppliers, as well as utilising our own North Lanarkshire staff. When we had the return in January, we did 3 days intensive training for staff, which, as you saw, had over 2,000 participants. We've refreshed that programme. Everything we do, we self-evaluate with our staff. We look at the impact of it. That's why we're able to see what impact it's had on their practice and their experience. We work with the digital champions that we've got in every school and our Pathfinder staff and our 95 participants in digital leadership to refresh that programme and continue it as a rolling programme to meet the staff's changing needs, as well as when their confidence grows. What staff were starting off needing back in August has changed now. So the February programme has reflected that, and again we'll do a reflection on that and do another programme in March, and that will be a continuing monthly offer as we move forward. Myself and then with Janie and other officers in the digital school will then look at what we had been doing, which was plan a programme for next year. We've opened that up to all staff. It's not just our teaching staff there as well, so it's all staff working with our children and young people, so that we're upskilling as many people as we can on that offering. We've also linked in with our leadership programmes, and Geraldine Shearer and Anne, to make sure as much as on the Innovation and Improvement Hub there as well as we can, and we've highlighted monthly training opportunities that staff can go and engage with on self-learning as well as formalised training programmes.
I'll just come back in if that's okay as well there, Councillor Kelly. We're offering health and wellbeing days as well for our staff, and I would just also like to mention the support that we've had from our trade union colleagues around all of this, which has been really excellent, particularly when it came to back in August when we were moving all of our senior fees consortium offer onto a digital platform away from the taxing round because of the obviously limitations that were placed upon us at that time. So I'd just like to add that in as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Burgess. Bob?
Sorry about that, convener. Just this is the new machine. I'm at least on anyway. Yeah, I'd like to congratulate everybody on the outputting of the computers. They've given my daughter, let's say, a worrying time trying to teach a 5 and an 11-year-old on the same table, but she's getting there. They're enjoying it. I've just got some slight worries about the actual devices. We're roughly going to have about 5,000 machines out there somewhere. Is there any problems with loss, theft or damage? Are we keeping on top of that? Can we find out if we've got any problems there?
Janie?
Yep, I'll come in first, and again, if you don't mind, I'll bring Jill in because you'll have some up-to-date information on that. I mean, I would say the approach that we've taken from the start, Councillor Burgess, has been one where we've issued devices to families in special bags. We've had them delivered to their door, and very much been something which has been so well received by our families that we haven't had a high instance of damage at all or theft. It's been really, they've been so well looked after, and people are obviously using them on a very regular basis, as you've just mentioned yourself. So it's not something that we've had significant issues with at all. We are monitoring it. Our head teachers obviously are aware of it, and we're monitoring it essentially as well, and working very closely along with our partners in Business Solutions. So Jill, I don't know if you've got any exact figures on that. You may not have, but even if you're able just to answer generally, that would probably be helpful for Councillor Burgess.
No problem, Jenny. Councillor Burgess, we haven't had any reported thefts or loss of any devices at all. We've had minimum damage. I can't give you specific numbers, but I'm in touch with our technicians in our technical support centre. We've had minimum number of damage. We have built that into the devices we've had. So where it's a damage beyond repair, there is a device there so that we can redeploy out to a family so that a child or young person isn't missing that device. And we continue to work with colleagues, with Thomas and others, to make sure that we have that support around it and that we can get the devices repaired using our own teams as quickly as we can. But it's been very, very minimum for us so far with the number of devices that we've released out as quickly as we have.
Thank you. Councillor Feeney. Angela?
Thanks, convener. My questions have already been asked by Councillor Megan Gallagher, but just an excellent presentation. Thanks.
Thanks very much for that, Angela. Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, convener. Can I just join colleagues and say to Janie and Jill, thank you for a superb presentation. It covers quantitative analysis and qualitative. There's just one or two sort of general points that I would like to observe. And I mean, it's been professional firefighting. It's been done very well, given the situation that we're all in. The digital school successes and numbers is pretty good going, but I've had feedback from a few constituents saying that the ideal educational environment is not kids sitting alone in a bedroom. So I think we should take note of that. Hopefully this is not the future. It's good we're covering well-being and isolation, etc., because I'm well aware of the trauma that kids have been put through due to the sort of fear in the media non-stop and on TV about a virus, and one that does not, and this is science speaking, not me, that does not particularly affect kids. So it's a shame that we've had such disruption to children's education during this pandemic, given that they are rarely ever affected. On such a note too, I should state that I would like to voice my condolences to a young teacher who comes from Forsyth who committed suicide, and I was told it was through it and because of isolation. So it's really sad to acknowledge that these things, the trauma and the effects, particularly on kids, and the pressures on teachers. But just to add to Councillor Goldie's comments, I'm pleased to see that the Muirfield 5G immersion classroom is going to be up and running, and I'll be in to have a look at that and hopefully note that there might be optical fibre being used there, so it's as safe as possible. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your comments, Councillor Hogg. I don't think there were any questions contained there, but I'm grateful for those comments. Councillor Barclay, Claire?
Sorry, apologies, convener. Thanks for that. I'm having a wee bit of technical problems today. Again, Councillor Goldie covered the questions that I had about Muirfield. Thanks very much for that presentation. It was great. I'm really excited about the 5G experience at Muirfield, and I think the phrase my gran used to say is "must do is a great master," and I think what the pandemic has done is it's accelerated an awful lot of work that was going on, and it's taught an awful lot of what the pros and cons of how you have to deal with things and about digital learning when there's really no other option in order to keep people safe. And I think my question on that is how much of what has been learned over this last year and will continue to learn is about taking it into the future, about, it's not so much a hybrid, but about how much of this can be taken forward. And the other thing, just as another comment, is just as again to put on record the amount of work that all of you have been doing, but also from what my colleague Councillor McGowan said, to specifically outline Redburn School, Helen Delaney and her team of how far the school has come under the team that are working in the school just now. The amount of work that they have done has been visionary, and it's just to put that on record. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Claire, for that. Jenny, do you want to pick up the question from Councillor Barclay?
I will do. Thanks, convener. Thanks very much, Councillor Barclay. It's a really good question. It's something that actually we've discussed at length, because there's definitely things that we would change moving forward as a result of, as you say, must do is a great master. And I must say I do love that phrase, and I will probably steal it. So in terms of the Senior Phase Consortium, we wouldn't go back to taxiing children round on a daily basis, that because we would not have a requirement to do so. Obviously in the future, when restrictions are lifted, if there was particular tutorials that were required around science, for example, that we needed to have that input, but on the whole we would continue with the digital delivery, which has proven to be very successful. The other thing that really has struck a number of us has been as well, and of course discussing this with head teachers and class teachers, has been for some children, some children have actually thrived in this environment because it's taken away the anxiety for some of our, for example, school diffusers about crossing a threshold and getting into a school, and they've been able to access learning in a way that they didn't previously. So in discussions about some of our more vulnerable young people, that's been something that we would definitely look to explore, because it's a game changer, as one head teacher referred to when I was talking to him about it, because there's different ways that we can encourage them to still engage with their learning. Also, if you're off with a long-term illness as well, you know, there's those type of things for children who previously would have lost learning is going to change. But in so many ways, even how we meet with our staff, how we conduct various opportunities with our young people, even some of the experiences in terms of the work experiences and how creative and innovative we've been around that, and not just us, obviously working with our college and university partners as well and our employers. So there's so many lessons that we can learn from this. And I think obviously face-to-face teaching is crucial. Nobody's suggesting for a second that that is replaced, but there's definitely going to be lessons learned across the country, across the world, I'm sure, about how we would continue with education moving forward, having had to, as you say, must do, having to embrace it because of the pandemic. So thanks very much for that question, Councillor Bartley.
Councillor Mooney. I'm sorry, Claire, did you have a supplementary?
Yeah. Sorry, yes, it was just to say thank you very much for that, Janie, and it kind of heartens me because for a lot of kids that were, if they wanted to pick a particular subject, were having to travel and be taxied, the amount of time that was taken in just getting them from one place to another, that it will open up for a lot of kids the curriculum of being able to do a subject they love without actually maybe having to do that travel. So there's all good. So thank you for that. Thank you, convener.
Thanks, Claire. Councillor Mooney. Nora.
Thanks very much, convener. I've got several questions, if you don't mind. The first one, the little presentation that was shown, is there any plans to put that on NLC Facebook page? Because I think it would be really helpful for parents to have a look at that. The second thing is just on the back of what Councillor Barclay was saying there about the future, there's no need for patients to be transported about from school to school to do alternative subjects. However, as someone who has personal experience of webcasts at a university level, the level of failure was quite high on webcasts alone. And I'm a bit concerned that whilst it will be better for the environment, the actual pass rate may go down in those subjects. So obviously it's a bit difficult just now to gauge that because of the situation we're in with the pandemic, but going forward I hope that that would be monitored, and if the pass rate starts to fall that there'll be interventions put in place. Referring to the chart at 2.7.3, it says 95% of access to a device. Now I understand how we've been distributing the devices up until now, going with those who are most in need, but what are we doing about that 5% that don't have access to a device? The reason why I'm asking is last year I had 3 children homeschooling and 1 device between them all. And now fortunately we're in a position where we've been able to buy devices and make sure they've all got them now. But last year when we were faced with the first lockdown, we had 1 device between 3. And we're a family where we're not in desperate need financially. However, I'm sure there's other families in very similar situations. So just really to ask what we're doing about the 5% that don't have access to a device and don't have access to the internet. Going to page 23 in Appendix 3, there's a comment where it says, engaged at least once a week, remotely or digitally, 88%. But what I'm keen to find out is how much actual time was spent in that engagement time. Did they just log on and log back off again in a very short space of time? So it's the time length that I'm quite interested in to find out how much time pupils are actually spending online, and also how many times on average per pupil per week is actually spent online. Because I have to say, I've come home today to find my 14-year-old has decided to watch a movie all morning rather than engage with his classes. Now, I'm having to go into work because I manage 3 GP surgeries at the moment on top of the counsellor job. My husband's working from home, but he's taking calls constantly just now. So he's not got time to constantly sit on top of them. And I can't be the only parent in that situation where they're playing hooky a wee bit at home. So I do understand schools are phoning parents where pupils aren't engaging as much as they should be. But obviously, my 14-year-old is one of those who's slipping through the net a wee bit, where he's engaging a bare minimal amount, but not practically as much as they should be. So I'm just keen to find out what your views are on those questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nora. A few questions here. I mean, the first thing I would say, I think in relation to the digital presentation, I think that there has been a social media drive around that that's been on our platforms. And obviously, in terms of the subject matter, there are obviously some subjects that require a presence for practical reasons and things like that. So it wouldn't be a universal across the board. All young people would be sort of expecting to operate in a sort of digital way. But there were a few other questions in there, so I'll ask Derek if he can maybe just pick up on some of them. Derek.
Can I first of all just say good afternoon, everyone, and can I also say, Councillor Mooney, I share your pain as the father of a 14-year-old who's meant to be in here doing digital learning, but I caught him the other day. I'm actually not going to, this is going to go on YouTube, so I'll not say too much, but I caught him in a moment of not particularly high engagement the other day, so I share your pain, Councillor Mooney. But it is hard for the children, no doubt about it, to sustain that level of engagement, and I don't think any of us are saying digital learning is the be-all and end-all and equivalent to what happens in classrooms. Nobody's saying that. But we think that we have been able to quantify relatively high levels of engagement generally. And the first thing about that 90 to 95% level of engagement is to make sure the children are engaging in something, and that's quantifying it. And then we want to qualify it and work out how good that engagement is. So that's the next stage. How can we make that better? And that's about improving the feedback to children, improving the partnership with parents, and just getting better at the digital learning. And I'm sure you would all agree from the comments that have been made that there is evidence that we're getting a lot better at that, a lot quicker than than maybe could have been expected just through the work of Janie and Jill and the team. And I think probably people would understand that. On the attrition rate for advanced hires, well, the one consortium arrangements already had high attrition rates in them when we put them round on taxis. And that was to do with the fact it's fair enough saying I want to do a subject in another school in August, but come January in the cold and dark days, it was sometimes difficult to sustain. Actually, to be honest, we've had a very low attrition rate this year compared to previous years. It's probably a more sustainable way to do it. And we've got 500 children learning purely online in the senior phase this year across the advanced hires and the foundation apprenticeships and entirely remote delivery, and it's sustaining extremely well compared to our normal delivery model. So I think that should give the members some confidence. And obviously, as we go along, we'll just be trying to work on, and I'll refer you to the new appendix just on devices, because you'll notice that from that first survey to the second survey, that 95% figure changed to 97%, and we've bottomed out with our schools and in the new device issue. By the time we survey again, we want to see that going up even further. So to be honest, we think we're addressing the issues, but we're doing it, as has been said before by colleagues on the call, we're doing it in real time. We're building new systems at high speed to meet the demands of the circumstances. And so therefore there is a bit of very quick progress being made, and it's actually very difficult to capture it in real time in advance of committee, hence the need for the new version of Appendix 3 to give members the update on the update, if you like, because things move so quickly with this. What's reassured me, Councillor Mooney, is we've now got 3,000 children, and we've got 4,500 parents who have submitted a survey response to us in the last week or so, and they have given extremely high approval ratings for the digital offering of our schools. But I wouldn't want anybody here thinking we were complacent about that. If anything, it's just about the right balance between support and challenge for schools to make sure that we continue to go in and get it right. And again, I appreciate the comments of all the members for the team and the excellent work that folk in the digital school under Janie and Jill's leadership have done to meet the demands of what are, after all, extremely challenging circumstances. And I would say that obviously, as has been said by a few members, this is going to be an important system component for whatever challenges we face in the future. And I'll leave it there, Convener.
Thanks very much for that. I don't see any other questions or comments. Colleagues, the recommendations are there for you to see. Are you happy to agree with the recommendations? Yep. Okay, I'll take the thumbs up and the nodding heads. So thank you very much for that. Takes us on to our third agenda item, which is developing the Gaelic language provision in North Lanarkshire. Obviously, we've got our responsibilities under the Gaelic Language Act to produce our action plan for moving forward over the next several years. I'll ask Janie if she can touch on the main points within this report. Janie?
Thanks very much, Convener, and indeed I will. I'll touch on the high-level messages in the report. So this is the first time in the last few years that we've actually brought forward a Gaelic paper here, and as Convener's mentioned about the Gaelic language plan, we're required to produce this every 5 years, and the high-level aims are attached as an appendix. So just to give a wee brief summary from the actual paper, as you will know, we have had Gaelic medium education as part of the offer to pupils at Condorrit Primary School and Nursery class since 1997, with pupils educated in GME moving on to provision then in Greenfields High School. So currently we have around 250 pupils in Gaelic medium education in the Cumbernauld area, though a proportion of those pupils come from out with the locality, mainly from Airdrie and Coatbridge. And there's a further 10 children in nursery provision at Tollbay Primary School and nursery class. So you can see in the table in section 2.1.5 where pupils who are currently in Gaelic medium education, or GME as I'll refer to it, you can see where they live. And while there's an uptake from out with Cumbernauld, it is not evenly spread across the north, central and south parts of North Lanarkshire. So part of the proposed plan for the future of Gaelic education provision in North Lanarkshire is to look at the potential, the initial potential for GME to be delivered in a further setting. And we did conduct a very initial preliminary survey, and you can see from the table 2.16, with 1,600 respondents, that there does seem to be an appetite based on those respondents for this from all areas. You can also see in section 2 that there seems to be an appetite for Gaelic to be offered as part of the traditional 1+2 offer for primary schools, and this does require further investigation into staff training, costs and opportunities for the progression into secondary education. So it does seem to be, however, based on our very initial findings, a very positive potential growth area for Gaelic, and we are making links with colleagues and other local authorities to look at how best to provide the training to do this. So a number of steps, I should say, are planned to increase the use of the Gaelic language, which includes increasing the opportunities for existing Gaelic speakers to use the language in a wider range of contexts, and also to ensure that a greater number of speakers in the future, thereby building the depth of the Gaelic language community. This is also part of the CLD offer, as you will see in the relevant section, which is 2.3.3. So increasing the social and cultural capital of the Gaelic language across all contexts is a challenging area and requires buy-in from a number of council services, and such, for example, such as dual language communication and signage, and this is part again of the high-level aims, which you will see in the appendix. So I'm just going to be quite brief, Convener. The next steps are highlighted in section 2.4, where we reference auditing Gaelic use and provision across all contexts, embedding Gaelic as part of the 1+2 offer in at least 25% of our establishments, completing work to appraise future options for the potential extension of access to GME for pupils in all areas in North Lanarkshire Council, continuing to promote a positive image of Gaelic through current channels and exploring further opportunities, increasing the social and cultural capital of Gaelic language across all contexts, and of course the initiatives outlined above are subject to additional funding becoming available. So Jackie Cahill is on this call with me, and she's the Education and Families Manager, who's been working very hard in the background on this as well, so I just wanted to make reference to that. Thank you very much, and obviously would note the recommendations. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much. I'm very disappointed. Janie gave me a guarantee she was going to present this full paper in Gaelic, and she's not done that. So I'm very, very frustrated and angry at that, Janie. But anyway, can we move to questions now? And it comes from Councillor Gallagher.
Thanks, Convener, and that would have been very impressive. In terms of the findings within the initial review, will the budget decisions taken last year to remove an afternoon of timetable subjects have any impact on bringing Gaelic in? It's just that there's clearly an appetite from the report, but obviously given that budget decision, I'm just a little bit concerned maybe of pupil uptake if that afternoon has been removed from their timetables. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Sorry, convener. Thanks very much for that question, Councillor Gallagher. There wouldn't be an impact on Gaelic provision with the Friday afternoon. It would be the reduction of one period, but it would not affect any of the entitlements around language or that offer, so that it wouldn't be impacted on that by that, I should say. Sorry, thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Larson.
Thanks, convener. Just to say I welcome the report. I've got a grandson who attends Kindora and we've had an excellent experience there. Two things occurred to me. I wonder if there's been any consideration given to more synergy between our approach to GME school provision and nursery provision, in the sense that I know that obviously because the schools are, you know, centred in certain areas, people have got to travel, there's the transport that we provide at a primary level and most children utilise that transport. It's a wee bit more difficult for nursery because as a parent you would then be tasked with the sort of responsibility of getting to wherever the nursery was and back, and so I was thinking about that initial transition, giving parents and children more confidence. I'm also aware that before you can expand, and I'd love to see it expand, you've got to ensure that there's demand. Can you tell me A, a wee bit more about what you know about the demand, and B, is it possible that this is, and we keep on going back to COVID, but is it possible that this is perhaps not the best year to gauge demand because of the extra caution and concern around schooling? That's me, thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten. I mean, in terms of the demand, I think there definitely needs to be more work undertaken to really get a proper understanding of that, and obviously that's something that the plan would be looking to do. Janie, there's a few questions in there from Councillor Larson. Maybe Gerard. I don't know if Gerard's maybe want to comment from an early years perspective, but you want to maybe pick up on the questions from Councillor Larson?
I will do, thanks very much, convener. So I suppose this paper is really looking for approval to consult further, Councillor Larson. It was a very initial preliminary survey where we had 1,600 respondents, but from that it did tell us that there is an appetite for us to consult further, and obviously we would be doing that. That's the work that we would then go on to engage in, assuming approval today if that was to happen, and there we would come back to future committees with information about the extent of that demand. So I think that would be really what my response would be to that, and I'm sure if Gerard wants to come in early years he would be able to do so. Thanks, Gerard. And I'm sorry I've not answered you in Gaelic, but I note that also for future committees I'm sure I'll manage an odd wee word here or there.
Thanks, Karina. As far as from an early years perspective, there's only two settings at the moment, Tilbury and obviously Nursery and Kindora and Cumbernauld. And as far as the FTE, that's the full-time equivalent of the young people that are there. It's a very small service in Tilbury of 10, and in Kindora it is 40. So overall the numbers are very low.
Can I come back in there just as very supplementary?
Yep, supplementary, carry on.
Thank you. So I understand the numbers are low, much lower in uptake in comparison to the primary. I suppose my question is do you think that the council providing transport to the school pupils but not to the nursery pupils bears any kind of reflection of those numbers?
Gerard or Janie, in a position to answer that?
Yeah, can I just come in, convener? To be honest, yeah. I mean, we can, as Janie said, we can bottom out in the consultation if it's an issue. Obviously, we're funding for what we have funding for, and the Gaelic provision, as I understand it, as you'll know better. You'll know better yourself. Councillor Larson probably kicks in at school age, I think, for that provision, but we will check into all those things as part of the consultation process. And clearly, you know, for me, and I know Councillor Johnson wishes to ask a question. She may actually touch on this actually in her own question. But for me, the issue is, whilst people might tell us in a survey that they have an interest in something, there is definitely a need to bottom it out, because you've talked about your own experience there, and obviously for people to commit to this Gaelic medium pathway, it is a big commitment, and we need to bottom out how far people might translate that ambition to do something for their children into the actuality of being able to kind of commit fully to what's involved in it. So I think that's the next stage, is to try and bottom that out and to find out some of the answers to some of the questions that are being asked today. We probably couldn't answer that question that you've asked today, but we would seek to do so in the consultation.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Kirsten. It's definitely something to look at. Cathy, Councillor Johnson.
Hello. Thanks, convener. Well, I really don't want to ask a question, because the paper is really asking for approval to move on to further investigations. But I would just like to say that I have had involvement in the Gaelic provision since the outset, and it is a very well thought of provision. North Lanarkshire's provision of Gaelic is second to none, and it is held in high regard throughout the country. And I was delighted to see this paper come forward. I think perhaps, convener, if I could dare to say, I think it's been long overdue, and I think that we'll go ahead. The time has come for us to move on. Our neighbouring authority, Glasgow, now has four Gaelic medium schools. I know their numbers are higher, but we're two different types of authority. We've got different backgrounds. We can't compare like with like on that basis. Condoret at 186, and pupils started with 5 in 1997 with no nursery, and it has grown to be the biggest, and I'm going to use a word I don't like, unit. That means it's not freestanding school in the country. No matter where the units are, Condoret has taken over from the English. I was head teacher there, and when I was head teacher of the English side, and Gaelic has now taken over from the English. I think North Lanarkshire, I have to say, we are super supportive of Gaelic. They have been from the outset, and I just hope this goes from strength to strength, because Gaelic is for all, not the few. And a lot of people will say Gaelic is not spoken down here, but if you care to study some place names, you will find that yes, it has been. And I will support you in any way to see this go forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeannie.
Many thanks, Councillor Johnson, for those comments. Greatly appreciated, Cathy. Thank you very much. Councillor McPake, Michael.
Thanks, convener. You'll be glad to know that I'm not going to attempt Gaelic either. I'm still trying to master the English. Anyway, quality convener, going to the graph in 2.1.5, it says with North Lanarkshire, we've got 9 and 12 respectively. It's just to ask, obviously these are children coming out with North Lanarkshire into North Lanarkshire. Are we picking up the funding for the taxis or the transport costs here? Because I've got reservations here, because I know some children who have moved house in my area and they've had to go out with catchment schools. They pick up the funding there. So I just want to see fair practice throughout the whole authority here. Can you maybe give a comment on that, please?
Derek, can you maybe give some reassurance to Councillor McPake?
Yeah, I can reassure Councillor McPake. So this is really about children from Falkirk and Stirling, and maybe some other one or two just over the border into other authorities, and we are funded fully for all aspects of their education, including the transportation to school. So this is just part of the kind of the legislation around Gaelic medium education. I'm nervous about saying these things out loud, Councillor McPake, because there's people on the call who are much more expert at it than I am. But I think that would be the answer. So there is no detriment to the council. There is no detriment to the citizens in North Lanarkshire. There is nothing for any councillor to be worried about. We're all fully funded direct from Scottish Government. for the totality of the transport and education of all those children out with North Lanarkshire.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McPake, you comfortable with that, Michael? Okay, Nathan, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, convener. My question relates to this 0.16 and it relates to Eric's comment about further investigation into the future demand for increasing the provision of Gaelic medium education. I'm just seeking clarification on whether as part of the survey there was a cover letter that specified to parents that medium education involves young people being taught entirely in Gaelic and not English, and how it's different from learning Gaelic as a standard class. I only ask because when I first came across this formally learning about 5 or 6 years ago, the distinction, it wasn't really explained to me, and in my own ignorance, I simply thought that Gaelic medium education meant being educated in the language of standard class, similar to French and German. So just some clarification on that point to the survey. And also the results, which are set out in the previous paragraph in 2.1.5, that there could be demand for establishing a Gaelic medium education school in North Lanarkshire. Is that mainly based on the initial survey that's been carried out, or has there been any further investigations at this point into? Thanks.
I mean, I think on that latter point, there is, you know, as Janie had touched on earlier on, you know, we need to drill down greater into the survey information that's been presented to actually get a proper gauge of what the demand realistically is. But I'll bring Derek in on your first point there, Nathan. Derek.
I think we did think we asked a clear survey question that differentiated between understanding that Gaelic medium education was your child would learn in Gaelic, and Gaelic language provision is maybe your child might do some Gaelic as a second language. And I suppose we were trying to kind of tease that out. We only ever thought it was an initial survey because we were trying to build a picture to inform the high level aims. And now we need to do a much more intensive bit of work to inform the Gaelic language plan. But I would say that what's interesting to me is, could we form some propositions that could be really about more strongly embedding Gaelic medium education, and could that become part of our future planning? And that'll either result in a committee paper that says, well, we believe there is a business case around that, and that would come forward in May, or we believe that perhaps a business case would take us in a different direction. So what would that provision look like? Would it involve nursery provision or primary provision or secondary provision for the GME side? And what would our Gaelic language provision as a second language look like as well? And I think really at this next stage, there will have to be a greater understanding of people who say, yes, we would be interested in the Gaelic medium education, of the totality of what's involved in committing to that pathway, because it is a massive commitment by parents to a different way of your child learning, and you yourself as a parent would have to do a lot to support your child if you're a non-native Gaelic speaker. And I'm going to learn a lot. I'm going to say this to you, I'm going to learn a lot from this process we're going to go through, as will Janie, as will Jackie, the officers. And I think it's important that we are prepared to learn from the Gaelic community as well, and to engage with them fully about the best way to kind of land propositions. And I'm conscious that there is a public audience out there for this piece of work as well, beyond the committee this afternoon. So hopefully that answers your questions, Councillor Wilson.
Many thanks. I don't see any other names in the chat. Can I direct members to the recommendations? I'll be happy to agree the recommendations. Okay, thank you very much for that, colleagues. Much appreciated. Takes us on to agenda item number 4, which is getting it right for every child integrated wellbeing update. Pass over to Gerard McLaughlin. Gerard, can you take us through the main points of this report, please? Thank you.
Thanks, convener. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually going to, going through this paper, just focus on Appendix 2, which is basically got the 6 tiles of the information that is contained within the actual report. The report's really bringing together all the different, if you like, systems that exist for GURFEC and wellbeing, and what we're calling an integrated wellbeing system. Because there's so many different strands, we thought that certainly from a committee perspective and for our own schools and employees, that this shows how GovTech is being brought together. The first tile talks about the refreshed GovMe pathway, the GovMe plans. You'll remember back in, which was approved at Education and Families Committee back in May, it was the 3 levels of intervention, which were the universal, the additional and intensive. It moves on then to talk about the planning for children's wellbeing meetings that now takes place at a cluster level, and brings to the next tile, which is about the cluster improvement and inclusion leads, as we commonly know them as CILs. And they have been doing a phenomenal amount of work, especially around our vulnerable children and gathering all of that data. In addition, we're also at a stage of about to switch on the CMIS wellbeing module, which will basically, is a recording system for holding all of our pastoral notes. And in addition, we are also looking at improved assessment tools that will be used across our education and family service. And in addition, the last part is about the performance management, about gathering the data about vulnerable children. The report also talks about, and it picks up maybe the point that Councillor Hogg was talking about children's wellbeing, and we are currently looking to carry out a wellbeing survey. The training for our secondary staff took place just before Christmas. The training for our primary staff has just happened. The difficulty has been that the young people, the secondary children that is, and young people have not been at school. So we are looking at digital solutions to this so that the survey could be done online and we can gather that data in. And it's hoped that we will be able to provide an update at our next Education and Families Committee. Bear in mind, this goes back to the 23rd of March of last year, when we first went into lockdown, and we wanted to find the impact of this. Councillor Hogg is quite right, and others will be feeling the same, of children and young people learning in their bedrooms and within their own homes. And what we want to do is to try and get an understanding of the impact of this. And I suppose the question you may have is, once you've got this information, the so what question comes in. What are you actually going to do with this? Well, it's about how we can target our resources to individual establishments or to clusters to better help and support our children and young people. I think it would be remiss of me if I didn't highlight just one part of the report, which is section 2.7, about the impact of COVID, and also in section 2.7.3, which is around the integrated work that has taken place with regards to, as I mentioned, about the performance management, about our vulnerable children. Who are our vulnerable children? Have we got eyes on those children? And that is the work that the clusters have been doing, those planning for children's wellbeing meetings, the absolute importance of our cluster improvement and inclusion leads, and being the links between schools and children and young people. It's not just education, there's a joined up piece of work that actually takes place. And just to give you a bit of comfort, every morning, Monday to Friday, 8:30, we have a tactical group that now meets and has been meeting on a regular basis since the beginning of lockdown. And it's made up of officers, social work, education, housing with the specific focus on children and families. And just recently, we have now got an officer, a police officer from our public protection unit. So hopefully you can see the fact of all the breadth of wellbeing that is happening within North Lanarkshire, shows the overall picture, but shows how it's now been brought together into this integrated wellbeing system. So I'm basically asking you to note the content of the report and to approve this integrated approach to wellbeing, and obviously the impact that this will hopefully have on the children of North Lanarkshire. Convener.
Thank you very much, Gerard. Questions or comments? Councillor Linden is first in the chat. Jordan?
Thanks very much, Convener. 2 questions. Gerard, under section 2.7.5 of the report, we talk about the exercise being undertaken to identify, I think it was 6,000 children, and I wondered thereafter what's the next stages for that in terms of the cluster model. Is there a further assessment made around whether it's the universal, additional, and intensive support that's deployed, and really how do we get those the correct supports in place? And then secondly, and forgive me, it could be a daft question, but throughout all of this, which is really positive partner working, and obviously I see there's stakeholders involved in terms of that identification process. I'm thinking about the GIRFME plan in particular. There's a lot of discussion about GIRFME at the ASN review. How are we involving in any way the children and young people in that process, which is so pivotal to themselves?
Okay, thanks, Convener. With regards to your first point in section 2.7.5, as you could imagine, the number is fluid and has actually increased. And just to give you that comfort, certainly as far as our Goal Command that takes place on a Tuesday and a Friday, we report on a weekly basis about not just a one-off figure of here's an X amount of vulnerable children, but actually on a weekly basis, have we had eyes on these children and young people? Within the social work service, they have got the children ragged into red, amber and green. Red is obviously those children who we would want to see and do see on a weekly basis at least. The amber is fortnightly, and green is those children who are known to the service, but there's not the same worries and concerns. So as far as a multi-agency perspective, that is what is discussed at these cluster wellbeing meetings, and it's decided upon is that work that's going to be done as far as a school or other service like community learning development. It may be active schools involved. It could be a number of different services involved. So it's not just about gathering a one-off figure. It is a fluid, it is reported weekly, and it's also reported to the Chief Officers Group, whereas you know that they looking for comfort as well, more around a child protection, but also from a vulnerable person's perspective about what we're actually doing to support those children. With regards to the next part about the GIRFME plan, there is an important part in there about pupils' voice, and I suppose the wellbeing plan, certainly from a secondary perspective, because that is the child and young person's voice being heard through that wellbeing plan in there specifically. So that gives us that sort of information. The young person from a primary perspective is we're hearing it through a teacher and their views and opinions of having the young person. But the GIRFME plan, as you know, is about getting the views of the child and the parent. So even in this sort of digital world that we're in, there is still the opportunity where a child can have their own views put within the plan. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Castles.
Thanks, Frank. A couple of questions. One straightforward to start with. It's just basically on page 54, 2.5.2, could have a wee bit more information on the role of outcomes staff from the Triangle Consulting Social Enterprises. And the second question is simply how you feel the process. I know it's difficult times and it's unusual. This is probably something that we can get information as we move on. How confident are we that the processes will begin to work? I know when we look at this, it can seem quite bureaucratic when you're reading about the clusters and the different groups in GIRFEC. Are we confident that the processes are actually what they're intended to do and not be a bureaucratic process, but actually quickly direct the care, identify and direct the care towards those people who need that? Thanks.
Thank you. Gerard?
So with regards to I think it was 252 you said there with regards to outcome start, I mean, this is where our colleagues in social work and Alison might want to say a few words about this, have been using this particular resource, and at the moment we're developing training around it for our education staff. It goes back to having a consistent approach to assessment, so that there's not one part of the service using one assessment tool and another service using another approach. This is a uniformed approach that will be used for carrying out this assessment and outcomes for not only from an adult perspective, from a justice perspective where it's used at the moment, but certainly from an education basis. With regards to the work is there, I think we're still at early stages, Councillor Castles, with regards to seeing the actual impact. But what I can say with hand in heart is with regards to the work that's carried out around the vulnerable children at the moment, officers are going the extra mile because they know how important it is about getting this data. But it's not about data. We know at the end of the day that every one, the figure one, counts for a child or young person. So we know it's so important to gather that information. So what impact is it? We can say that we are trying our best to have eyes on our children and young people, and most importantly, those who are vulnerable. And as I say, I think that shows the love and care and attention that certainly from our early years, our primary, our secondary, and also our ASN have for those particular children and young people. And I know it's the sort of thing you could write a report 10 times over to show all the amazing things that as individuals and as services we are doing to support the children. And that comes from that great work of establishing a core foundation that is a cluster approach to supporting the children and young people in North Lanarkshire.
Thank you. Councillor McGowan, Agnes.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I welcome greatly the integrated wellbeing model and the cluster model, because I can remember as far back as my teaching days, when you were trying to arrange meetings for children with psychologists, speech therapists, social workers, and they were all having to come from different places. So the cluster model really encourages the meeting people to be easily accessible, and encourages good team working. So I really praise that. It makes life much easier. I've got two questions. How is the introduction of the wellbeing CMIS application progressing? I know CMIS very well and have used it frequently. It'll be very useful in keeping all record of interventions in any one child and map their progress. And the second question is something that worries me in life, that one of the external pressures on children is social media, and that's identified in the report that social media can greatly affect well-being. What sort of work has been done on that in the integrated model? Thanks, Gerard.
Gerard.
Okay, so with regards to the introduction of the CMIS wellbeing app, I'm going to say tentatively it's where after Easter is when we will have that switch on. To give you an exact date, the 26th of April is the date we're working towards. At the moment, we are in consultation. Ian Scott's here. He's had a short presentation by officers already from a trade union perspective to make sure that they're aware of it. We've also got trade union involved in the working group in developing the resources that will be getting rolled out. At the moment, we are in discussions with talent and organisational development team with regards to producing a training programme, and training programme will start in March for that full rollout. We'll have this sort of period of switching on from the 26th of April onwards. There'll be training and introduction sessions for head teachers, for teachers, etc. So we're hoping that, if you like, full rollout will be in place for the new session, August 21. But as I say, 26th of April is the date that we're working to at the moment. You're right to say with regards to social media and the impact in that, and that's where I suppose we'll go back to the survey and we'll be gathering information there and looking to see what sort of resources we need to put in place to support schools who need to in turn support children and young people. So we'll be looking to our psychological services to provide that sort of support. There may be children who need to be referred also to our school-based counsellors. So bear in mind that resource is still sitting there. It can still be accessed by our children and young people. So there's a number of different, I suppose, options that are available to us once we gather that information. But you're right, there will be an impact on the children and young people as far as social media is concerned, and we'll work through that from a school and a cluster-based approach.
Thank you. Claire Barclay.
Thanks, convener. My questions have been asked and answered, so just to say thanks very much for this report, Gerard, and it shows just how important an integrated model is, especially at time of COVID, and not just that, but especially just now. So just thanks for the report.
Thank you very much for those comments. Colleagues, I don't see anyone else in the chat bar, so you see the recommendations at the front of this report. I'd be happy to agree the recommendations. Yep, thank you very much. That takes us on to agenda item number 5, which is our standard report on 1140 funded hours and the early years expansion. We have certainly some good news in relation to Forgewood and Cumbernauld Village and the proposed solution to Heathery Park. So I'll pass over to Gerard, who will touch on the main points within this report. Gerard.
Thanks, convener. So I'm going to start off, I suppose, looking at the infrastructure, because I think that's the main point of this report, is to give this update. We're almost there, I'd have to say, and certainly in section 2.2 of the report, the infrastructure shows the number of our new builds and adaptations that have actually now been completed. With regards to, just to give you an update, as far as Willie's Nursery class is concerned, that has now also been completed. The only one I want to note in the table is about Shawhead Nursery. That should be handed over to us in mid-March. As far as, just as the convener said about Forgewood and Cumbernauld Village, they are being treated as one. So at the moment, we are almost there with regards to the final sign-off. So I'm happy to say that certainly by the end of this week, beginning of next, we will have the contracts awarded, and our intention is for both of those builds, that's Forgewood and Cumbernauld Village, we should be able to start work mid-March, which is great news, because I don't think I could come to committee again and give any excuses about Scottish Water, because I think a number of people will be coming to speak to me about it. With regards to Heathery Park, we did take, we've had, as you know, a number of issues around that existing piece of land that we looked at from a drainage perspective. We did take a number of proposals to the 1140 project board, and we have approved the refurbishment of North Lanarkshire Council's asset, which is the Wishaw Hill Community Centre, and also a very small adaptation in the Craigneuk Family Learning Centre as well. Our intention is that we would engage with the local community, because of the fact that this is currently a community centre that is still being used. So we need to engage with, first and foremost, the community around its use and look for local solutions. And that might be within the existing and the new Family Learning Centre, and also other community resources that would be available there. We'd also bring a paper back to the next Education Committee to provide an update. And just before we move on to a short presentation, I would just draw your attention to section 2.2.8. We're just asking you to note the progress made in as far as the adaptations to ensure that all our nurseries can offer 1140 hours, but also about the registration of 10 new birth to 2 rooms and 6 ASN services within our family learning centres. And if you were looking to see some of the pictures of those, you'll see it in Appendix 3. I'm going to bring in Jennifer Hara now. This is her first time being at the Education and Families Committee. She's got a very short presentation because of COVID, and we've not been able to see our new builds and adaptations, but I thought Education and Families Committee might welcome just seeing some of the new builds. There's no children in them, in these pictures, but you know, they are places where obviously as time goes on, there will be children, more children, and obviously the fact that our children, young people now return, hopefully we'll see more of them in use. So Jennifer, would you put up the presentation? I'll just allow you to talk through some of the new builds and adaptations.
Okay, Thank you, Jared. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll just try and share this presentation. As Jared says, I am a newbie, so please be kind. Okay. Just as Jared says, we're very keen, myself and Jared, to share some images of the 12 completed infrastructure projects across ELC. Okay. Is that sharing? Can somebody let me know? Yep, great, thank you. Yep, we're very keen to let people see some of these images, particularly because of the current restrictions and people not being able to kind of visit establishments. We're absolutely delighted that we have, 12 of these new builds adaptations which are now open, that are being accessed by children, particularly as of Monday, all of our children returning to these services. We're also very proud of the quality of the services, and as are the staff who are obviously operating from those settings. And there has been extremely positive feedback from children, from parents and extended families. So Abernethy is our largest family learning centre. It is actually able to accommodate 87 children at any one time. What we have done is we've registered all of our new spaces for children 2 to 5 years, and that's to enable us to offer some flexibility within localities in relation to all of those children who are eligible. Staying Nursery Class is a 48 term time establishment, so 48 children can attend there at any one time. It opens it was open just at the end of 2019, has been delivering 1140 for since then, and it is one of our modular units which was moved from the site of St Dominic's Primary. And you'll see that the space there is particularly substantial, and it's a very large, comfortable space which is set in their existing outdoor space, which is also substantial. Innerleithen Family Learning Centre is a 72 FTE, so 72 children can attend this service at any one time. And councillors will possibly recall the surrounding woodland area, the landscaped area, which provides extensive opportunities and experiences for children within this area. We have Calderview Family Learning Centre, which was one of our first family learning centres that opened. It was back in October. So the children have been valuing their experience there, as have the parents and families been making comments about just the quality of the provision that is offered there. Townhead Nursery Class at the moment accommodates 40 full-time children, and it is a term time establishment which just opened in the last couple of weeks. You'll see that very much our emphasis from a quality point of view was trying to make the kind of best use of space in terms of light and obviously soft furnishings, very much in order to create kind of nice homely nurturing spaces for children. And this is obviously a new resource, Townhead. This is a nursery class. They've not had a nursery class, or they previously had a nursery class a number of years ago. However, this is a new resource that they have and are able to offer within the community. Brimlands Family Learning Centre is in Carbrain, and it opened just at the beginning of November last year, and it offers full-time provision for children, for 48 children at any one time. And you'll see in the pictures, obviously, just in terms of our outdoor spaces, the emphasis there was very much about developing natural spaces where children could be curious, where children could, participate in a range of open-ended resources, where they can take risks and learn to develop confidence and independence. Whiteley's Nursery Class, this is a new service within this area, and this was an extension onto Whiteley's Primary School, and you'll see it's again a very substantial, well-resourced space, and it accommodates 40 children at any one time. And Petersburn Family Learning Centre, which is one of our second largest family learning centres. And again, it opened just after Christmas. And it accommodates, as I said, 72 children at any one time. Netherton Family Learning Centre is one of our smaller family learning centres. You'll see that these pictures were taken kind of just before dark, so you can see the nice light inside and the beautiful glass doors that obviously align the back of the building. And as I say, it has 40 children that attend at any one time. St Serve's nursery class was a repurposing of this space, and one of the aims of this was to provide better access to the extensive outdoor space that is there. So it's operating a term time model, and it offers services to 64 children at any one time. St Augustine's nursery class is a new service within St Augustine's Primary. And you'll see that this space kind of makes best use of the existing arch roof that was already there, and the kind of windows at the back of the building as well, and the the nice outdoor space at the front of the building. St Gerard's nursery class is another one of our term time nurseries. It provides provision for 64 children at any one time on a term time basis. And Holy Family nursery class, which was actually a community centre within Moss End. It was a community centre in Moss End which was repurposed. The community centre itself needed quite a wee bit of work, quite a wee bit of renovation in terms of new roof, windows. And I think, when officers first looked at this accommodation, they thought, how is this ever going to be fit for purpose in terms of a nursery environment for our youngest children? And you can see there the kind of indoor space and how that was transformed. And as well as that, we can also see the outdoor space of the building, how it went from a kind of grassy area to very much a more landscaped area, which we can provide more pictures of if people want to see them. We just didn't want to put kind of too much in the presentation today. And as Gerard said, the only kind of outstanding nursery class that we have at the moment is Shawhead, which we hope to be complete in mid-March. Okay, thank you, Gerard.
Thanks, Jennifer. I'll just continue on with just the rest of the report. So just want to highlight just a few other parts of the report to committee. With regards to quality, I suppose now the fact is that we have more or less got our buildings in place. As far as the 1140 and the implementation, as you'll be aware, the next part for us is around we are the guarantors of quality, and there's obviously the blueprint that we talked about a way back. The blueprint for 2020 is there, and certainly I know that at committee the last time you'd asked a number of questions about what was our next steps with regards to ensuring that quality in all of our establishments. So our quality officers are now well and truly in place. They link with our family learning centres, our nursery classes, our partner providers, and also our childminders. And in Appendix 2, you'll see and we've put it within the report there about the details of the care inspectorate grades. And you'll obviously see there's obviously in there areas that we need to see improvements. So how will we get those improvements? Well, within Appendix 3, you'll see a programme of training and development that will be taking place. And also within Appendix 3, you'll see the fact of the development of an improvement plan for early years. So I know that that was a specific interest of committee the last time, and hopefully that information that's within those appendices will give you that reassurance of that work that is currently being done. Move on to section 2.6, because many of you may be interested about admissions. You'll be aware of the fact that the admissions closed on Friday the 12th of February. Currently, the service is working through the applications. There was a huge advertising campaign. It was almost like the countdown to ensure that our parents and carers were aware of this. So that was certainly put through social media, local press, to highlight that. I'd like to draw your attention to section 2.7 of the report, which talks about our flexible framework agreement, which allows certainly our early learning and childcare providers to submit an application. And the closing date for that was Friday the 18th of December. Delighted to announce the fact that there was 12 applicants. All 12 were successful, and they will join our framework from August 21. So that is 4 from our partner providers and 7 from our childminders. With regards to section 2.8, deferred entry, the deferred entry panel met last Monday, and there's obviously meetings now taking place at the moment, and letters will be sent out at the end of next week to give the outcomes of those. The last thing I'd probably just draw your attention to is section 2.12 in the report, which talks about communications. You've heard me talk about the communications regarding admissions, but also there's been ongoing, because this was something that was asked by committee regarding that engagement with trade unions, which has been taking place on a regular basis, but also with our partner providers, and myself, along with Jennifer, meet with our partner providers and childminders on a very regular basis every fortnight, and that has been certainly well received. And you'll see at the beginning of the report as well, the fact is that it is important that we meet with our partner providers to discuss a whole load of different issues. But in section 2.1.4 of the report, you'll see that due to COVID, 6 of our partners closed. That impacted on 36 of our children and young people. That increased to 50 children that we had to, within our own service, that was our own family learning centres, had to support those children and young people. And it should be noted that, as I said, 6 closed until the 11th of February, then 2 more opened, and another 4 continued to close just until Monday there. So I can now report all of our partner providers are open. It should also be noted that the vast majority of our partner providers did remain open, including our childminders as well. Obviously, just as usual, there's an awful lot within the 1140 presentation and report, but I'm happy to take any questions, Convener.
Okay, thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation, Gerard and Jennifer. Although you may be a newbie to the committee, you're certainly not a newbie to probably all the members here for the work that you and the team have been doing over a number of years now to get us to this place, I've got to say. So well done to everyone for your efforts, and thanks very much for the presentation. Great to see the progress that's been made in terms of this sort of flagship programme of both the Scottish Government and North Lanarkshire Council. So really welcome that, and now open up to questions. We'll come to Councillor Kelly first. Paul, over to you.
Thanks, Convener, and I couldn't let it pass, Gerard, without mentioning Fordwood Family Centre. All the times I've questioned it and asked for meetings, but thanks very much for the update, and it's fantastic to see the progress. I know how complex it was, the issues, and very unusual to get them resolved, so well done everybody. And I think, as you said, Convener, this is the 1140 programme that's leading Scotland, and we've just seen the pictures. It's unbelievable to see the number of new facilities, the meals that are going in, packed lunches or hot meals into the facilities. It's a fantastic achievement, and credit to everybody that we are leading the country on this and continue to do so and provide our young people with the best start in life. So well done everybody.
Thanks very much for those comments. Councillor McGowan. Agnes?
I would just like to reiterate Paul's comments about how well North Lanarkshire have done in getting the 1140 hours up and running. What a difference it will make it makes a huge difference to the children, obviously, first and foremost. But what a difference it will make to parents and carers when the lockdown finishes and they can go back to employment or further education. So it'll greatly help to open up the economy again. So I think it's an amazing bit of work that you've done throughout this pandemic. I know you mentioned the 6 partner nurseries staying closed, Gerard, which is a bit disappointing. But do you know the reasons why they stayed closed? There's a few questions, so I'll ask them all, and then you can answer them all at one time. So that's just the first comment. I want to, like Paul, praise you for your developments at Wishaw Hill and looking into the uses of Wishaw Hill Community Centre to be reconfigured as a nursery, but also looking at the community groups that are already there and trying to integrate them at the same time. So I really do appreciate that you're looking after the youngest and the oldest. Which centres don't have heads and deputies? Yeah, I know you mentioned there'd been interviews, but I think there's still some heads and deputies. It's crucial that, you know, they start soon, but it's obviously crucial that we get the right person for it. I understand that. But which centres don't have them yet, and you know, when do you think they'll be appointed? What else do I have? I think that's me. Yep, that's me, Gerard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McGowan. A few questions in there. Gerard, are you happy to pick them up?
So obviously you'll be aware that we had certainly from a committee perspective been asked to ensure that we had that regular engagement with our partner providers, and we were criticised away back in March because we didn't have that open robust communication at the beginning. I have to say we did do that straight away, and in fact I just want to have it on record that we communicated with our partner providers before we communicated with our own family learning centres. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of that, that we did speak to them at the earliest point possible. With regards to the specific reasons, the main reason that we heard was about it wasn't financially viable for different reasons. Would be the main reason that they stated. As I did say, another 2 then opened up, and then, as I said, there were certainly the remaining 4 did open just for the children and young people returning on Monday. As far as Wishaw Hill is concerned, obviously we've been working to establish exactly who uses the Wishaw Hill Community Centre. As you know, we've engaged with local councillors on that. We absolutely respect those people who use it. There will be, as we've already said, some who will be able to still use. That's what we're going to do. We're going to work with our architects to see if we can use the existing resource for some of those users. For those like the carpet bowls, for example, it's not going to be possible. So we are going to look for other alternatives. But I think a key, as you and other councillors have said, is about that clear communication with the community to find out exactly what their needs are. And that is our intention to do that along with Lausanne's team, so that we've got that community engagement, so we know exactly the needs that are absolutely sitting there. And I promise that we will come back to committee with, if you like, the comments, the views of our community, but also, most importantly, what the options are. And with regards to, and thank goodness she's absolutely here today, I'm going to pass you over to Jennifer, who will give you the updates regarding the heads and deputies. Otherwise, I would have had to have given you that standard answer. I'll need to get back to you. But now the fact that Jennifer's here, I'll be able to pass you over.
Thanks, Jared. Councillor McGowan, as part of our contingency plans, as we began to deliver 1140, what we looked at was accommodating children within other services. So that meant some of our services operating a full-time model as opposed to a term-time model, or where we had capacity supporting children within these services. So what our plans are as we move forward, and obviously Cumbernauld Village, and obviously plans to progress Heathery Park. As obviously those plans progress, then at that point in time we'll seek to appoint heads of centre that can obviously be very much involved in the work as we progress.
Thanks very much for that, Gerard and Jennifer. I mean, I think just in terms of the issue that you raised around the funded providers, partner providers, Agnes, I mean, I think you know, there was an expectation from the council and government that the funded providers would continue to operate during this period. Obviously, that didn't happen for the reasons that Gerard outlined. But I mean, I think we have to praise our staff once again for stepping into that void and acting very quickly to make sure that those families that were affected were supported in a really timely way. So again, credit goes to the service for that as well. Bring in Councillor Wilson next. Nathan, over to you.
Thank you, Convener. So I'm very pleased that we've now reached a position whereby an alternate solution for enhanced nursery provision in Wishaw Hill is before us after the previous plans at Heathery Park couldn't be taken forward. It's hugely important that local families are able to access permanent nursery provision in close proximity to their homes, and I'm glad that substantial progress has now been made in moving the issue forward. One thing that does concern me in the paper is that there is still no revised target completion date for redevelopment in the Wishaw Hill Community Centre and making appropriate adaptations to the Craignook Family Learning Centre. I fully appreciate that on top of the suspension of non-essential construction work between March and June 2020, the drainage problems at Heathery Park set the project back even further than the other new builds. However, I would hope that going forward, the education team could look to set a provisional date in the coming weeks for when the community centre might be refurbished. Assuming the paper goes through to the unamended and we have certainty that the committee supports our solution, albeit there are still further stages of the council's decision-making process where it needs to be approved. So on that note, can I ask Gerard if you would be able to advise when the council might be in a position to name a revised target completion date for the enhanced nursery provision in Wishaw Hill, and if not before the next meeting of the Education Committee, will we at least have clarity at the time committee next convenes in May and when the community centre will be redeveloped and required changes made to the Family Learning Centre at Craignook. Additionally, if it is the case that for whatever reason the work can't be completed by August, can the Education Service confirm that there will still be enough capacity at other nearby early years centres to support the vital early years education of local children in Wishaw Hill until such times as that additional permanent capacity is in place? And just one final point, it is obviously hugely important that the groups who currently make use of the community centre are still able to go ahead with their activities, even if that's at other nearby centres. It's hugely important that they still have access to go ahead with those activities. So I'm going to just ask for clarification on when the engagement, Gerard, has been talked about. Will that after the paper is approved today? Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Nathan. A few questions there, Gerard. Important questions for the people in the community. Can you give some reassurance to Councillor Wilson?
Yes, Convener. With regards to the dates, we would hope that we'll be able to give an indicative date, but certainly by the next committee. But certainly, I might want to, from an early years team's perspective, is communicate that to local elected members before that. So we will endeavour to actually do that. With regards to capacity, yes, we've already built that in, so I can give that reassurance. And the third thing is regarding the local community, as we, I suppose, come out of this lockdown and access to the centre on an interim basis in the longer term, well, obviously that will be part of the consultation, just so we need to get an understanding of which groups will be returning or wanting to return, and where are the facilities, the alternative facilities that we could maybe use. So that would be all part of, I would say, the communication and engagement with the various groups. And certainly I would bring all of that back certainly to the next Education and Families Committee.
Thank you. Comfortable with that, Nathan? Yep. Okay, thank you. Councillor Barclay. Claire.
Thanks, Convener. I welcome this report. Thanks again, Gerard. I'm delighted to see a start date for Cumbernauld Village, but I'm obviously not as delighted as you, because you'll be delighted when it comes to committees where I don't bring up Cumbernauld Village and we don't talk about the Romans and the history. But really, I want to thank you for that. I do have a question round about 2.9 about the funded deferment year, and specifically around 2.9.5 and 2.9.6 and 7. Now, the pilot areas and the information that they will actually obtain through being a pilot, will that information be shared on an ongoing basis with councils like ourselves, or will there be a report submitted at the end of their time? And if it's a report, will that be in time for when North Lanarkshire participates in their own pilot project? It's just to see where the kind of timescales in this are and how much information sharing will the 5 councils that are going to be piloted in 21-22 will do with ourselves. Thanks, Gerard.
Gerard, I'm not sure if you would have that information. I mean, that there may be papers presented through COSLA leaders or Children and Young People's Board. I'm not sure if you would have that information about the, I suppose, the information coming back from the pilot authorities and how that would, I suppose, direct feed down to us. Have you get any steer?
So we have regular meetings with Scottish Government. I suppose they give the broad overview about the positions moving forward. Jennifer sits on various groups from an early years perspective where there will be, I suppose, initial sharing of information. Has to be said, ourselves in Glasgow were one of those interested in the pilot, but it was a funding issue, and we needed guarantee that if we were going to be part of this, and you can see that the councils that are there are smaller councils, so it's a lot easier to be part of that pilot. But I am sure that the lessons learned will be given to us, because obviously we need to know what we are dealing with, and all of the admissions, the deferred entry data that we've had for the last couple of years is going to be also very important, because it's not just about learning from them, but it's about knowing our own council, knowing the needs of our own families moving forward. But I am sure there will be the sharing of that information.
Thanks for that, Gerard. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Thanks, Claire. I don't see any other questions or comments. Can we agree with the recommendations? Thank you. Colleagues, before we move on, I'm conscious we're 2 hours into the meeting and we're moving on to agenda item number 6. So if I could delicately ask members to please keep their questions as brief as possible and officers to keep their answers as brief as possible, just so we can get through the agenda in a more timely way. I'm conscious we don't want to stifle debate, and it's important issues we're talking about, but I am conscious that we're 2 hours in, so I'd appreciate your support on that. And that takes us on to agenda item number 6, which is the review of additional support needs. This is a February update. I'll pass over to Anne Monroe. Anne, can you highlight the main points in the report, please? Thanks very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Convener, and good afternoon, everyone. You have the report with you, and the report, as you'll be able to see, provides members with an update in relation to the progress made in implementing the 12 recommendations of the review, of the ASN review rather, which was approved by committee in 2019. You'll see that the report provides detail in all 12 recommendations, and it's grouped under 3 key headings. Firstly, looking at improving practice in managing ASN. Secondly, looking at empowering staff to meet needs more effectively. And thirdly, a key aspect in management of resources in the future. The report, as you'll see, highlights key local and national policy drivers and shows the ways in which the overarching ASN strategy aligns not only with the plan for North Lanarkshire, but also the Scottish Government's Additional Support for Learning Action Plan, which was published only in October last year. I also want to highlight that the report focuses on the creation of a formal project management governance structure and the creation of an inclusion programme board to lead and monitor this overarching ASN strategy. I won't go into detail of the background, but you'll see it provides more specific information on the key policy drivers, particularly in relation to the 12 recommendations and the overarching strategy there, with a key focus, as you'll see, on creating much greater synergies between mainstream and ASN provisions and progressing what has been a key aspect of the review, genuine partnership aims expressed not only in the review but also in the plan for North Lanarkshire. The later parts of the background section reference further key committee decisions which this committee have taken in May last year and then again in November last year, including the creation of the integrated cluster wellbeing teams and the most recent proposals to reconfigure intensive services and systems. If I can highlight just a number of key aspects of the report, if I could firstly draw your attention to section 2, which provides the detail in relation to the work progressed under each of the 12 recommendations. And I do want to stress that while each of the recommendations are taken in turn, I hope that you can see through the report the clear interconnection between all of the recommendations. And I know that that was an absolute priority in the design of the review. Firstly, if I can draw your attention to section 2.2, which focuses on recommendations 1 and 4. Significant progress has been made here, but I do want to highlight just one area, and Gerard has already referenced it. It's in sections 2.26 and 2.27 in relation to recommendation 3. And it's in the implementation of the Empowering Clusters model, which this committee approved only in May last year. As a result of that model, our ESN schools are now fully integrated into our locality clusters, and that has resulted in a much more inclusive approach to engagement and improvement across the whole system. And it has been underpinned, and you've heard it already today, make no apologies for referencing it again because the interconnection is significant. It has been underpinned by the refreshed GIRFEC pathway and shows the clear connections across other reports. And as Gerard has highlighted there through agenda item 4, the development of this approach has been absolutely the foundation of much of the work that has gone on around supporting our vulnerable families in the current lockdown period. Section 2.3 focuses on recommendations 5 to 8 and shows further synergy with earlier reports presented by Gerard. In particular, the review, it's a high-level review of multi-agency planning and delivery of services. Gerard has highlighted the wellbeing app and also the health and wellbeing audit. And I do want to just stress that this health and wellbeing audit has informed significant work which has been done in relation to staff training and development, particularly of our new career pathway for support staff. And the latter is particularly exciting, and significant work has been done in respect of the development of our career pathway. We focus very much on 1140 and the model that is already established there, and we now have a model in place which is ready to be rolled out from August. That's through the development of our learning assistant role, the introduction of a modern apprenticeship, and further recruitment of the enhanced learning assessments, again which committee approved last year. I do want to highlight support from other services and the progress in this area as a result, not only of the support from other services, but also from support from our trade unions in developing this model. In section 2.4, the emphasis is on the management of resources. A key outcome of the review was to ensure that we had systems and structures in place to not only deliver excellence and equity, but also to address historic overspends and ensure that we operate within budget. And this section focuses on the work undertaken to establish our cluster wellbeing teams and to develop not only the cluster teams, but a transparent formula-driven allocations process and clear arrangements for allocations to our ASN schools and services. All are now developed and will be implemented from August this year, beginning with our additional support needs schools. Finally, this section provides an update on the work to date in preparing for the statutory consultation process required as part of reconfiguring our intensive ASN services and systems. Now, that decision was taken to approve consultation in November last year, and we now have 5 statutory consultations live on our website. I would say that due to lockdown restrictions and to ensure that we are in line with Education Scotland consultation timeframe, the indicative timeline which was presented in November has had to be amended. And have to say a further amendment, can I just mention one further amendment to the copy you have in your report today, as a result of conversations with Education Scotland towards the end of last week. So the consultation process will now conclude on the 31st of March rather than the 30th of March as originally intended. And that actually makes more sense because that takes us through to the end of this term. One of the recommendations in the report is for members, in light of this review of the timeline, to approve a special Education and Families Committee in June to ensure that we can consider feedback from the consultation process. Finally, I do want to finish in this section of the report by highlighting our stakeholder board, our parent stakeholder board. Recommendation 12 stated the need for the sounding board to be established and to be convened biannually. Really pleased to let you know that the board has been established and has been operational throughout this emergency period. And since November, there have been 6 meetings, the last one just taking place last week. Feedback from parents has been highly positive and has really influenced our conversations and our development of work taking forward. So finally, if I can ask you to note the recommendations, firstly to note the contents of the report, to note that we have adopted a formal project management governance structure, to note the revised timeline, and to approve a special Education and Families Committee in mid to late June so that we can consider the report following the conclusion of the consultation process. Many thanks indeed, Convener.
Thanks very much, Anne. Open up to questions. Councillor London, Jordan.
Thanks very much, Convener. Obviously pleased to speak on the report as the former Vice Chair of the review group. Particularly pleased to see the progress being made right across the board on all of the recommendations, and to see that the commitment of officers to action those is not far from their minds. A couple of things strike me, and I have a question. I guess first of all, I just wanted to take the opportunity to recognise the work of Derek Brown in particular. Section 2.4.10 of the report, I think one of the recommendations, recommendation 12, came towards the end of the review process, and Councillor Burrows will agree on this, that we heard quite clearly that the views of parents of ASN children, they felt weren't being heard loudly and clearly enough. And I think that particular recommendation and the work that Derek has done in a short space of time since November to now, I think there's 4 occasions he's met with that parent sounding board. And I think that commitment from the Director of Education to continue that dialogue is really, really important to be congratulated. And I hope that will continue at pace in that same spirit, because it reiterates to those families that we are absolutely listening and taking on board what they're saying in the development of our approach. I think that's really important. The 2 questions, a question, a comment, and a definite question to Anne is, I recognise that section 4.2.2 of the report, the kind of recognition of the importance, and rightly so, of the frequency of trade union engagement in this process. And I guess it'd be helpful, Anne, if there could be an articulation of what that looks like in practice. Whilst it's been said in the report, and I have no doubt that's absolutely the case, maybe a flavour of what that trade union engagement looks like in a holistic sense right across these recommendations. And then finally, something that I harped on quite a lot about, I think, at the review group, and again, no criticism implied, but I noticed that the word curriculum is only mentioned once in the report when I've searched, and obviously it was a key ask of the review group that our school leaders be supported to develop, notwithstanding all the other challenges and work that they're doing, develop curriculum output. And I just wondered, therefore, in 2 strands, what work's been done to support school leaders and teachers to deliver a curriculum, and secondly, what work we're undertaking to understand what those curricular needs are from our children and young people in those settings. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Anne?
Thanks very much, Councillor Linden, not only for the questions but also for the comments there, and would really support what you've said about the importance of the sounding board and the work that has been done there, and particularly to recognise the value of those meetings, and also just to say the power in those meetings. They are incredibly important for us and can be exceptionally humbling, particularly in these times. And officers who come along to those meetings are affected by them and they inspire us more to go and do more. And I think that's testimony to the work of the review, and as you say, to Derek. In terms, first of all, of trade union engagement has been absolutely critical, particularly in the development of our new career pathway model, particularly around the development of our modern apprenticeship model. And I'm really delighted to say that the focus there is now on SVQ2 and SVQ3, and we are likely to be in a position where we will be in a position where, in line with council committee approval, we will be recruiting to those modern apprenticeship posts for August, but also in the development of job descriptions for our new learning assistant post, and in the consistency of approach in terms of our approach towards our NLC 7 post, which is our enhanced learning assistant. So those engagements have been really important. Other aspects of the engagement from the teacher trade unions has been around supporting the influencing of career development, teaching and learning resources. And I think that really takes us into your second point there, Councillor Linden, if it's okay to move on to that one. Because in terms of the work done to support our leaders in the school, particularly at this time, we have introduced on our Innovation and Improvement Hub additional tiles which are linked specifically to ASN schools and to supporting the development of curricular resources. And interestingly, we've just done an analysis of the feedback from staff and access to it, and ASN actually is among the highest hits, if you like, in terms of the Innovation Hub, and it would be really quite useful to be able to bring that information back in future reports, because not only are our teaching staff accessing it, but our support staff are also. We're also doing significant work which Jill is leading in terms of we've appointed a new digital inclusion lead, and work which is being done there in order to support the digital classroom. But he has been liaising directly with the head teachers, and that's where the influence is coming in relation to what should be available and what additional resources are required. So that has been powerful, and also the work of our leadership framework. We also introduced just recently a new I would call it a new approach in terms of our engagement with schools leaders. We've called it the NL Natter, which is an interactive session which we've engaged with head teachers, experienced head teachers, in supporting young people with particular challenges. And it's great that this has been designed by the lead of our virtual school and by one of our ASN head teachers who leads across our system in relation to supporting children with social and emotional behavioural needs. So a lot of work has gone on there. Obviously, where we need to progress further is in relation to supporting our young people and being able to have their voice shared. And a big part of that work is going to be done through our educational psychologists and through our education families managers and our SILs, who are going to be liaising directly with the young people in order to get their voices. And I really would like that to be our next steps. Sorry, that's quite a long answer, and I do apologise, Convener, but a lot of work has been done in that particular area. So thank you very much, Councillor Linden.
Thank you, Anne, for that. Councillor Barclay is next. Claire?
I'll be quite short because Councillor Linden has really covered really most of what I was going to say, but I just want to reiterate, and as a thanks to all of you, when we started the ESN review, we had a lot of hope, but we weren't really sure of where it would take us. Would it actually get us somewhere, or would it be a kind of some sort of talking shop where we would come up with ideas, but we wouldn't know how far they would go? Every time a report comes to us in education, the joy that I feel about, because of the work that was done, that we did through the review, because of the people that we spoke to, and because of the engagement of everybody at all levels, we have came so far. Yeah, there's a lot that is still a distance to go, but what we have achieved and what yourselves have achieved in that space of time is really quite phenomenal. And to the extent of where, when we talked previously about Muirfield and about the digital classroom and about everything, there was no surprise about seeing schools like Redburn included in that. That it was because that's just the way it is. So again, to reiterate my thanks to Derek for once again listening and taking on board our concerns. And again, to me, all of this is important. But recommendation 12 was crucial to this, about listening to the parents, the carers, the stakeholders. And the fact that this has been taken forward is to say thank you very much. Thank you for all of that.
Thanks for those kind comments, Claire. Councillor McGowan is next. Agnes.
I also was in the ASN review group and thoroughly enjoyed being on it, and I'm now absolutely delighted to see all the recommendations being actually put into action. I'm aware that there was a large number of applications this year, larger than usual, for ASN establishments. So I'm delighted to see that the reconfiguration of the ASN estate is moving on at pace, and I will look forward to seeing the developments in that. Maybe Anne could just give me a wee report on how that's going at present. I'm very interested in that, because for so long in the past, ASN establishments, I'm afraid, have been in the periphery sometimes, not always, but sometimes. And I'm delighted to see them being fully integrated into the education system and refurbished to a high standard. So that's something that I'm very happy about. And I think that when the new buildings and new establishments come online, it will hopefully relieve the pressure on the numbers requiring support, and they will get the support that they require. A second question is that there's a programme to develop training for staff is being devised, and it said it would deliver January 2020 to August 2021. Now, as we know, this has been a difficult year. Did this training get off the ground, and how far did it get? Because it's important to have the staff in place and trained for when everybody's back at school after the lockdown. I was going to ask about trade unions, but Jordan asked that. And the last thing to say is that I'm absolutely delighted about the sounding board going so well. Communication is key to any new development, so well done on the sounding board. Thank you, Anne.
Thanks very much for that, Agnes. A couple of questions in there, Anne. Do you want to pick them up?
Yes, I will pick them up. I would acknowledge, as you've referenced there, Councillor McGowan, there has been a significant number of requests for applications, and like you, a big part of working towards providing additional resourcing is the reconfiguration of our estate. As I mentioned earlier in the report, we do have a statutory consultation process now online. It's quite a complex process, and again, thanks very much to staff across not only education and families, but across other teams in the council who have really supported getting this process online. So 5 consultations at the one time is actually quite a significant piece of work to be doing. The consultations are online, as I mentioned earlier. The consultation process will end on the 31st of March, and we have consultation meetings which are included within the consultation proposal paperwork. It's on the website. All of that can be accessed. I'm happy to share any of the links with you there. The dates of the consultation meetings are running through from the 9th through to the 11th of March, and that's all online, and you can access those quite easily. You'll be able to see where they are, when they are. I want to say a huge thanks to our education and families managers who are leading on these consultations, and other colleagues who will also be engaged from across a range of services. I want to acknowledge the support that we've had from enterprise and communities, and also from our own social work colleagues, because an awful lot of the work in terms of the reconfiguration, as you saw in the paper in November, relies on this integrated partnership approach. So the consultation is ongoing. Everything can be accessed online. One of the things that we are working on just now, and it takes me back to the comment made by Councillor Linden, is how we can best support our young people in these establishments to share their views. And a lot of work is being done around the planning for that just now. And that comes back to some of the work that we've already highlighted in terms of the integrated wellbeing approach and the cluster model in order to support the children moving forward. Happy to provide any further information, Councillor McGowan, if you would require it. I can move on to your second question, if that's okay with yourself. And the second question is about training for staff. I do want to really recognise and acknowledge that we had planned training, as you know, around recommendation 1, which was in relation to the changes to our policies which were introduced in terms of promoting positive behaviour. Some of that training, because of the interactive nature of it, had to be paused, but dates are already in line so that that can start again as soon as we are able to do, based on risk assessments. But I do want to acknowledge the phenomenal work that's been done by the digital school in order to make sure that we have training online, the work of our digital inclusion lead, and also the work that's been done by the SAC team and the leadership framework and the innovation hub to make sure that we have got digital training. And we're also rolling that out through ourselves and through our cluster support teachers. So a lot of training is ongoing thanks to a significant number of people. Thanks, Councillor McGowan.
Thanks very much, Anne. I think Councillor McGowan's content with those answers. Yep, that's great. Thanks, Agnes. And Councillor Burrows is the final councillor in the chat. Bob?
Convener, it's not a question, it's just a comment, and it's in support about the ASN working group. As part of the working group, along with my colleagues across party, I'm actually delighted, in fact, Convener, that the questions that are coming up or the comments are coming from those within that the review. It's because I need to say there was a lot of time and effort put in by all members, and I think I need to say, although it took a lot of time, it was really positive, it was really enthusiastic, and there was a really good link between the officers and elected members. I think it's right that Derek Brown gets the praise as the head of service, and he should do, but equally we have to say a big thank you to Anne Monroe. Excuse me. I mean, her enthusiasm is you can hear it in her voice, and clearly her and her team moving this forward. It's actually really good, Convener, that when you do an important piece of work and you see the outputs coming to the committee, it's really encouraging. But I need to say that there are 12 recommendations there, and as the officers have said, you can't take them in isolation. Every one of them all integrate, and that's the important part of it. Now we know that the ASN service had to be reviewed, and it will now be a better place as we go forward. Just want to say, Convener, that I really look forward to the year and years ahead where we can see an unbelievable improvement to the ASN service. Thank you to the team, all the officers, but also thank you to the review, the members that took part in that. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Bob. I think I made the mistake at the last meeting of trying to name everybody who was on the ASN review group, and I missed a couple of people out, so I'm not going to do that this time, but I just absolutely share the comments and points that have been raised there by Councillor Burrows and others who have contributed. It was, I think, a 10-month exercise and a really impressive piece of work that has been carried out and is now being continued, and the legacy of that, I'm sure, will be experienced for many years to come. So thank you very much to everybody for their contributions on this agenda item. We'll be happy to agree the recommendations. Thank you very much, colleagues. That takes us on to agenda item number 7, which is tackling domestic abuse support for adults and families. Alison Gordon, Chief Social Work Officer, is here to take us through the main points in this report. Alison, over to you.
Thanks, Convener. The report, as members will have read, provides an update on a range of improvement activity that's being undertaken to address domestic abuse within North Lanarkshire, and you'll see from the detail provided in the report that this is an issue that still has a significant adverse impact, principally on women and girls, but also on the wider community. The report in particular focuses on improvement activity within education and family service, but also sets that within the context of wider partnership working, and looks at the work that we're doing to address needs, to safeguard victims, to support recovery, but also ultimately to make change in terms of a longer term ambition to prevent domestic abuse from happening. So there's also information about some of that activity too. So section 1 of the report, as you will see, provides more information about the context within North Lanarkshire. You'll see that the Violence Against Women Strategic Partnership is the main vehicle for planning the wider partnership approach in relation to domestic abuse. And that's a partnership that involves both statutory partners across a range of agencies and key specialist providers of services as well. But domestic abuse is also a key priority within the Community Justice Plan and within the Children's Services Plan. And indeed, you'll be very aware that there's been huge efforts nationally to create a policy and legislative environment that really supports agencies do all they can to tackle domestic abuse. There's been a lot of developments over recent years. They're set out in section 1.2 of the report, and framed ultimately through Equally Safe, Scotland's strategy to eradicate violence against women and girls, but a lot of supplementary legislation as well. But despite that, you'll see, as outlined at 1.3 of the report, prevalence within North Lanarkshire is incredibly high. And that also takes account of doesn't take account of the fact that the figures that you're seeing in the report probably are an underestimate, given that we know that not all domestic abuse is reported. And we have seen a small increase as well during the pandemic period, and that's something that also has been reported nationally. In that context, as members will be aware from the report that went to committee in May earlier this year, we had undertaken a review over 2019-20, including was supported by an independently commissioned organisation to look at domestic abuse services across North Lanarkshire. And some of the findings from that review about areas which could be strengthened have informed the improvement activity. So that's areas like a more coherent approach across services, better pathways, particularly for those situations which are assessed as lower risk but still have a really corrosive impact on women, families and communities. To address some of the needs of groups that are less underrepresented currently within services, as well as to really try and shift and do further work around early intervention and prevention. And that really has set the context for the work that's described in section 2 of the report. In terms of the partnership, you'll see that although there had been plans for us to make some adjustments to the structure of the partnership, those have been paused to allow us to get a go-ahead and just meet more regularly over the period of the pandemic to ensure that we are as coordinated as possible in our approach to addressing the additional impacts of domestic abuse. There are some particular challenges just now which are described and really arise from the slowdown in business through the courts, which means that there is a longer time for cases to get to court. It's more challenging, therefore, for the women who are generally the victims in these situations, and to make sure that people are supported within the current climate. But there is a lot of improvement activity that's being driven forward. You will see that we have agreed across the partnership, but certainly within the council, to use DART, a core awareness raising tool, which has now been published on Learn NL, to ensure that all staff have a consistent approach and understanding of domestic abuse and the dynamics of domestic abuse. And that was launched at the end of last year, and the aim is that everyone within our service will have completed their DART training by the end of June. There is some specific work that's been undertaken in social work services. There was concern about the consistency of risk assessment in terms of adult victims of domestic abuse, and there has been particular work done to roll out and ensure the consistent use of DASH-RIC, which is a particular I suppose, checklist which helps us assess risk, and which has been, and we've launched training for our initial cohort of children and families workers, and that will be expanded and continue throughout the year. We also are continuing to review and build on the MARAC as multi-agency risk assessment conferencing, and have just initiated a new data set to support that. Significantly, and one of the key drivers for us has been the implementation of practice around Safe and Together, which is really a way of working which is child-centred, which is perpetrator-focused, and which really is based on a strengths-based approach and partnering with mainly women survivors of domestic abuse, whether they have continued within their relationship or whether they have left the relationship, to ensure the safety of them and support of them and their children. And you'll see from the information in the report that we've undertaken extensive training, and despite the pandemic, we've hit the targets for our training action plan over the last year. And there's a quote in there which I think hopefully reflects the fact that it is an approach which can, I suppose, radically improve the experience of survivors in relation to their interface with services. So that's something that we very much will continue to champion and continue to roll out. The other activity that is reflected in the report is aimed more around prevention. Obviously, we can't tackle domestic abuse without tackling the behaviour of the perpetrators. As reported previously in social work officer reports, unfortunately, we are not funded to implement the Caledonian programme, which is the most established programme within Scotland at the moment. But we made a decision within the service that we couldn't sit back and wait, because of the high numbers of offenders that we're working with within justice services who have convictions relating to domestic abuse. So we commissioned through the Section 27 core grant a programme which was developed through Portsmouth and has been adopted in a number of other authority areas in England and since in Scotland, which offers the opportunity to offer a specialist programme which can be offered on a group work 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 basis. All of our key justice staff have now been trained in that programme, and that is just about to be rolled out. Significantly, because the programme doesn't have to be done purely on a group work basis, we can implement it despite the current restrictions, and are prioritising the situations and the individuals we want to work with through that programme. And last but not least, in terms of early prevention and intervention, we are planning and working to refresh the work that we have previously done around mentors and violence prevention in schools. So 18 of our schools previously have had a level of engagement with that programme. We're working to spread that across all our relevant secondary schools, and to make sure that that is really embedded in the work that we do. It links as well with the work that we've spoken about previously around contextual safeguarding, because it also addresses some of the issues around peer-on-peer abuse, violence, unhealthy relationships. So it's really another critical area of work for us going forward. So in relation to this report, committee is asked to endorse the direction of travel and support the improvement activity that's ongoing, and to support the fact that we would develop further our strategy and improvement planning and building on the work that's been undertaken to date.
Thank you very much, Alison, for that report. Councillor Johnson. Tom Johnson's first in the chat. Tom?
Thanks, convener. It's just that point.
Sorry, Tom, I don't know if it's just my computer, you're breaking up a wee bit. Sorry, Tom, can I ask you to maybe turn your camera off? I'm struggling to hear you.
Hello?
Yep, I can hear you now, Tom.
Right,
Can
it's
hear you
just
now,
that
Tom. You can carry
paragraph
on.
2.8. Right, thanks. At paragraph 2.8, North Lanarkshire has not been successful in accessing funding to implement the Caledonian programme, which is now supported in 2/3 of local authority areas in Scotland. What were the reasons why North Lanarkshire was unsuccessful?
Thank you. Alison?
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. The programme is so the way that this has been rolled out was initially with some pilot local authorities, and then there was a bid-in process where the council had to basically make a bid for funding support and identify how it would roll out the process. We received, this was about 2 years ago, we received some feedback about that, which was in part about the level of resource that we required to support the rollout. But there hasn't since been the opportunity to bid into that funding again. So at the moment, although it is a programme that's supported by government, and it's not one where there has been a funding model that supports all local authorities yet implement it. So although there may be opportunities in future, and there are some pilots going on as well with non-mandated programmes for Caledonian, so that's for people who don't have convictions, but where there are concerns about domestic abuse, there has not been another offer as yet to bid into that programme again.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McGowan, Agnes?
Thanks, convener. Thanks, Frank. The SNP group have a third recommendation that we would like to add to the recommendations. Is this the right time to bring it up? I'm not sure about that.
You can, it may be worth waiting to the end, Agnes. I see there are a few. Oh,
sorry.
See there are a few speakers. It may be worth waiting to the end of the speakers, and then if you've got an amendment or an additional recommendation,
yeah,
we can maybe take it at that point if that's okay with you.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine, Frank.
Thank you, Councillor London.
Thanks, convener. Two questions really. Welcome the report, Alison, very interesting. In terms of section 2.9 of the report, where we talk about the Up To You group, recognising the challenges of delivering that service and that work against the backdrop of COVID, particularly the group work sessions, I wondered, obviously I understand the sensitivity and the challenge of delivering these group work sessions with technology, and it may or may not be appropriate to do so. But I wondered what consideration officers had given to utilising digital in the short term to get that group work started for that Up To You project, you know, to supplement the one-to-one worker or small group that is currently ongoing. And then secondly, section 2.11 of the report, great to see MVP being recognised, and I know firsthand the impact it has on the young people who engage in that, and it really does have a profound impact. I think that in particular, the recognition that that very early intervention and taking that message to young people, it does have a kind of generational impact. I think that's a key to the work that we're doing on prevention. And my question then in practical sense is, what does that expansion look like in practice? Is it going to be offered to all of our young people? Is it going to be offered to on a cluster basis? How are we going to get it to young people to ensure as maximum an impact as possible?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Linden. So first of all, in relation to the rollout, There are some challenges of offering group work of this type on a virtual basis. So at this point, it wouldn't be our starting point, particularly with a new programme. The particular type of work, as you will appreciate, requires skilled facilitation. There's an issue about reading body language as well as verbal communication. There's an issue about the sensitivity of the material and the sort of dynamic between people within a group situation. And whilst it's not to say we could never pick up any element of this work virtually, I think at this point too, it's not something in terms of the programme, I suppose the Portsmouth who have developed the programme, that they would necessarily recommend as our starting point. We can do, and we do have facilities to offer safely in safe spaces, one-to-one, two-to-one work, and that would be our starting point with the highest priority situations. We will continue to explore the potential to supplement that with online activity. And it was online, I mean, we had to do all of the training online, which was a massive, I suppose, change to the planned programme as well for this. But we would be cautious about starting a new programme which has really been evaluated in terms of its delivery in live situations through a digital situation, when it we have to be so careful, I suppose, with the potential impacts. So we wouldn't rule it out, but not just now as our starting point. In relation to MVP, absolutely, at the moment we're doing, and the health and wellbeing team in SAC are leading on this, really are doing a scoping really about where all of our schools and clusters are at in terms of, have we retained the people who were the experts and who were delivering before? It's really looking at readiness. And beyond that, as part of the cluster planning and cluster improvement work, we absolutely would want to be rolling this out across all of our clusters. So we would ultimately, and we need to come up, and we can certainly feed back at a later date on a more detailed plan for this. We would want to be reaching all of our young people, and it does align, as I said before, really well too with our contextual safeguarding work that we're taking forward on a council basis.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen. Caroline.
Hi there. Hi there, sorry, just unmuted there. My question's kind of been asked. It was regarding the Caledonian programme. However, can I just ask what we are going to do to try and rectify this, and how we can move forward in the future of trying to get this funding for the Caledonian programme to be successful in North Lanarkshire?
So we certainly have raised through in our contacts with key leads at Scottish Government and through professional networks a view, and as have other local authorities who aren't yet funded and who also have high rates of prevalence, the fact that we think it would be helpful if there was a national approach to this. However, at this point in time, it's not clear whether or not the funding will be available for the rollout of the programme across the remaining local authorities. And there has been, as I said before, a focus on testing out non-mandated programmes. It's really for that reason, as I say, that ourselves and a couple of other areas have agreed that rather than wait, we need to do what we can in the interim in terms of addressing perpetrator behaviour by ensuring that our staff have the tools to really work constructively and in a focused way with individuals, mostly men, obviously, who we're working with convictions for domestic abuse. There will be, as part of that programme, you will see in the paper, partner support as well. And we will continue to work with Portsmouth too about the whole evaluation round about that. So if there is an offer in terms of Caledonian at a later stage, we would need to look at how and whether we transition to that and how that was best managed. But certainly it's something that we wouldn't dismiss if there was the opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Kirsten Larson is next. Kirsten.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so this is obviously a very specialised area of delivery for the council, complex and sensitive. I'm wondering what consultation have we, maybe consultation is the wrong word, have we worked with all stakeholders, i.e. police and social work, but also, and very importantly, the voluntary sector? Are they pleased and happy with the strategy improvement plan as seen by the council? And as well as that, what, if any, involvement have victims of domestic violence had in feeding into the approach overall? Thanks, Chair.
Okay. So a couple of strands to that. Clearly, there has been work done with the partnership as a whole, and some of the activity that's reflected here, although I've focused today on the rollout within families, is improvement activity that has been supported and discussed with the partnership. That includes all services, including the police, rolling out DART. Dash RIC is also being rolled out within housing, etc. And in other areas. So, and Safe and Together is something that there has been discussion with providers about. So that includes the independent third sector providers and who are part of the implementation, the multi-agency steering group for Safe and Together, for example. So Women's Aid at the moment are part of that group in terms of the rollout of that. So obviously cited in what we're doing. There's also governance through both the Child Protection Committee and the Children's Services Partnership, both of which also have third sector representation on. In terms of the engagement with individuals who are impacted by domestic abuse, it varies across the different strands. The review activity, as part of the review activity that was undertaken in 2019-20, the independent consultancy that did that had some engagement with victims, and that obviously supported inform the information that they fed back to us there too about areas that needed strengthened. Within our work, we are building in I suppose that feedback in relation to our ongoing work. So I think there's reference, just trying to find it within the report, to survey activity that we will continue to do, both our justice services in terms of the partner work they're doing to make sure that that there's a positive impact and we get feedback from a victim perspective too in relation to that work as it's progressed, because as I said before, some victims will remain in relationships, some won't through this period, so we need to understand from both perspectives as well. And similarly, we are developing with our business intelligence colleagues in the council a survey that we can use on an ongoing basis through children and family services as well, because what we're trying to move away from is one-off periods of consultation to a system where we're engaging on an ongoing basis with people and feeding in those views back into service delivery and service development. So that's something we're trying to do in terms of building that into the way that we deliver all of our services going forward.
Thanks, Alison.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Feeney. Angela?
Thanks, Frank. Mine's is more kind of a comment, Alison. I feel as if the link council maybe.
Oh, sorry, Angela, you're breaking up. It might just be my system, Angela. Sorry, can I ask you to maybe put your camera off and try again? It's just I'm struggling to hear you.
Okay, no bother. Hi, Frank, can you hear me better now? Hi, Frank, can you hear me better now?
Sorry, yeah, that's much better. Thanks, Andrew.
Alison, yeah, thanks, Frank. I think my concerns is when people think of domestic violence, women think of domestic violence, they think of Women's Aid. That would be their first port of call. And now the tendering process, obviously they've not kind of won the contract, and it'll be difficult for them to continue within kind of North Lanarkshire and offering that service. And understand this is a way forward, because we really need to break the cycle of abuse that seems to happen. We need to nip that and in the bud and through education, whatever. And that offenders need to be rehabilitated and education put in place. But my worry is that it would be at detriment of victims. There seems to be a focus now on the perpetrator, and quite rightly so. Again, that all has to be helped, but I'm more concerned now about the victims now, where they would normally go to Women's Aid, and how that's going to link in. Thanks, Alison.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that agenda item is coming up, further down the our order today. But I mean, just broadly, Alison, could you maybe just pick up on some of the points raised by Councillor Feeney?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and I hope I was clear enough earlier that there absolutely needs to be a focus on victims, and specialist domestic abuse services have a key role to play within that. I'd guessing that there may be further discussion about this later in the agenda, but Women's Aid have been key strategic partners to date. Not only in relation to the Commission services, but they obviously provide refuge, and they are funded to provide other support services in North Lanarkshire. And I would anticipate that would be the case going forwards, and that they would continue to be part of the landscape, as would be other organisations that we engage with, including Rape Crisis and other organisations within the third and voluntary sector that provide support. And similarly, we obviously have, as referenced in the report, Assist, which receives direct referrals funded from government and receives direct referrals from the police, which also focuses on victims, as do obviously a range of our own council services, not just within social work and education, but also within housing. So it's really about, I think, what I was trying to convey really is the importance of a coherent approach across all of these services to supporting women primarily, but also other victims of domestic abuse, because that is going to be absolutely important. But ultimately, it's not sufficient in itself to achieve change, and to achieve change, we need to tackle these other areas as well. So it's not to underplay the importance of the work around support, safeguarding and recovery for victims. And just, I suppose, just to say that the funding for, just one last thing to add on that the funding that has been invested in relation to the Up To You programme is from the Justice budget. It is from the core Section 27 budget. It has no impact on the wider support services, and in fact, obviously, because there is a partner support element of that, I would hope that it would be enhancing wider support services as well for victims.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, we'll go back to Agnes. Agnes, you had an additional recommendation.
Yeah, I think Andrew's got it, I hope, to bring up.
Andrew, I'll share that to members.
Yeah.
Okay, Agnes, would you like to say anything about this, or?
Yep, yeah, I'll briefly say something. I'm really pleased that North Lanarkshire is committed to meeting all needs of people who suffer from domestic abuse. I mean, I wrote down, we've mentioned a lot of them today, but I wrote them all down, you know, mentors and violence prevention programme, DASH assessment tool, violence against women strategic group, DAP, domestic abuse awareness raising, multi-agency steering group, specialist training, and women's aid adding into that. Now, I think that all these strategies are very, very admirable, and they will help the victims, and they're meeting all needs. But domestic abuse is a scourge in our society, and we must ensure that we have the domestic abuse service which will meet current demand in its widest sense. Now, I was pleased, I think Alison said there that women's aid would be part of the landscape. I think so. I'm delighted that that suggestion is there, that they will be, you know, part of the whole system. They are very skilled in dealing with domestic abuse, and as we know, domestic abuse has risen during COVID, so we need the best systems that we can possibly manage to deal with this. Monklands, Motherwell, Wishaw and North Lanarkshire, Cumbernauld and Kilsyth, they provide specialist responsive domestic abuse services to women, children and young people who have experienced domestic abuse who are seeking to escape. So we wanted to bring in this extra recommendation to make sure that they're remembered, that they're appreciated, and I will be delighted if, as Alison said, that they remain to be a part of the landscape, and these skills will not be, we don't want to, as it were, throw out the baby with the bathwater. We want to utilise all the skills that we have in North Lanarkshire, and I hope that will be the case in the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Agnes. I don't think anybody would disagree with your added suggestion there. I mean, certainly Women's Aid are a key partner for North Lanarkshire Council and will continue to be a key partner in tackling the scourge of domestic abuse. I have absolutely no doubt about that whatsoever. As Alison highlighted, they remain a partner on a whole range of areas, and it would be the intention of the council that we can continue to work closely with Women's Aid moving forward. So I don't see any issue with that proposed third recommendation. I don't see anybody in the chat bar proposing anything else. So are we happy to agree that along with the other recommendations, colleagues?
I was to second it.
Oh, sorry, Tom.
Yes.
Sorry, Tom. Carry on. Carry on.
There's me sitting here tense and excited, waiting to second it. You see, Frank.
Okay.
Basically, just to second what Agnes said, and we know from correspondence that Women's Aid have written to all 32 authorities. They're a little bit worried about their situation in North Lanarkshire, and they're concerned that North Lanarkshire could be the first authority out of the 32 which isn't working with them. So this has been put down basically as a marker, and I hope what I hear, the spirit is that we will try and continue to work with Women's Aid as much as we can. Obviously, there's a wider context now. It's a more coordinated and coherent policy going forward on domestic abuse. But and obviously the culture is that a lot of are really put their faith and their trust in the long work that Women's Aid have done in the authority. So it's very important at this point that we share that. Obviously, we're going to be working more with perpetrators as well, but it's to make sure that women who have the culture of working closely with Women's Aid will still be able to feel that bit of safety that they're calling for. Thanks.
No, thanks for that, Tom. And again, I would just reiterate what I said a few moments ago, that we continue to work closely with Women's Aid in a whole range of areas, and I would expect that to continue. Fiona Fotheringham is in the chat bar. Fiona?
Hi there, just brief comments. as you know, I've previously spoken on both Women's Aid and Fearless in Motions to the Council. And again, just reiterating what people have already said, that the work that is being carried out with vulnerable victims and families is immense. Margaret Ann Jones, I work obviously with the Mother and Wisher team, and they are providing amazing support. Obviously, we're talking about continued partnerships, which is great, but obviously from the Women's Aid side, they need that funding attached to those partnerships as well to be able to continue operating. There is fabulous 17 safe houses, which are crucial as well to the people of Motherwell and Wishaw. And I suppose it's just continuation of all these services as well that is really, really important, because obviously they're receiving a lot of referrals right across the board. So I suppose it was just really to reiterate that the 17 safe houses that they have and the continued funding to operate these safe houses is obviously extremely important for this service to continue. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Fiona. Okay, colleagues, we have the recommendations, the two recommendations, and the third recommendation as has been presented. Are we happy to agree with that? Yes. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. I'm conscious Andrew has very kindly reminded me that it's now 5 o'clock and that we've been at it now for 3 hours. Is it members wish that we continue or that we have a 5-minute comfort break? I'm conscious people have been sitting on their screens now for 3 hours. We can come back at 5:10, or we can carry on. Is there a view from the committee? Happy that we take a 5-minute comfort break? Okay, I see thumbs up. Okay, we'll be back here at 5:10. Thanks very much, colleagues.
Can I remind the committee that the live stream will be continuing, so you're suggested to keep your microphone on mute and to turn your camera off for the break.
Okay, I see most colleagues are back now, so we'll just carry on with the agenda. Takes us on to agenda item number 8, which is in relation to Steps Primary School, the remedial works and capacity pressures and community provision. Colleagues, I would just say to you there is an error in this paper. At recommendation 1 should be approve rather than note. So we'll be looking to make that change as part of the recommendations moving forward. I'll ask James McKinstry if he can highlight the main points in the report. Thanks very much. James.
Okay, thank you, Convener. Can I also say that recommendation 2 should also read approved also.
Sorry, 1 and 2, yeah.
Okay, so just moving on to the report itself, Convener, this is a joint report from both the Education Department and also the Enterprise and Communities Service. In essence, what the report deals with is the ongoing capacity issues at the school campus due to the increase in school roll, whilst leaking, and also the remedial work that's been carried out at school for the drainage issues, and also looking to keep community usage available on the site once that remedial work is complete, and also linking that into the future lifting of COVID restrictions. So what the report summarises going forward is the continuation and the completion of the ongoing remedial works to the school drainage system, the ongoing pressure on education provision at the campus. The school is currently operating at 120% of capacity. Modular units are programmed to be installed in the campus in May of this year, and they will be available for occupation from the summer onwards. And we're also planning to convert the current public library space into classroom accommodation. In both the modular units and the public library conversion in the first instance, they would be used for decant purposes, allowing for children and staff to decant to these areas from classroom areas in order that the drainage work that we're doing at the school on an ongoing basis can be completed. And once that drainage work is complete, the modular units would remain on site and they would be available for alternative use. Within the school building, the public library conversion will remain as permanent classroom accommodation. We've been working very close with education services. We believe that's the correct solution for managing education provision for a number of reasons, keeping the kids within the one building, for example, and also the amount of disruption that's been caused in the campus through the work that's been done to date, and also the ongoing implications of the COVID pandemic and the disruption it's been causing on pupils' education. The modular units that would be on the site would then be converted for public library provision to be utilised once all the works are complete, and also subject to lifting of the COVID restrictions. And that would retain the full principles of a community campus on the site. I could also update committee that we have, since the report has been published, we have met with local elected members. We've also met with the parent council of the school, and we've met with the community council of Steps and District also. And we have worked very closely with Culture and Leisure North Lanarkshire to make sure that this alternative provision, community provision, can be provided successfully for the community going forward. Indeed, we've looked at a typical week within the campus, and both ourselves and Culture and Leisure North Lanarkshire are confident that all lets that are happening at the campus could be provided at the campus going forward once the work's complete, and also once all the COVID restrictions are lifted. So the recommendations are contained in page 86 of your report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Just before I bring in any of our anybody want to comment or question, Gerard McLaughlin's head of education covering that area. Is there anything, Gerard, you would want to add?
I suppose just would add to the fact of there has been and will continue to be a disruption to the children and young people. However, we have spoken to the parent council, the head teacher and the staff about the proposals moving forward. What's been proposed within this paper gives the best options available to the council to ensure the work is carried out, at the same time minimising the disruption to the children and young people. You're all fully aware that the primary 1 to 3s have just returned, along with their early years. We're trying to minimise the disruption to them. Councillor Hogg mentioned earlier on about the mental health and wellbeing of the young people. These types of moves can have a detrimental effect to the children and young people, and it's got to be done in a staged and managed way where we're communicating not only with the community, the parent council, but most importantly, the children and young people who are using that building on a day-to-day basis. So it's very important. You know, I would say the fact is that there's a note, obviously, what's been done here, but we get the agreement of education and families with regards to this to minimise any future disruption to the children and young people within that particular establishment.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Gerard. Okay, I'll open up the questions now. Councillor Lennon, Greg.
Chair, thank you very much. Again, I don't know if this is the correct stage to do this or else wait until others have said their comments and asked their questions, but the SNP group would like to propose an amendment to this paper.
Okay, I'm happy to take that at the end if that's okay. To take questions just now. Greg, thanks very much for that. So the first question I see is from Councillor McLaren. John.
Thanks for that, convener. After a lengthy community board meeting last night, it doesn't sound as though we've got a happy relationship with the community council. We all get emails from them yesterday. You've probably received them, the same as myself. Their concerns are that we have not communicated them enough. That was put straight across last night at the community board. And the thing that really annoying them now is the library. They feel that they've been shortchanged by the offer of a mobile library without any IT system in it or anything at all like that. We're looking for something a wee bit more permanent and something that's going to be more acceptable than a mobile library.
Okay, James, do you want to just touch on the discussions that have been taking place? Obviously, there's no public access to community facilities at present because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But obviously moving forward, there are plans to retain a permanent presence on the campus that the community can access on the same terms effectively that they do at present. So can you just give some clarification and reassurance around that specific issue that Councillor McLaren's raised there?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of points I'd make in relation to not communicating with the community council enough. I think myself and a number of officers, including officers from education, met with the community council last Thursday evening, and also there's been other communications with the community council on a regular basis as well. And so you know, and there is commitment to continue discussions with the community council if they wish us to do so as we go forward. The council's also got a community team as well. It's in regular discussions with community councils across all areas of North Lanarkshire. So I understand where the community council are coming from, but I would like to give committee assurance that you know, we are communicating with the community council. We don't have any interest in imposing anything in any community of North Lanarkshire Council, and that's not the approach that we take. In relation to the modular unit, I think there's a few things I'd want to point out in that. You've already seen in the presentation, in one of the presentations today, the quality of modular accommodation for pre-5s education. So if we could put the 1140 programme, if we could put the very youngest of our stakeholders into that type of accommodation and give a very good service provision, there's no doubt that we cannot do the same with a library provision which serves a wider group of the community. These are not huts. These are quality 21st century modular accommodation. In relation to IT systems in the modular accommodation, I don't see any problems with that going forward. Indeed, we spoke when we spoke with the community council on Thursday evening. We advised them that going forward, in terms of, you know, that they can have some influence in how the facility will look, what will be in the facility as well. We'd obviously work within, you know, the resource requirements that we have to work within, and also the standardisation of things across other public library provision within North Lanarkshire. But what the work does
is it allows us to continue with a significant piece of work, a school that's got hundreds of kids in it, where we do have issues with the drainage which need to be resolved, which have been resolved at the moment. We now need to get into the classrooms of the schools. We need to decant the kids from the school to do that, and we can do that whilst retaining full community provision on the campus. That's the essence of what the report's about.
Thanks very much for that, James. Councillor Johnson, Tom.
No, it's me, Frank. Sorry. Or is it Tom? Oh, sorry.
I think it is Tom.
Oh, sorry, indeed.
Right. Hello. It's just to say the figures in here are pretty startling. Area is going to be basically full of houses. It's a commuter area for Glasgow, as the report says. It's almost naturally made to be a commuter area for Glasgow, and we find that the figures there, 328 capacity, and it's got a roll of 307. It's over about 120. It's now 394, and you've got 200 houses at Horns Hill, and possibly another 140, I think it is, in the local the old area near the roundabouts. A huge issue, and the school was opened as recently as 2007, built in a very limited area because of peat, I understand, and it looks as if it's simply going to be overwhelmed with these figures once these other areas are built, Horns Hill and in the old black and white factory area. So to me, it looks a huge issue. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Tom. I mean, the one thing, a few points I would raise in terms of that. The first is that obviously there have been authority decisions to refuse planning applications for housing that have been overturned by Scottish Government reporter. There's immense pressure on the school estate. That's something that we need to reflect upon. And the government reporter needs to reflect upon. There is also a challenge, I think, around placing requests, and placing requests that the service are highlighting when a school is over capacity, that those decisions are then being overturned at appeal, which again is placing more pressure on the school campus. So all of these issues are creating a specific issue in the steps area. But you're right, if we don't get on top of this, the alternative is that young people are going to have to be bussed out with their community to a school in Cumbernauld or somewhere else. So these are the challenges that we face, and this is the reason why the paper's here presented before you today. James, anything you want to add to that?
No, I think what Councillor Johnson is saying there is correct. There's a number of issues that are contributing to the capacity issues at the school. There's placing requests, there's a house building, there's an area within the catchment that used to be zoned in terms of local government boundaries to Glasgow. That's now zoned to steps. And what we're doing here is we're bringing forward a proposal in the paper which we believe will help manage those situations. If the house building was to continue going out, we would probably need to look at a new school in the wider area. The numbers don't say that that's needed at the present time, but as Councillor McNally said, planning applications still continue to come in. The council considers them, and depending on what the council's response is, there's various other routes which developers may wish to go.
Councillor Cathy Johnson, your turn now, Cathy.
My turn now, but he's stolen my thunder. He must have read my mind because I was going to say the same thing. But James has actually answered one of my questions without being asked it, because there are a lot of placing requests for people who have bought homes in steps very near the school, and they have to, in a placing request, to have their child into steps primary, and that really can't go on. And I was going to go on from there to ask about, would the answer not be that another school be built in the area if the land is available? Is there land available that you could have another school? I don't know the size of the new building sites that that are being planned, whether you need one or two new schools. Can you give me any answers to that? Because obviously this is just a sticking plaster exercise, because the school will just continue to burst, grow and grow and burst. I'm sorry for saying that, but that's the way it looks to me. So are there any plans for a new school? Is there a land available?
James, do you want to comment on that? Obviously, there's nothing in the pipeline at present, but are you wanting to make any comment on that?
There's no plans to build a new school at the moment, but certainly you'll see one of the recommendations in the report is to keep the roles under review. So in terms, that's work that might need to get carried forward going forward in relation to land, etc. There's always land in an area as to whether that land is suitable for constructing a large school or not. In terms, that's something that has to be considered as part of feasibility work. But what we have in front of you, I wouldn't describe this as a sticky plaster. We've got a campus that's experiencing a number of issues. There's been drainage issues at the school that need to be rectified. We had a programme of work to do that drainage exercise, remediation exercise. It's been impacted on many things, including the COVID situation as well, because we have to make sure all the work protocols, etc., are carried forward in the correct manner. We've had significant disruption to children's education caused by both of those things, to be honest. And then we've got the challenge of trying to maintain community provision on the campus, and I think that's what we've done by the recommendation that we're bringing to the committee. And as I mentioned earlier, in reference to the presentation in 1140, this accommodation that is going into the school is of a very high quality accommodation. It would be, in my view, entirely suitable for community provision going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Landon, Jordan.
Thanks, convener. A comment and then a question. I guess just caveating my question with a recognition that it's a multifaceted and challenging situation. There is no doubt about that, and one that requires action in order to support ultimately children and young people's learning. That is what it's about. So I totally appreciate that. Normally, reports that have had a level of consultation and engagement would outline that engagement within them. And I've just cast my eye back over the report again, and I don't see any level of detail in respect to that. So I'm going to follow up on Councillor McLaren's question to see if we can get a bit more detail. I understand from James's answer that last week or 2 weeks ago, they met with the Community Council. So my questions therefore are, what engagement has taken place beyond that one meeting with the Community Council in that area? Because one meeting does not a consultation make. And has dialogue taken place more extensively with the Parent Council as well? Because I think that is clearly an issue of contention. We want to understand as members the level of community engagement that has taken place in formulating this response that is now before members. So an outline of how frequently they've been met with and what that dialogue looked like would be really helpful.
Okay, so Gerard can touch on the Parent Council engagement, and James, you can take the community engagement. James.
Yeah, I think there's a number of things I would say in response to that, Councillor Linden. First of all, we agreed about 18 months ago or so, having met with local elected members and the Community Council in Cumbernauld, that we would issue a regular communication update out to all stakeholders, and we've been doing that. I think we've been doing that monthly, every 4 to 6 weeks. So we've been keeping them advised of the programme of work, etc. And to be fair, that's been difficult at times as well, because it's been impacted by COVID as well. It's also impacted, as you probably would appreciate, by contractual relationships that we have with builders, and also with TSNL as well. So that these things all have to be taken into account. We also suggested at a time, in fact, I think we agreed, but I wouldn't want to kind of put words in other people's mouths. We agreed at that time that it was important to make sure that we were communicating with all the stakeholders at the same time, because we were being criticised, for example, for briefing the parent council ahead of the community council, etc. So that influenced how we approached things last week. And what we did a week past on Friday is we issued an email to all local elected members, to the parent council and to the community council, basically at the same time, within 5 minutes of each other, etc. And that was to stick to that principle. And what we did is we made ourselves available to each of these groups throughout last week. Indeed, one of the stakeholder groups I spoke to on the Friday, and we met with the local elected members on the Monday, and the parent council and the community council. I think we met both of them on the Thursday. We have been criticised in the past for speaking to one and not speaking to another, in terms, so we have decided that what we would do is we would launch everything at the same time. When we do that as well, we also receive criticism as well, but that's just the nature of what we have to consider at times.
Convener, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know you're coming to Gerard, but I have a supplementary on that. I still, and it could just be me, and forgive me, but I'm still not hearing an answer to the question I asked, which was, what was the involvement before the meetings last week with the community council, with the parent council, with the elected members? Was there a consultation exercise or engagement work that undertook before that helped inform the report that's before us today, and ultimately that was discussed with elected members 10 days or so ago? Sorry, Convener, I do feel like I'm trying to just narrow it down.
Okay, James, do you want to give some clarity?
I'm happy to come into that. I think the answer to that would be there was no detailed consultation. And under the scheme of delegation, it's my understanding the Executive Director has delegated authority for the management of education provision in all schools across North Lanarkshire. And the reason why it's going as approved is because we believe it's important that the committee give it consideration rather than just coming to note it. But the discussions will continue with the community council going forward. But the point I would like to leave you with is, in terms, we have capacity issues at this school where there is challenges delivering an education provision, and we have stated in the report that we would not be able to come up with a solution that would necessarily please all of us. So I think we had a responsibility as officers to make a recommendation, to put our stall out, if you like.
Okay, thank you for that. Gerard, do you want to just pick up on the parent council issue?
Yeah, just to pick up on the specific point that James mentioned back in last week in I think it was 18th of February, that the officers met with the parent council, and the main points for that was in relation to the rising role, the physical space where it is at the moment and moving forward. It was also mentioned about the increased numbers of the houses in the locality. There was also the issues discussed as we have here about the defined catchment areas. However, it was certainly talking about ensuring that we continue with the excellent reputation that the school actually has. And I believe at the end there was also a discussion around COVID. What I would say also is that that's in response to that particular meeting. But what I can give you reassurances about is the fact is there's been ongoing historical discussions with the parent council. This isn't the first time the parent council have heard of all these issues. What I think the meeting did do this time was bring all of it all together and to give a real clear sense of direction. And if I can just come back to the meeting with the community council, they did comment to us when we met those members about the fact of they had this time a clear timeline of what was going to happen. But to answer your specific question, there's been ongoing historical consultation with the school, talking through all the issues. But certainly I would say that the most recent meeting last week gave that sort of broad overview of a number of different issues. And overall, no one's happy about disruption to their children's education and about their schools. But overall, as far as what was being presented to them, they were pleased with the consultation. and the discussions and about our direction of travel moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Greg, Councillor Lennon, you've got a question. I also am conscious you've got an amendment. So do you want to ask your question?
Can I briefly ask my question, Chair? It's in relation to James McKinstry's comments there. I'm looking for a point of clarity. What he stipulated was that elected members in Cumbernauld are receiving updates in relation, I take it, is that this school site. And again, if that's the case, can you clarify that? I just heard that Cumbernauld councillors are updated regularly, but obviously this implicates Ward 6 and Ward 5.
I'm not sure if James was referring to a meeting that maybe took place in Cumbernauld. Was that right, James? It wasn't necessarily a discussion with Cumbernauld councillors. It was a meeting in Cumbernauld. Is that right, James?
Yeah. I think what I said, but just in case I kind of articulated it wrongly, I'll just repeat it again. Regular communication updates are given to all the stakeholders, including local elected members for the ward. But I referred to a meeting which was held in Fleming House in Cumbernauld with representatives of the Community Council and local elected members.
Okay, thank you. Tom Johnson, you've got a question, Tom?
It's simply that you know, it's happening in lots of places where you get extra pupils and hutted accommodation is put up, or in this case, it's maybe for libraries. If this is a PFI school, is it just simply a case that the council can move in and erect the hutted accommodation? Are there extra expenses because it's a PFI school? What's the actual position there?
Okay, I don't know if I would class it as hutted accommodation, Tom. It's fairly state
Hello, did you hear me?
Accommodation. I can hear you. Yeah. I'll ask James maybe just to talk about the sort of specifics around the PFI contract arrangements. James.
Okay, I'm not going to go too much into detail of PFI agreements.
Who puts it in? And
yeah, if I could just maybe come in. I mean, because it's 20 to 6 and I could spend all night talking about PFI contracts. So I'd be happy to follow up if any elected member wanted to get some detail about the PFI contracts. But what we do with a school that's a PPP school is, in terms of, is we have to go into contractual arrangements with the PPP provider. We've done all of that already. The modular unit was already going to be installed in the school anyway for the decant of the kids. We benchmark what comes to us with various things, like, for example, if we were to put a modular unit off our own accord, if you like, in another school across the council. So it's not any more expensive or any more cheaper than a non-PPP school for this work.
Okay, thanks, James. Can we move to the amendment now?
I'll put that up on screen now, convener.
Okay, I think members have seen that. Councillor Lennon, you want to formally move?
Chair, thank you. I'd look to formally move this amendment. I think that it's clear that other elected members have in relation to the lack of communication with local groups. This has been done over the last couple of weeks with local groups, bringing to the local elected members' attention further that the fact that this process has not included them at any point in their opinion. So we don't no longer have just a parent council or a community council. We have a number of community groups, as many members would know, that this is one of the most lettered schools in the authority, and a number of community groups utilise the space that's available there. I think a key consideration here is, although the proposal is to move the library, the community strongly feel opposed to the fact that, again, due to the increased population and house building, the lack of local amenities is a significant concern. So taking away local community usage is something that's very prevalent to those members. And I would say that there is a precedent in relation to this. I think it was the leader of the Conservatives that had proposed in 2018 that community rooms should not be used for school use, and that motion was approved back then. So I hope today that the Conservative Party would back this amendment for the sake of the local people. Thank you.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that? Oh, sorry, I'm just seeing the chat bar here. I think Councillor Gaelic has highlighted that her laptop's frozen. She's not seen the amendment. Can we share the amendment again, please, Andrew, so that members have the chance to have a look at it?
Yeah, and I've just emailed a copy to all members on the committee, but I'll put the amendment back up on the screen.
I've also pasted it in the chat, convener, if that's helpful.
So do we have a seconder for the amendment? Oh, Councillor McGowan, do you want to speak, Agnes? Are you happy
Just very briefly. I'm not from that area. I don't know a lot about the area. Schools are very important to me, and you know, a building such as this, which is used by the community in schools, there must be consultation. You know, we talk about community empowerment all the time. There's a community empowerment meeting that we go to. So I think the very basics of this is community empowerment, community engagement, if we want the happiness of the community. And as a councillor, that's what I want in my ward. So I imagine that the councillors in that ward, that is what they want. They want people to be content. So the basics are community consultation. So I think that must be done forthwith.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks very much for that, Agnes. I'll be moving the recommendations within the paper. I think, to be honest, for a few reasons. The first is that there have been extensive discussions that have taken place over a period of time. This is not a new issue at Steps. There have been challenges within the estate now for a while, and there's been ongoing discussions both from education and families and enterprise and communities around that. There is not going to be the permanent loss of community facilities on that campus. Those facilities will remain, and the same number of groups will have the exact same access as they've got just now. But we do have an issue around supporting the young people in that school and ensuring that they are receiving the education that they deserve. And we need to take urgent steps in order to do that. And if we don't, then there'll be a detrimental impact on the young people of Steps Primary. So I think we need to move forward with this. I think deferring it would impact that significantly. And I would formally move the recommendations within the paper.
I'd second that, Chair.
Councillor Logue, thank you.
Councillor
Logue, do you have a question?
Yeah, can we ask James to speculate if the decision was made today, James, to defer or delay the proposed works in that school? What would the practical implications be?
James?
I don't want to get too embroiled in the amendment, you know, because I certainly do not want to get involved in the politics. But I think if the sooner the work can continue at this campus, the sooner the job can be done, and we get back to a full operating campus. If the work is delayed in any way, in terms, you know, that takes longer to do. I mentioned earlier about contractual obligations. The contractor, i.e. the TSNL who provide the school, could actually carry out this work anyway. And if that work was done, we would have to look across Steps, across North Lanarkshire, to see where we would have to locate kids to continue with their education, or education would have to look at that in terms of, you know, continue with blended learning, etc. So I think the impact of it is it would impact on the programme of work, and by consequence of that, it could impact on the kids' education going forward.
Okay, thanks for that.
I think maybe just going to ask my education colleagues if I could just confirm with them or not if that's a correct reflection of what the situation would be.
Gerard, would that be your view?
I think Derek wants to come in.
Sorry, Derek.
Yeah, there's two things here, isn't there? And just before the vote goes, and again, not wishing to interfere in the political process, but just for information, the report's in two parts, isn't it? And the first part's really about the immediate actions that need to be taken around about the site, and the second part's more about the longer term functionality and facilities that are available around about the library. The issue really is if the report's deferred, that then jeopardises that first bit. What James is tactfully saying to you is that is a risk that would be difficult to manage from the point of view of the services he operates. So I just think members need to be aware of that before this vote takes place, that what we're talking about here is a report in two parts, the first part of which is very much about actions which needs to be undertaken, and the second part is that longer term piece around about community consultation. And I'll just leave it there so that people can draw their conclusions about what they need to do.
I would just finish by saying that, I think it's important to know that no community group has access to these facilities just now. They're not going to have access because of the COVID-19 restrictions, and there will be ongoing discussions that will take place, as have taken place since the works commenced with all key stakeholders, and there's no reason why that shouldn't take place moving forward. So Andrew, we've had sorry, Councillor Linden, do you have a question? I know you've been in already, but I'll bring you back in.
I've been in to ask questions, convener. I've not been in to contribute to the debate. Are we now not participating in debate? Is that the way it's working?
You can come in and comment if you wish.
Yep, thank you. I think it's really important, convener, that if we are going to be, and it's more about the process, I will comment briefly on the item. I think it's really important that if, as convener, you are going to be guiding members of any group, that the amendment should come towards the end after questions, that it is then the case that that is the way that it works. I don't think it's fair that the amendment is then lodged. We have Councillor Logue suddenly waking up and asking a question after we're getting to the debate section to then, frankly, ask officers to comment to then denigrate what is written in the amendment. I think that that's not the right process and certainly not the right procedure. It should be questions and then it should be up for members to then debate free of comment from officers for us to debate as politicians. And I think that what has happened here is unfair in terms of the process. Now,
Councillor Linden, if you can, no, you've just sorry if I can just interrupt you.
For what purpose are you interrupting me?
Well, because you've been specific around a course of action that's taken from the start of this committee today.
Well, perhaps in my 5 minutes of finish, convener, then you can have the chance to interrupt me.
I have asked elected members at the start of when they have indicated that they're moving an amendment, if they are happy for that to be taken at the end, so that members can ask questions about the contents of the report, to which members have been in agreement with. If Councillor Johnson and Councillor Lennon were not comfortable with that process, then they could have moved their amendment at the start. I have asked members what their preference is, and they have agreed with that. So I'll let you continue with your comments.
That's very kind, convener, but I think what you have missed the point of is the fact that you brought the leader in to ask a question after our amendment had been shared. That was the point I was making. If you're going to do questions first, then it should be questions first and then speeches. You didn't stick to that when it came to the leader's contribution. That was the point I was making. Now, on the substance of the amendment, I have just listened to you, convener, articulate that there has been extensive consultation and engagement, and I'm afraid that the answers provided to this committee simply do not support that. As far as I'm aware, in terms of the Community Council's engagement, there has not been detailed consultation. That has clearly been evidenced today, that there has only been that meeting that has been referred to and perhaps some email dialogue. There has not been extensive consultation. So I don't think that's a fair articulation to say that. I think what is clear is that we're recognising, of course, and I made this caveat in my opening comments and I'll reiterate it again, this is a challenging, multifaceted situation that is about education and learning. Absolutely, first and foremost, the priority is our young people, no doubt about it. But second of all, should be about that community consultation, buy-in, engagement, because how can we expect people to have agency with these plans if they don't get engaged and consulted? And if that's the feedback from that community, then surely we're giving effect to that by saying, hold on a minute, we need to sort that as well. And I feel like that's been disregarded in some respect. So that's why the amendment is as it is before us, convener. And you know, in the collegiate spirit of the way we've been working, I'll leave my comments at that. But you know, I'm sure that it'll be taken in the spirit intended around trying to get the best outcomes, not only for our children and young people and their learning experience, but for the community up in steps as well.
Well, as I articulated a minute ago, there is no community access into these facilities at present. There has been discussion with all key partners around all aspects of this over a long period of time, because this is not something that is just, the works at steps have not just developed in the last couple of weeks. And there'll be continued dialogue with all key partners from both enterprise and communities and education and families moving forward. But the key priority just now is ensuring that our young people can get the education that they deserve in a manner that would reflect the high standards that we have here in North Lanarkshire. So I'll bring in Councillor Gallagher. Megan.
Thanks, convener, and thank you very much for accommodating me when my laptop froze. It was the worst moment to have an amendment put up and then not being able to read it, so thank you very much, everyone. I think the issue here actually stems from the point of view of the consultation. I think there is a community here that feels as though it hasn't been robust enough and it hasn't been full enough in terms of the journey that went along here. So that's why I think the SNP group have raised an amendment, and looking from the amendment, it seems reasonable in terms of the way it's been written. Community needs to be engaged and they need to feel as though they're part of the journey. And if that hasn't happened, then I don't think it's right for a decision to be railroaded through. Now, I totally understand the positions, you know, of council officers, and I understand the concerns in relation to education, but I don't think an amendment would be raised to try and hinder that in any aspect whatsoever. I think we need to look at it from a sensible position, and I think we need to look at it from the consultation. If the consultation aspect isn't right, we need to review it and have another paper brought back, and I think that's what the amendment does today.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. Councillor Brannan McVeigh. Heather.
Thanks, Chair. This paper really does pose a dilemma because it's about children's need versus wider community need, but ultimately it's about the children's learning environment. So for me, if we can ensure, as a person a long time ago, as a child who was in temporary accommodation for a period of my education, I think the critical part is this is about keeping children within a school setting, indoors, learning, with the peer group, easily accessible. Same with the teaching staff, no scooting about outside, whether it be a fine Scottish, you know, spring rainy day as they pelted across a playground to get to the place I work. I think the commitment is here that when library services are able to engage with the community again, and hopefully that is soon, that the mobile unit will be able to do that. But ultimately, this is about providing a quality learning environment for the children. And I think everybody would agree here that lessons can be learned about consultation, and we should note that and carry on. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I take it this is a debate now. I would point out that the Northern Corridor, and remember that's the name we give it, the Northern Corridor, I would think is one of the most forgotten areas of North Lanarkshire. Its links are east-west. I've lived in Cumbernauld for 30 years ago, and we were used with going through the Northern Corridor. Recently I was in business in Muirhead, and I realised people in Cumbernauld don't go through places like Muirhead or Christ any longer because of the motorway, obviously. It's a very touchy point. that people are not being consulted in these areas. It's a geographically isolated area. Its links are probably, the locals will know better than I do, but I would imagine a lot of their links now are commuter links to Glasgow, some links to Cumbernauld, but certainly it's maybe some connections to the south, but it is a forgotten area, and I think a proper consultation, there's more to it than just consulting about the school. It's possibly we've forgotten to have the correct attitude towards this community. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other comments in the chat. Can we move to the vote, Andrew?
Just before we move to the vote, convener, there is an opportunity for movers to sum up. If Councillor Lennon and yourself want to take the opportunity before we voted.
Okay, Councillor Lennon presumably would be first as he's moving an amendment.
That's
correct, convener. Yeah, thank you very much. So to sum up rather quickly, I think that it's already been raised, the fact that the Northern Corridor is impacted greatly in relation to the population size and the density of housing that it's currently experiencing. I understand fully, and I agree with the sentiments raised here today, the fact that education should be paramount. However, what I would remind members is the fact that amenities are thin on the ground within the Northern Corridor, and to have the assurances that we are going to be able to retain them somehow in this ever-changing both COVID situation, and no doubt at some point we'll be out of that in the no too distant future. So local communities will look to reinstate the activities and perhaps even services that they currently can take part in. So as far as I'm concerned, the amendment as it stands, I would ask members to support the amendment, please.
Okay, thanks very much, Greg, for that. I mean, I suppose in summing up very briefly on the motion, I would say that, again, there will be full access to those community groups who use the facilities at present on the exact same terms, on the same site, moving forward. This is a situation that requires urgent action if in terms of supporting our young people. If not, they will likely be bussed out of the community. Which will bring about a cost implication as well. I think we need to remember that. And there will be further extensive dialogue with all key partners moving forward as these works continue and as we move forward. There is no community use permitted within these facilities at present. And we need to recognise the urgency of this and the impact that any delay will have on young people's learning and the disruption to that learning. And I don't think that's an acceptable position for us to find ourselves in as an education authority. So I'll formally move the motion.
Right, thank you, convener. We'll move to the vote. I'll do it by roll call, calling each member's name in turn, and if you can indicate whether you support the amendment by Councillor Lennon, the motion by Councillor McNally, or if you wish to abstain. Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
Amendment.
Councillor Barclay.
Amendment.
Councillor Brannan McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Burgess.
Motion.
Councillor Burrows.
Motion.
Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Carragher.
Amendment.
Councillor Castles.
Motion.
Councillor Feeney. Councillor Feeney.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Motion.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gallagher.
Amendment.
Councillor Goldie.
Amendment.
Councillor Graham.
Motion.
Councillor Hogg. I think I saw him drop out of the meeting. Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Jones.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Larson.
Amendment.
Councillor Lennon.
Amendment.
Councillor Linden.
Amendment.
Councillor Logue.
Motion.
Councillor McGowan.
Amendment.
Councillor Masterton.
Amendment.
Councillor McKendrick. Councillor McKendrick has left the meeting. Councillor McLaren.
Motion.
Councillor McManus.
Amendment.
Councillor McNally.
Motion.
Councillor McPake.
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Mooney.
Motion.
Councillor Quigley.
Motion.
Councillor Shevlin.
Motion.
Councillor Stephen.
Amendment.
Councillor Stocks.
Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment.
Councillor Woods.
Motion.
And as this is an education matter, Derek Hannon.
Motion.
Thank you. So there were no abstentions. The amendment had 17 votes, the motion 20, so the motion is carried.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. That takes us on to the next agenda item. We're getting there, slowly but surely. I can just get my papers here. Which is agenda item number 9. It's in relation to phase 2 of the Learning Estate and Investment Programme. If you'll remember, we put in a fairly comprehensive bid as part of this for the Wishaw Town Hub. The outcome of that has not been fruitful. It's a very disappointing position to find ourselves in. I'll ask James McKinstry if he can highlight just some of the key points within this report, and then we'll open it up to questions and comments.
Thank you, Convener. As you say, the report advises committee of the outcome of the recent bid for part funding, financial support for a proposed town hub in Wishaw. Paragraph 2.5 to 2.8 in the report details the timescales that were involved, and you'll see within those paragraphs that the request for bids was sent out to all local authorities on the 15th of September with the submission date of the 13th of October last year. And in line with our own North Lanarkshire Council governance procedures, a report was brought to this committee at its last meeting with details of the bid on the 23rd of November, and then a letter was received by the council on the 18th of December to say that the bid was unsuccessful. Section 1 of the report provides background to Scotland's Learning Estate strategy, and you'll see that the strategy was launched in September 2018, with the first request for bids being made in September 2019, and members will recall that we bid for part funding for Christon Primary School at that time, and the decision was we get no award. The feedback we got was the project was too far advanced to be considered for award at that time, and the second bid process opened in September of last year, and we submitted a bid in October of last year. And whilst it will be for the Scottish Government, whatever form that will be, going forward to determine if and when future bids can be submitted, I can advise committee that we are working on the assumption that a bid process may be opened again at some point in the future, and I'll say a bit more about that in a moment. Now, the feedback that we got in the letter in December covered two factors. It covered demonstrating political commitment, and paragraphs 2.3 and 2.4 in the report demonstrates that the process that we followed within the council, which is in line with the council's governance principles, and I believe was the correct thing to do. And also we got feedback on the scope of the project, and that is detailed in paragraph 2.9 of the report. Again, when we presented this bid to this committee, we did make the points about community engagement, statutory consultations that would be carried out, and the principle of co-production, which sits behind the whole town and community hub strategy that we have been employing within the council. Indeed, we have now met, I think, with all elected members across North Lanarkshire to discuss the town and community hub strategy, and in March we're starting to open up the public engagement on those strategies. So the way forward is at officer level, we have met with officers of the Scottish Government and Scottish Futures Trust in January of this year. And I think it would be fair to say that it was acknowledged that the bid that we put in had many strengths attached to it. The bid will be for the council to determine going forward in terms of the prioritisation of work, etc. But at the present time, we will keep this as a live project with the opportunity to resubmit at a later date if that opportunity was to take place. You'll be aware that the council will be setting a new 5-year capital plan in March of this year. Once that capital plan is produced, considered by council, committee, etc., we will be bringing a report back to committee some point early in the new financial year on the town and community hub strategy. And as I've mentioned earlier in my verbal presentation, we have been out meeting elected members in all the areas of North Lanarkshire, and we'll be moving that forward. We have met with the officers of the Scottish Government and Scottish Futures Trust. The next meeting we have with them is in April of this year, and we've agreed with them that we'll keep those meetings as live processes going forward. We have had discussions with them about the allocation of resources across the whole country. You'll see in paragraphs 2.15 and 2.16 we make reference to that, and the recommendations are contained in page 91 of your papers.
Thanks very much, James. I'll open it up to comments and questions. Councillor McGowan. Agnes?
It's just to say, Frank, that I have an amendment to put in, but I'm perfectly happy to put it in at the end after questions,
Okay.
and then have debate on it if wanted.
That's fine, absolutely. You can do it just now or do it at the end, whenever suits you. Agnes, carry on. Sorry, you're putting in at the end. Councillor Taylor Hall.
Thanks, convener, and thanks, James, for the further update. I think we have to all state this is a very, very disappointing position to be in. James has outlined we have a very strong bid. We must have put forward a very strong bid. I'm under no doubts about that. We have a model for the town hubs, which is going to deliver across North Lanarkshire. It's a fantastic model. It's recognised by a fantastic model. So this is a really, really disappointing outcome for residents in Wishaw, for young people in Wishaw, and it's completely unacceptable. And I have to also say, I mean, it's now, how long has it been, convener, since the SNP government last actually funded a school in North Lanarkshire? Over 6 years ago or something. I mean, we have to question why we're not getting a fair deal as our local authorities are. And I want to just turn to some of the comments from the local MSP area, Claire Adamson, who's also the convener of Education and Skills Committee at the Parliament, who said this funding application was incompetent and openly winging it, and instead wants us to address the poor performance of its, as in the council's existing new build schools. Absolute shocking comments. I think we have cross-party, and we had cross-party support for this bid. We've got cross-party recognition of the outstanding work our officers do in bids, our outstanding work our officers do and staff do in education across the board. We are the leading education authority in Scotland for what we deliver on. And I think it's appalling that these comments are directed saying that poor performance in our new builds by the convener of the Education Skills Committee at Scottish Parliament. That's an appalling comment. And I think we have to ask today, convener, that Claire Adamson offers an apology to our young people who are outstanding in the work they do, both in all our schools, and we see that in the results they give us, and also an apology to this council. And going forward, I think we have to continue, as James has outlined, to have dialogue with the Scottish Government to try and get this decision overturned so that we can deliver a new school for Wishaw. And the question I have, in the discussions with the Government in January, James, what criticisms did they give of North Lanarkshire Council's bid?
these are discussions which we have at officer level, so you'll appreciate that. But we have meetings and discussions with officers at the Scottish Government and SFT on a regular basis. So they were fully aware of the strategy within North Lanarkshire running through 2020. Indeed, in years before that as well, we have what we call bilateral discussions. So in January, we asked for a meeting to get feedback on the bid, and the feedback we got was basically the same as what was in the letter which we received. But there was a recognition that in terms of the 10 principles that apply on the Scottish Futures Local sorry, I forgot what the acronym stands for now, the investment programme, that this bid sat very well with those principles. So I think that's what gives us encouragement at officer level that we should continue this going forward. Indeed, we believe we should come to the committee at some point in the future with more bids. We made the point because there's been 2 funding allocations in the last 12 months or so, and some councils have received more than one project, and we have made the point that we have submitted twice and not yet received a funding allocation. So what we're doing is setting it up to go back in with more than one bid if the council believes that would be appropriate going forward.
Okay, thank you very much, James. Bob Burgess is next. Bob.
Thank you, Convener. As I was a councillor, I'm extremely disappointed to know that the town will not receive investment it needs, it deserves. To me, the papers, it does not make it clear what went wrong. Was it the Scottish Government or was it the proposal submitted by North Lanarkshire Council? Either way, Wishaw is missing out big time. On one hand, we have the Scottish Government saying that the bid was rejected for 2 reasons. One, the project did not sufficiently meet this criteria, demonstrated politically commitment, and that the project scope was not sufficiently defined in the second one. The Council appears to have clarified these 2 points after the deadline was submitted, but did the Council have a feeling that the bid would indeed be rejected? Or was the Council confident that they would be granted funding? Does the Council feel that the Scottish Government was too strict in the criteria set out as part of the LEIP, and the papers do not read well? And for a project which the Council was really keen to expedite, it looks as though it is now at the back of the queue. I think further explanation is needed here so that the councillors can find out what happened during the process. And as a related note, Convener, James's report, I was happy with what he'd said. I would like to request a meeting with the council officers to discuss the next steps for the Wishaw Town Hub. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much for that, Bob. I'm sure officers will happily accommodate that. James, I know there was some, I suppose we don't want to sort of throw you into political territory in terms of any answers, but have you got anything to add to what Bob Burgess has just asked there?
Well, I won't go into the political territory, obviously, but in terms, was it the Scottish Government or was it our bid? I can't answer that question in terms, I was asked, one of the questions was there, were we confident that we would get funding? I think the way I would answer that is we were confident that we put a very strong bid in to the process. We don't control the allocation of funding, so I can't comment on that type of thing. But what I can say to you is in terms of, the council is committed to taking work forward, and as officers, we're committed to doing this as well in terms of, I think the council will have to get an allocation at some time. It will get an allocation. I think everyone, that the bid was supported unanimously at the last education committee. So that illustrates to me the strength from all political groups about this project going forward, and we have to continue as officers working under that principle going forward. In relation to Councillor Burgess's request for a meeting, I would have no problem doing that, and I would be more than willing if local elected members were okay offering that meeting to all local elected members, because it's easier for us to speak to everyone than speak to 3 different sets of elected members on the same subject.
Okay, Councillor Fotheringham. Fiona.
Hi there. I don't know whether you want me to come in just now, Frank. I'm going to be seconding the amendment, so I can happily speak just now, but probably rather Agnes goes first.
That's fine. I see Councillor Logue's come in with a comment. I'll take Councillor Logue and then I'll take Councillor McGowan. Councillor Logue, Jim.
Yeah, thanks very much, Frank. I think I was heartened earlier on when I heard Claire Bartley in the debate about ASN provision, talking about the value of cross-party support. And that point was reinforced by Bob Burrows as well. And it's in that context that I'm making this contribution, because we know that North Lanarkshire Council is the 4th largest authority in Scotland. We've had numerous reports tabled at the Education Committee and at the P&S Committee, which highlighted the significant number of schools which are required to be upgraded or rebuilt. When the Scottish Government launched this LEAP programme, I think we were all optimistic that recognition would be given to North Lanarkshire Council and the levels of deprivation and also the level of investment which is required in our school. However, clearly we were naively confident about that, because now, as James has highlighted, there's been 2 tranches of funding which has been given out, and we have not received 1 penny from that funding. And what is iniquitous and indefensible is that some medium to small authorities in the last tranche got funding for 2, and 1 indeed got funding for 3 schools, and yet not 1 penny to North Lanarkshire. That is an appalling statistic, and I thought that all of us, regardless of which party we were in, would find that indefensible. And Paul Kelly's absolutely right about highlighting the outrageous comments made by a local constituency MSP member. Utterly inexcusable and indefensible. The situation clearly is that the Scottish Government are not going to give any money to North Lanarkshire Council for new build. That is clear. They've had 2 opportunities to do so. They have singularly refused to make any contributions at all. And I do now think that what we should be doing is, and I would add it on as a 3rd recommendation today, that we write to the Cabinet Secretary for Education expressing our extreme disappointment that the Scottish Government has not given 1 penny from the LEAP investment programme to North Lanarkshire Council. The last build that we got from the Scottish Future Trust was Cumbernauld Academy. And as Paul said, that was over 6 years ago. In the last 5 years, not 1 penny. I would like to think that every member on this call would find that inexcusable and indefensible. And on the basis of that, I would urge you to support the amendment the additional recommendation that we write to John Swinney and ask him and outline our extreme disappointment and ask him would he like to comment on the points that I've raised here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Logue. Councillor McGowan, you want to move your amendment?
Andrew, could you bring it up, please?
Yes, I'll bring that up now. So I've just sent an email to all members with a copy of it as well.
Okay. I'll just let you read it first. Okay, you ready to have a comment now?
Yep, you can carry on. Thank you.
Okay. As education spokesperson for the SNP group, I welcome North Lanarkshire Council bidding for Scottish Government funding, as I view the modernisation and upgrading of our school estate as crucial. I also support the vision of learning hubs where different services can be accessed for learning in the one centre, ensuring effective teamwork and collaboration. Unfortunately, North Lanarkshire's bid did not meet the criteria on 3 counts. Firstly, there was no evidence of political buy-in as the bid was submitted on the 13th of October and the Education and Families Committee did not meet to ratify it until the 24th of November. There perhaps should have been a special meeting before the bid was submitted. Secondly, no consultation with the schools involved or their neighbours was carried out prior to the bid being submitted. Thirdly, North Lanarkshire Council couldn't actually say exactly where the new hub was going to be. There was a choice of St Aidan's and St Aidan's Primary and the Sports Centre and St Thomas's because they couldn't actually identify where it was going to be or which schools were going to be involved. And there's a flow chart of, you can look at as to whether you're going to, get the bid or not. The first one on it has the authority identified a priority project, and it wasn't identified. There was 2 possible areas. The second one, does the project have financial political commitment? And the flow chart, if the first one isn't met, it goes to no. If the second one isn't met, it isn't. So it failed before it even started. In the Education Families report for the meeting on the 23rd of February, it states it's accepted that not being able to specify the schools makes the project harder to access. As the funding is for poorest condition schools, it couldn't be awarded on this basis. Claire Adamson MSP has told me how disappointed she was when the bid did not meet the criteria, as she fully supports the development of town hubs. As this is an annual fund, she hopes North Lanarkshire will submit a bid next year and she will fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Do you have a seconder for your motion, Councillor Fotheringham?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. I've kind of rewritten a bit of my speech while I've been listening to all the comments, as you do. I just firstly reiterate that the amendment is no way in any criticism of the officers who have worked hard to basically take this funding bid forward. As a local member, I attended the briefings from the officers and I was disappointed at how this bid is now playing out publicly, because it's not a reflection on that meeting at all, and that's where I'm kind of a bit flummoxed. Officers were honest, they were transparent, they knew there was a chance of getting funding. It was late in the mix, and officers did advise that there was going to be a risk of rejection at that meeting. They advised that the bid was incomplete because although we were in a good position because we did own both the sites, however, the bid was incomplete because there had been no consultation and they weren't sure what schools were going to be depending on which site then was taken forward, and the community consultation hadn't taken place. So yes, we probably did jump the gun, but from an officer's point of view, I would actually give them credit because they worked really hard on that bid and we did try. So I'm really disappointed now that it's now becoming a kind of blame game with bold political press statements. And yeah, it's disappointing, but we know that we can resubmit the bid. That has been made clear that the bid can be resubmitted, and I'm confident that the hub will take place shortly. It obviously says in the report about obviously will be put back in the pile of unapproved, which we will. But Wisha is still, as the officer said, potentially an advantage because we do own both of those sites and we will be taking this hub forward and it will happen, and I've got confidence in the officers taking that bid forward. But what I'm really struggling with is the blame game. I mean, the comments that have been made already by Councillor Kelly, if you're going to criticise and read out statements from the MSP, then read the complete statement. Read the statement where she obviously says that she wants the best outcomes for her community. She'll always fight for her constituents, because that was also in the same statement. So you can't pick and choose just to basically, depending on which way you want it to be progressed in the public. Labour asked the MSP to do something totally inappropriate and unprofessional, especially in her capacity as education convener. She's trying to ensure fairness and equality to all in that capacity. She was asked to bend the rules and abuse parliamentary statements and protocols, which is totally unacceptable, totally illegal, would probably put her in front of Standards Commission.
And Labour know that, so it's political chat, and unfortunately in that, I feel as if the officers, they becoming then stuck in the middle. Their work is then being, looked at disapprovingly. I know that they've worked hard, and again, I reiterate that officers will continue their hard work, and I look forward to taking part in the consultation that hasn't taken place yet, and basically reaping the rewards in a future bid, and that will happen. And I think it's really unfair in the run-up to a Scottish election, candidates and Labour politicising something that, is a bid that the officers said right at the very beginning to local members, this might not happen because we don't have the T's crossed and the I's dotted, and it will happen, and we will take that forward again. But I just really want to take it away from the blame game, and I think that if anything, North Lanarkshire Council and North Lanarkshire Labour should be apologising to Clare for the comments and the expectations of what they expected a professional MSP to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fotheringham. Councillor Linden. Jordan.
Thanks, convener, and much of what I'll have to say, or at least some of it, will have been covered already. I think Councillor Fotheringham and I have obviously been sharing the same script, because there was much of what she said is absolutely accurate, and I think that I wear the other hat of, if I was sitting in a council level with the current administration, and I was complaining about the fact that a bid had been unsuccessful, I can bet my bottom dollar that yous would be the first to turn around and say, aye, but the application didn't get political buy-in before the 13th of October 2020. There was no consultation with the schools. We need to consult with the schools, or we don't know exactly where we're going to put it. It's the same, but on the other shoe. But because it's the SNP Scottish Government, it's all right, it's easy, and it's quick to criticise. And that's the reality here. If those things had been addressed in it, that flowchart would have progressed and it would have been considered accordingly, and that's not what's happened, because that isn't the case. And I wanted to reiterate that. I think the point that's been made is really important. We are managing expectations. The Education and Families Report meeting of the 23rd of Feb, so the paper said it is accepted that not being able to specify the schools makes the project harder to assess. That is in black and white. So the full outrage that's being displayed in some respects is quite something to behold. And I do want to come on to Claire Adamson, because I think that this is an excellent attempt, albeit it's not worked, from Labour, the administration, their candidates, to attack Claire Adamson ahead of a Scottish Parliament election. You can tell that they're not serious about it, because the comment came from the candidate, not from a spokesperson on behalf of the council. I think that says it all, frankly. It tells us everything we need to know, because Fiona's right. The full outrage being displayed, if you look at the words that Claire used, she talked about wanting the best outcomes for all in our community. She talked about always fighting for constituents, but that wasn't important in this contribution, of course, because that doesn't suit the narrative. And the notion, frankly, that the chair of that committee would be asked to speak out and to influence a decision of a minister, and Labour are all right with that. My eye, the first thing that Labour would do if they found that out would be to report it to the Standards Commission and say she was abusing her position. So it's an absolute joke. There is hypocrisy left, right and centre here, all because of a process that is duly being followed by Scottish Government. And then I have Paul Kelly, who was ranting about the fact that, what has the SNP ever done for us in North Lanarkshire, for example. Let me say two things. One, I'd like to know their record on building schools in North Lanarkshire. That's the one that doesn't come with a massive price tag. But secondly, I could point to 2014, 2015, 2017, under this SNP government. Clyde Valley High, 27.2 million. Greenfalds, 32.1 million. Burnside, 7.7 million. Cumbernauld Academy, 38.5 million. And the list goes on. I mean, I could continue. The reality is they don't like the narrative. And then Jim Logue said, this is the second time we've been rejected. There will be no funding from the Scottish Government. Well, I'm so glad that Jim has suddenly developed the power of precognition, frankly, and became Deputy First Minister, because it's entirely a matter for government to decide when we get funding and when we don't on the basis of the application process. And I look forward to that application being reconsidered in due course, and I am sure and confident that under the SNP Scottish Government, North Lanarkshire will continue to flourish, not just in education, Jim, but right across the board.
Councillor Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, are you there?
Councillor Johnson is on the call, convener.
Okay, we'll maybe come back to Councillor Johnson. Councillor Gallagher.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, listening to the debate so far, I mean, I think we need to try and find a sensible way of moving forward, and I don't think it should be a screaming match between, one side who's defending the council, one side who's defending the Scottish Government. I think we need to try and look at this from a sort of neutral perspective, because at the end of the day, this is about Wishaw. This is about the town hub for Wishaw. This is about Wishaw residents. So I think if we can look at it from that perspective, I would be looking to submit a verbal amendment to the recommendations, and they go as follows. Recommendation 1, which is in agenda item 9, would stay as is, but we would remove recommendation 2 and add in agree to review and resubmit the plans for the Wishaw Town Hub at the earliest opportunity, because I think we can look at the plans, we can reflect on the outcome from the Scottish Government. Rightly or wrongly, that is the response that North Lanarkshire Council has got. And if we can look at the plans again and resubmit next year, who knows, we might get a town hub for Wishaw, which is rightly deserved. So can we look at this from a perspective where we're not pointing the finger at each other, not playing politics, but just looking to see what outcome we can get out of this. So if possible, I would like to move that recommendation, and if I could bring in Councillor Burgess, who's quite happy to second. Thank you.
Bob.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to second that motion or amendment, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, I've been quiet throughout this whole process, colleagues, listening to what members have been saying. It won't come as a surprise that I'll be moving the recommendations, and Councillor Logue has requested an additional, easy for me to say, recommendation, which we will be, which I'm happy to support, although I will make comment on that as well. What I would say is this was a bid that came in with a very short period, a very short time frame for producing a response. We put forward a bid in good faith that met with the criteria as we understood it and was directed by government, and we were unsuccessful. On the issues that have been raised by members on the financial commitment, there is absolutely financial commitment for Wishaw Town Hub. We agreed it, all of us, collectively. We've agreed the Community Investment Fund. We have agreed to replace the entire pre-1996 estate. So the argument that there is no financial commitment from North Lanarkshire towards replacing the school estate is wrong. It's not an accurate description, as members have said. In terms of the site, you're right. There were multiple sites that were proposed, and there was a potential of St Aidan's and one other primary school. Now, let's be clear about that. We viewed that as a strength. We viewed that as a strength because, as the government have outlined, there should be clear consultation with communities in advance of coming to finalise proposals. You cannot undertake an extensive consultation period in that short time frame that we had to bid for this proposal. So if the government want us to have an extensive consultation before presenting a proposal, then they need to give an appropriate level of time for councils to undertake that duty, and that was not what was outlined within the phase 2. The third issue about political commitment. This is a fascinating one, because the members who are saying that we didn't have political commitment, we of course had political commitment. We have political commitment. We have broad political commitment to replace the school estate. We have broad political commitment for the Community Investment Fund. And not only that, we have commitment specifically around this project. But do you want to know the truly galling thing about this, colleagues? The Scottish Government knew every single aspect of this in advance of the bid being submitted. Do members just think that we get an email from the Scottish Government and then we fill in the blanks and then send it back? Of course not. James and his officers were engaging with the Scottish Futures Trust and the Scottish Government before the bid was submitted, and explained the timeframes, and explained the issues of the site, and explained the issues of the budget and where we were with that. And you know, at that point, you would have expected the Scottish Futures Trust or the government to put their hands up and say, oh no, sorry guys, listen, you maybe not meeting the criteria there. They said nothing. They raised not a single concern with our officers about our bid. Not one single concern was raised by the Scottish Government or the Scottish Futures Trust in the weeks leading up to us putting in that bid. I would have thought if the bid did not meet with the criteria, then the Scottish Futures Trust would say, don't waste your time, guys. If that time frame for political commitment's not there, there's no point putting in a bid, it's a waste of everybody's time. They didn't. And they made absolutely no attempt to stop us putting in the bid. So I'm not accepting that whatsoever. I've had regular correspondence with John Swinney on this matter. The latest letter was on the 8th of February. He said to me he finds the bid exciting. I welcome that. He's offered to meet with me to discuss this further. I welcome that as well. And I'm happy to articulate the concerns that Councillor Logue has articulated when I have the meeting with the Cabinet Secretary. But it should be noted, and I'm happy to make the letter public, John Swinney, the only issue that John Swinney cited in his letter to me on the 8th of February was political commitment. He raised no other issue with me in relation to that. And the political commitment was there. You guys, every single one of us, gave that political commitment through our overarching strategy around the school estate. But crucially, we gave a political commitment at committee, and the Scottish Government were aware of the timeframes for that in advance of the bid coming in and said, carry on, put the bid in, guys. There's no problem with that whatsoever. So let's get our perspective right on this. I'm not going to sit here and have the officers' integrity questioned, the officers' efforts questioned, as has been said earlier on in terms of the strength of the bid, or the bid being inept, or the bid being no up to standard. Our officers submitted the bid based on the rules that they understood them from government, and at no point did government say the rules, you're out with the rules, and that is the position as I see it. Councillor Kelly, are you seconding the motion?
Thanks, Convener. Absolutely, yeah, I'll be seconding it, and I don't think this is party politics. This is simply about fighting for what's right, and you've highlighted there exactly the situation. The Scottish Government think it's a strong bid. They believe it's a strong bid. They probably believe it's a mistake now. And if hopefully they do support it, absolutely want them to support it, it's probably because they've been put under a lot of pressure by this administration, fighting for what's right, fighting for a school in Wishaw. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. And actually the amendment from the SNP is pathetic, absolutely pathetic. What's clear is that SNP councillors, SNP MSPs, MPs will never stand up against their own government. Their own government that's cut over £300 million from our budget for vital services, that hasn't funded a school properly for 6 years, they will not stand against that. There's only one choice tonight: support what we're doing, which is to try and fight to get the hub, or support what they're doing, which is defending their masters in Edinburgh.
Okay, Fiona, you've been in. You're looking to. You've got the opportunity potentially to sum up and perhaps in place of Agnes. I mean, I'm conscious that
it's okay. It was just a really quick point. That was all.
Just to reiterate that at no point has anybody criticised the officers. It is a case of the officers, certainly from the point of view where I saw, they have worked really hard on this bid. And at no point, I praise the officers. I think everybody's praised the officers because it's been a lot of hard work for them. So I just wanted to make that point very clear.
Thanks for that, Fiona. Okay, I see no other contributions. The way I see it just now, colleagues, is that we have the motion from myself, which is the recommendations plus a recommendation to communicate broadly our concerns about this process to government. We have an amendment from Councillor McGowan and Councillor Fotheringham, and we have a further amendment from Councillor Gallagher, which is a verbal amendment, and she'll probably have to repeat what she said because I've got to say it's went out of my head now. Apologies, Megan. So that's the way I see it, Andrew. If you want to move to the
Sorry,
vote.
convener.
Sorry, move to summing up. Sorry.
Sorry, convener. I've asked to come in because I'm proposing that we have a short break to consider those amendments. But there may be an opportunity to compensate.
Okay.
And
order.
officers have that facility ready.
Point of order from Councillor Gallagher.
Chair, it's just to say that I have put the verbal amendment into the chat, but I'll be able to send it over to Andrew if that would be helpful. I just don't know what's the best way to proceed. I know that was a verbal amendment, but it was just because of the progression of the debate.
Convener, I have transposed it into a amendment template if you wish me to just put up on screen so members are very clear what Councillor Gallagher's amendment is.
That would be useful, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's been a request for a recess for discussions. Are members content with that? Don't see anybody objecting. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Andrew, if you can all push us out of this and put us into our special rooms, that would be great.
Yep, so members don't need to do anything. I'll place all members into the breakout sessions for 5 minutes, and when there's after the 5 minutes, I'll pull you back in, but you'll have 60 minutes notice in which to wrap up your discussions, and then you'll be brought back in to, sorry, 60 seconds discussion to be brought back in. For those officers and other elected members who remain in the main meeting, will be continuing to live stream, so you're recommended to turn your camera off and mute your microphones. So I'm now going to place elected members into their respective breakout rooms.
Thank you. See you in 60 minutes, folks. Okay, colleagues, is everybody back? I'm not.
Chair, I'm afraid due to technical issues, the Conservative group were given only a minute to discuss because unfortunately we had an additional councillor join us for a while. So unfortunately we'll need more time because of a technical error.
Okay, I suppose in that instance it's completely understandable. We take another 5 minutes, folks. I think that's only fair if the Conservative group haven't had the opportunity to discuss it amongst themselves. Andrew, if you can accommodate again.
Yep, and apologies for placing the member in the wrong lobby. I'll start breakout sessions again for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, is everyone back? I think.
I'm not back.
Oh,
You
I can
have
see you,
to
Dom, so you must be
it's
back.
away. Oh, speak.
Hello,
I can hear you, Dom.
Andrew.
I've
Listen,
had
it's
to
nearly
join
7
another.
o'clock. We're all getting like that. So we'll move swiftly on. If I can just get the chat bar up here, sorry. Colleagues,
Chair,
just
just before, I believe there has been a composite between Councillor Burgess and Councillor Fotheringham.
okay.
I'm just transposing that into template so I can display it on screen for members. If you just give me one moment. Hope is that big enough for everyone to read?
Yep, we can see that. Thank you. Councillor Burgess, you're moving this composite?
Yeah, pleased to move, convener.
Doesn't matter where you are.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fotheringham, you are seconding.
Yes, I'm going to second. I think I've said enough today, so I won't keep us. What I will say is that I am confident that the work that the officers have done and to get us to this stage, and once all the bits and pieces are all rectified and the gaps are filled and the consultations through, that I'm confident that once we get this bid resubmitted, that Wishaw will have a town hub and a facility that's going to be a great legacy for our future children and the youngsters in Wishaw and for the local community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Fiona. Colleagues, we'll be moving the recommendations with the added recommendation that we express our deep concern to the government about the way in which this matter has been handled for the reasons that have been articulated earlier on by myself. So I don't think we need to labour the point anymore, and we can move to the vote on that. Andrew, I'll pass over to you.
Thank you, convener. So we have a motion by yourself, including the additional recommendation, and the composite motion moved by Councillor Burgess. So I'll just call members' names out in turn, as normal. Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
Amendment.
Councillor Barclay.
Amendment.
Councillor Brandon McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Burgess.
Amendment.
Councillor Burrows.
Motion.
Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Carragher.
Amendment.
Councillor Castles.
Motion.
Councillor Feeney.
Amendment.
Councillor Fisher.
Motion.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gallagher.
Amendment.
Councillor Goldie.
Amendment.
Councillor Graham.
Motion.
Councillor Catherine Johnson. Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Jones.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Larson.
Amendment.
Councillor Lennon.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Linden.
Amendment.
Councillor Logue.
Motion.
Councillor McGowan.
Amendment.
Councillor Masterton.
Amendment.
Councillor McLaren.
Motion.
Councillor McManus.
Amendment.
Councillor McNally.
Motion.
Councillor McPake.
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh. Sorry, can you repeat that? Was that a motion?
Motion.
Motion, thank you. Councillor Mooney.
Motion.
Councillor Quigley.
Motion.
Councillor Shevlin.
Motion. Apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen.
Amendment.
Councillor Stocks.
Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment.
Councillor Woods.
Motion.
And as this is an education matter, Derek Hannon.
Motion.
Thank you. So the composite amendment has received 19 votes, 18 for the motion with no abstentions. So the composite amendment is carried.
Okay, thank you. That takes us on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item number 10, which is the appointment of a third religious rep. You see this report here, colleagues. Are there any questions or comments on it, or can we agree with the recommendations and look to make the appointment of Graham Patterson as the third religious rep onto the committee? Thank you very much.
I don't know how the comments work on the mobile phone. Sorry for butting in. Is it okay if I
Sorry?
comment? It's Junaid, Councillor Ashraf.
Yep, sorry, yep, Councillor Ashraf. Yep, carry on.
Got apologies for butting in. I just wanted to ask the officers. Also in the report, it says that obviously some individual institutes were contacted. I think over the years I've made it quite clear. I think we should have a little bit more diversity above and beyond the Christian faith being represented at the council, considering obviously the larger Muslim, Jewish, and also Hindu Sikh community that we have within North Lancashire. So I want to know who was directly contacted and as part of this sort of publicity notice, and if I want to know who was directly contacted, and if there's been any extra additional work being done to interact with these other religious institutes.
Can you give clarification on this?
I can. So we have identified a number of organisations outside of the Church of Scotland and the Roman Catholic Church, because they're already represented on the committee, who have a presence in North Lanarkshire. So there were 12 organisations, and whilst granted the majority of them are Christian in nature, I can confirm that the Islamic Education Trust of Cumbernauld has been written to. And other than the persons mentioned in the report, no other expressions of interest were received. So we did write to that organisation with a letter highlighting the recruitment process that was ongoing. As I always say at these when we deal with these matters, when elected members are made aware of the process ongoing, if they're able to pass it on to any organisation that they feel is relevant, then officers would appreciate that. But we think we've captured everyone, and I know I've sent to Councillor Ashraf in the past the list of the organisations, and if there are any others that we've missed, then we're more than happy to add those on for the next time, which will be after the local government elections in 2022, assuming we don't need to undertake this process before then.
Okay, thank you. Don't see any other questions on that. That's fine. Can we agree with the recommendations, colleagues? Thanks very much. Takes us on to agenda item number 11, which is our revenue budget monitoring report. Thomas O'Hagan is here and has been here since 2 o'clock and said nothing. So Thomas, over to you.
Okay, thanks, convener. This is the Services Revenue Monitoring Report for 8th of January, which is accounting period 10. The report highlights the service is anticipating an underspend of £1.1 million to financial year end. This total is aggregated from core underspends of £8.1 million, partly offset by net COVID costs of £7 million. In terms of the core underspends, these have occurred in areas such as the 1140 programme, the reduced requirement for headquarters cover funding in schools, and vacancy management in headquarters posts. Combined underspends of this magnitude are very much one-offs and will not be repeated in future years if activity in schools and nurseries returns to normal. Appendix 6 highlights the service's COVID costs, which include loss of income, the rollout of free school meal voucher programmes, additional staffing and hub costs. As indicated in the report, the service's financial position is extremely fluid, both in terms of the costs that are likely to be incurred through to the end of March and the additional rollout and accounting treatment of new grant awards. Looking forward, the key strategic aim of both Education and Families and Financial Solutions staff is to deliver maximum flexibility in managing in-year underspends and potential reserves to ensure education recovery plans can be fully supported for the remainder of this year and into the new financial year. At a local level, this planning has included providing head teachers with additional guidance and reassurance that establishing establishments will not be held financially responsible for new COVID costs, and furthermore that the council has approved procedures in place to allow underspend within their school DSM and PEF budgets to be carried forward into the new financial year. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Thomas. Colleagues, you see-
Sorry, Convener, just before you bring
Andrew?
anyone in, can I just announce that if there's anyone watching the live stream who's expecting to see Shot's community board, unfortunately, due to this committee overrunning, they're not going to be able to do that. So they're not going to be able to live stream that board until this committee's finished. I just want to let anyone know who's tuning in to see the board.
Okay, Andrew, thanks for that information. Any sort of comments on Thomas's report? We're happy to agree the recommendations. Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Thomas. Takes us on to agenda item number 12, which is tackling domestic abuse support for adults and families. This is the commissioning domestic abuse services. There was a bit of discussion about this earlier on. This is obviously the outcome of the procurement exercise that's been taking place. I'll ask Alison Gordon if she would like to just comment briefly on this paper. Alison, over to you.
Okay, thanks, Convener. As you've indicated, this report is providing information to committee on the outcome of the tender for commissioned domestic abuse services, which was agreed back in May 2020. The background is shared with the earlier report in relation to a review and the changes of domestic abuse services and the changes within the landscape for those services. And clearly the tender, as explained in the report in May, was informed by the outcome and the learning from that review, as well as a desire to ensure a consistency of access to service across the area, alongside obviously best value. The history in relation to the provision of this particular element of domestic abuse services is outlined briefly in section 1 of the report. And you'll see that the particular area of services that we are talking about is support services. They were originally framed within the housing support framework and derived from THB. Over a number of years, it had been agreed both with the current providers, the 3 Women's Aid services, and with the service that did not really reflect, limiting it to housing support didn't really reflect the need of women, children and the community. And the interim contracts have reflected some changes in relation to that. Following the agreement in May, the tender process was initiated, slightly delayed because of some of the issues around the pandemic response. It was progressed as outlined in section 2 of the report through close partnership working with procurement colleagues. Recognising, I suppose, the importance that the review had placed on specialist domestic abuse services and their place in meeting the needs of our community and women and children in particular. The tender was limited only to those providers who could demonstrate experience of the provision of domestic abuse services. And whilst we, in trying to address some of the gaps identified within the review, were looking for an inclusive service, it was clearly framed within the scoping of the tender that should be provided within the framework of equally safe and a gender-based analysis of domestic abuse. You will also see, in terms of the scoring framework, as explained in section 2 of the report, that whilst we were looking to ensure a consistent service that was best value, recognising the importance of this service, the quality element was 90% of the scoring and price 10%. The outcome of the tender and the detail behind that is reflected in appendices 1 and 2 of the report. you will see that there were 3 bidders following the evaluation and the production of the evaluation outcome report. You will see that SACRO were assessed as the highest scoring applicant to the tender. On that basis, the recommendation is that committee approve that we do award the contract to SACRO. The proposal is that the contract is for 2 years with the potential to expand it for 2 further years, subject to ongoing monitoring and review. In order to sustain services while we progress the tender process, you will also see that interim contracts were extended with the 3 current women's aid services who are providing support. That was then further extended until the end of May this year to allow for a transition period depending on the outcome of the tender. So the proposal would be that work then commences with the new revision beginning at the beginning of June.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Alison. I have a couple of questions in the chat bar. Councillor Linden, Jordan, over to you.
Thanks, convener. Sorry, I said question. I meant questions, but I'll be brief, I promise. 3 questions, Alison. Firstly, could you just provide a bit more detail on how the tendering process sits within COSLA guidance about commissioning specialist services? It would be interesting to hear a wee bit more detail about that. In addition, I think you've touched on Equally Safe, the strategy policy, which means that violence against women has to be recognised as a gendered issue and fully recognises like specialist women's aid services within Scotland's strategy for preventing and eradicating violence against women and girls. So how does the process that we've undertaken deliver on that shared ambition? I think you touched on this, but perhaps a wee bit more detail would be useful. And then just very finally, has an equality impact assessment been carried out in relation to these matters? I think there's items in the report around this, but if so, is the reason why the detail of that equality impact assessment hasn't been furnished to members of the committee? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for those questions, Alison.
Okay, so clearly the commissioning, the process, the tendering process was carried out with, I suppose, reference to the COSLA and social work, sorry, the time of night, Scottish Women's Aid guidance in relation to good commissioning. The procurement team and other officers aware in the process in terms of scoping the tender were aware and did make reference to that. Clearly that isn't definitive about the method in terms of procurement, but it does obviously make clear that the specific, I suppose the gendered analysis of domestic abuse needs to be to the fore in consideration in terms of the scoping of the tender. We need to, and within that, clearly make sure that the service is tendered for in a way which is not detrimental to women as the group most impacted by domestic abuse. And that was taken into account in the way that the tender and the sourcing was drawn up, and both by our own lead officers and the procurement colleagues who were supporting the tender. Whilst we aim as a system to ensure that our domestic abuse services are inclusive and they meet the needs of all impacted by domestic abuse, and that includes groups who are underrepresented within current services, and includes the much smaller proportion of male victims, as well as LGBTQI victims as well. We were very clear that what we were looking for was not necessarily one service that would directly provide all of that, but that a service that would contribute to a system that as a whole would provide that support as well. the clear focus is within the context of equally safe in the policy environment that was referenced earlier in relation to that. So although inclusiveness was part of the assessment criteria, that was alongside service delivery, assessment and planning, other standard issues around contact monitoring and communication, but it was within that context that was approached. Clearly, as with all procurement processes, that basis was shared up front in terms of that. The information was made available to all who tendered in relation to the criteria, etc. In terms of the quality impact assessment, there was an all-quality impact assessment completed, and I understand it has been posted through SharePoint. I have shared it with one member who specifically asked for it to be sent. I'm happy to share it with all other members. Apologies, it wasn't attached to the report. They're not always routinely attached as a supporting document to the report, but it has been completed and published.
Okay, thanks, Alison. That information can be provided to members if they want to see it. I'm sure Alison will be happy to circulate that. Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Frank. I have another amendment, but I'll put it in again at the end when all the questions are finished. That's okay?
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Larson.
Thanks, Convener. Just in relation to the procurement process, the tendering process, there's it's quite a significant contract. I think the estimated value is 1.4 million at 2.4 there it says, excluding VAT. If you compare that to the previous funding, which I think is at 4.1, given to Women's Aid, there's a big gap there, and I suppose what I'm asking is, was a consideration given at the point of initiating the tendering process to actually distributing the funds amongst more than one organisation? I suppose my thinking is that Women's Aid in particular have got a very long-standing reputation and a wealth of experience and specialised provision specifically for women, who we all agree are those most impacted by domestic violence. And it seems a wee bit ill-considered in my mind that such long-term funding to people so heavily involved in dealing with the aftermath of domestic abuse and providing a safe place for women and children, that funding just drops off a cliff. Thanks, Chair.
Alison.
Okay, there may be a misunderstanding in relation to the budget, and it may be the way that I've set that out in the report, but the budget is the same as is currently spent across the 3 current providers.
But is that just for 12 months, Alison? Sorry.
So the budget is at the moment, I think, 352,000 across the 3 current providers for annual budget. So the 1.4 is the maximum value of the contract, assuming, and obviously that it's not automatic, that it was expanded in years 3 or extended into years 3 and 4. The proposal about the award is it's made in the first instance for 2 years, with the option to extend a further 2 years, year by year. So the total value is not different. So it's not that there is a different amount of money being put into the system. Now,
that's a cumulative figure.
Yeah, it's a cumulative figure. So in relation to the spread, the decision made was to seek one service to ensure a consistency of support across the council area. There was an option, and as you will see, which was taken up by one of the tenderees for people to collaborate, for organisations to collaborate in relation to the provision of that service. So that whilst the tender was for a service, it was clear to those who were tendering that there was the option for that to be a collaborative tender.
Just a wee supplementary, if that's okay. I'm assuming, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I really don't know, but I'm assuming that the ethos of Women's Aid would not have allowed for that collaborative approach that brings in, you know, the equality aspect that we're talking about, and therefore, rather than being collaborative, a distribution of funds would have been better for Women's Aid and older people who utilise Women's Aid.
I suppose, obviously, we were following, so in relation to the approach to the tender, we were following through on the decision that was made back in May. But in relation to your point about collaboration, I suppose it goes back to what I said earlier. The collaboration that did happen with one of the bids was between two Women's Aid organisations who bid as a collaborative in relation to that. So that wasn't precluded in any way by the process. I think you might be touching on the issue around inclusiveness and the issue whether or not that was possible for a Women's Aid service because of their strong orientation in terms of a gender-based approach which focuses on women. In recognition of that, as I said before, whilst the aim ultimately is to provide a service that meets the needs of all victims in North Lanarkshire, we recognise that these primarily are women, and the expectation was not necessarily that individual bids would provide all of these services directly. So there was the opportunity for a different approach to that, and that inclusive element that would not have meant that necessarily an organisation like Women's Aid would have had to, I suppose, bid contrary to other elements of their constitutions.
Okay, thanks. Sorry if I misunderstood any of that. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Feeney. Angela?
I'm probably just going to reiterate what Kirsten has been over as women for domestic violence, and we want to work being a partner maybe help within North. Is it still going to have a role to play?
Okay, I mean, it's clearly difficult for me to comment on behalf of those organisations in relation to their position in this. I'm not immune to the fact that they, as local providers, will be very disappointed with the evaluation and the outcome of the tender, despite my confidence in the robustness of the process. As noted previously, Women's Aid have been both a partner in provision and a strategic partner in relation to partnership in North Lanarkshire. I would hope that that would continue. I think it's important to note that the council clearly does continue to fund the provision that was referenced earlier, the refuge provision through housing benefit. And that there was a substantial review of that funding undertaken within the last 18 months or so. Sorry, I don't have the exact date of the outcome of that, but that will continue. So the support for the refuge provision, which is clearly important, will continue. There are also other elements of services that the three organisations are funded to provide directly from Scottish Government, and that includes elements of children's services and advocacy. Now, that funding is not necessarily permanent either, but it has been in place for a period of time for these organisations to So they you know, I can't speak in relation to their position as of now, but our intention would be to continue to engage and work with them as partners, and certainly the council is continuing its commitment to fund the refuge services which they provide.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen.
Sorry, my toddler's having a meltdown. I do apologise. Sorry. So you might have some background noise. First of all, I'd like to say, sorry, I just meant to put into the comments, thank you to Andrew. And obviously I've come up that I'm wanting to comment. So since I'm here, I will make a comment. I want to say, I could see how SACRO kind of came out quite positive in this, due to the fact you're safe and together. And how you want to move social work in the direction with domestic abuse, being centre focused. I can see how well this can work. However, my sentiments lie, with Women's Aid, especially for those who don't want to approach statutory services, they don't want to approach social work. Women are scared to come forward, and I feel as if that wee bridge, that bridge for them, the stepping stone for them to make that move, will no longer be there. I'm sure SACRO could offer, an excellent service, but I've got a worry there and a concern about that bridge. I'm sure, and I've no doubt that social work will do everything they possibly can to support that, but it's still a great concern of mine. And as I said, I'm sure with North Lanarkshire Council have got a fantastic reputation working alongside Women's Aid, but we can't continue to expect the Scottish Government to keep giving money to Women's Aid. They were expecting some help from North Lanarkshire Council. Scottish Government already support women's refugees through Women's Aid. So we're kind of saying, we're not going to fund you anymore, but hopefully we'll expect the Scottish Government to pick up that bill to help support, so they can continue their services and supporting the victims and the children's. I mean, I could be wrong. That's just my own opinion. But I just feel this is a wee bit sad. But on the other hand, I feel as if social work are moving in the right direction, and there's a lot of positives as well to come out of this.
Okay, Alison, I suppose if there is a question with what Councillor Stephen has said there, it would be around the sort of the continuity of a high level of service. If you maybe want to touch on that briefly.
Okay, so I suppose just to be clear that the base in relation to service being accessible, that you're right that not all I suppose referrals, in fact a relatively small number of referrals to Women's Aid go through social work and other council services. A lot of referrals are from women directly. There is not an expectation where the agreement by committee today to award the contract to SACRO as the tender that was evaluated most strongly. There's not an expectation that a referral route suddenly becomes only through social work. Clearly, there would need to be work done, and as part of the process, that will have been looked at by the provider in terms of ensuring direct access routes to support from women in the community, so not necessarily having to come back via social work. And that would be something that will be important, that is monitored to ensure that that direct access continues going forward. There is also, and clearly we would be wanting, should the contract award be agreed by committee today, to engage both with the current providers and SACRO as a new provider to look at that transition process and how we ensure both that individuals who are currently being supported continue to receive support, whichever the best way that is, and that there's not disruption in terms of a break in access to services for women from the community at all. So that would be a piece of work. Clearly, if the contract is awarded and agreed by committee today and following the appropriate standstill period and procurement finalisation of the procurement process, that would clearly be a piece of work that was a priority for the service, and for there to be engagement between the providers.
Thanks, Alison. Councillor Fotheringham. Fiona.
Right, thanks, Convener. A lot of the questions you've already touched on or answered, Alison, but the first thing I would just ask is probably just regarding the timing of the kind of exercise and the procurement. Unfortunately, it was just unfortunate timing. I'm imagining that obviously it was a big piece of work, and the services at the peak were lockdown and the pandemic, and also Christmas at that point. You mentioned earlier that that you wanted Women Aid still to be partners, and they were also still part of that landscape. Now, I know that you mentioned partner-wise that you would continue to provide refuse services, but you only mentioned housing benefit, which I would presume that they would be entitled to anyway. So I don't know if you can expand on what you meant by that. What other supports we can put in place to ensure that they are still supported. The other thing was to ask, just following on from Councillor Linden's point about the documents that were shared, the risk assessments that were shared, not the risk assessments, but the documents that were shared, and similarly the minutes from May's meeting that have been requested. So I know that you've shared them on SharePoint, but that's kind of secure. But has the applicants of all the tendering, have they seen these documents? And if not, why did they not have sight of these? Just to clarify. And I think that was basically all. Yeah, just concerned obviously about the kind of houses and how these houses are still going to be facilitated and used. Thank you.
Okay, so you're right, and so in relation to housing benefit, you're right clearly that women in accommodation would be entitled to housing benefit, and the housing benefit claims and awards do relate to occupancy, although there is an agreement with the relevant service within the council about how that's managed, and obviously allow for turnover, etc. But the housing benefit rates were reviewed and take into account the enhanced service that is provided by Women's Aid. So, you know, as the type of service it is, as opposed to it being purely a rent payment per se. So that for all three providers, that review was undertaken over the last period of time. There hadn't been a review for a significant period, and there was an enhancement of the rates that were paid, which my understanding is, and it's not my area of expertise, but my understanding is obviously intended to cover the costs of that provision and to allow that service to be continued. So this separate support services is not, whilst there's some women historically will have benefited from both, they're not mutually dependent, if you know what I mean, in terms of the support. The support services are wider and not just for women who are in refuge accommodation in relation to that. In relation to the equality impact assessment, normally the equality impact assessment is shared at the point we come to committee, and rather than, and colleagues and legal and procurement can keep me right on that, and that was that has been completed. It is now accessible and to anyone who has an interest in it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Castles. Tom.
Thank you. Apologies if you covered that. You know, when I was listening to some, it's just to get some for myself. Operate and maybe at times as you might say an umbrella organisation, and they'll provide some of them the services themselves. just to clarify, for example, if it's children's services advocacy, is that one of their expertise? They would provide that directly themselves. But if it came to something like refuge provision, they wouldn't have their own refuge provision. They would access that through other sources. There will be other examples. It's just to clarify that sometimes will they be providing the services directly? Because I see one of their strengths seems to be advocacy, whereas in other areas they will have to go to other organisations and be a provider in that way.
So this tender doesn't include refuge provision, so that wouldn't be a factor in relation to this. Sorry, I wasn't myself involved in the evaluation team, appropriately not, but my understanding in relation to the provision is that obviously in picking up the provision of support services locally, they will directly employ people, they will work in partnership with other local providers as well. In terms of the change potentially in contractors, then TUPE may apply, and there would be discussion between the two organisations around that as well. But they would both be, the expectation would be, and they do have a base in North Lanarkshire, that they would provide direct support themselves, but they would also work in partnership with other providers and statutory services.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for that, Tom. I see no other questions in the chat bar, although I'm conscious Councillor McGowan has an amendment. If Councillor McGowan would like to present that via Andrew, and we'll have the opportunity to speak.
Andrew, could you?
Yep, I will just email that
Please.
to all members and share it.
Okay. Councillor McGowan, if you want to speak to your motion, sorry, amendment.
Yeah. Okay. I was pleased to hear in item 7 that Frank referred to Women's Aid as key partners. I know Fiona said about key partners. Alison said they would be part of the landscape, and then Alison also said that there would be transition. I think we're all agreed on the expertise of Women's Aid and the wonderful job they have done and are doing in North Lanarkshire. They've been looking after their communities since 2008, and they're very trusted in the community. Monklands Women's Aid received an unannounced inspection on March 2019 from the Care Inspectorate. The inspection comprised of group and individual sessions. The comments from people questioned during the care inspection were very positive, showing that they're held in high esteem in the community. Some of the comments made from the care inspection were, I couldn't put into words how the service has helped me through the domestic abuse and moving to my own home and continuing to support me. Monklands Women's Aid went above and beyond for me and the kids. Monklands Women's Aid see me and assist me to improve my circumstances without taking any control or power away from me. They have saved my life. The SNP group would like to thank them for the service they offer to the community, and it would be a disaster if this expertise was lost to North Lanarkshire in the future. The SNP group are asking that a report be tabled at the next Education and Families meeting, detailing how Monklands and Motherwell and Wishaw and North Lanarkshire, Cumbernauld and Kilsyth Women's Aid services could be integrated into the new system. It is important to build on excellence. So we're asking that a report be tabled at the next Education and Families on how Women's Aid could be integrated into the new system. And there seems to be a willingness to do that with some of the language that was used by Frank and Alison. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for this amendment?
As convener, it's me, Claire.
Claire,
Right,
yeah.
I'll be very brief. Thanks very much, Alison, for the report. I always appreciate when you bring forward the reports, because the work that's behind it is always phenomenal. So I know that the information and everything that you're providing is coming from a good place. What really we're asking for is we need to know where there's a route map of what's going to happen now, where because they've been so used to having as being as the first port of call the women's aid and the work that they do. This is a new concept of making it more holistic and bringing in correctly, looking at the perpetrators and looking at the fact that it's not just women that are affected by domestic abuse, that it has to be a wider remit. So and fully understanding that, but it's about the fact that we're going to come to a point where there is that crossover period, and it's to find out what will happen next, and to give us an idea of how the whole process, the new process, is going to look when it's going to include an organisation like SACRO, and if it's possible to bring that to the next committee to give us that overview, to give us as councillors a full understanding of what the new process will look like, as well as survivors of domestic abuse. To just to give us that, and normally we would get something like that from you, and it may be something that you're thinking about and that you would be in the process of doing, and that. So I'm hoping that there will be in the mind of Jim Logue that once again there will be collegiate working on this one to say that all we're asking for is, can we have a report to show us what the route map is going to be for when SACRO take over. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. If everybody could just make sure they were muted, that's great. Councillor Gallagher is next on the chat. Councillor Megan.
Thanks, convener. And just to echo some of the points made by other members, I don't think there's anyone on this call that can dispute the hard work and effort and the incredible work that Women's Aid do on a daily basis to help. But actually referring to the paper, just to double check to make sure that we're not crossing any lines here, the proposal set out by the SNP, are they looking to have a paper that's separate from the tendering process which took place? Because I just think there's a little bit of a danger here that we're crossing into areas that councillors shouldn't, as per the procurement process. So it's just to sort of find that out, because we need to be so careful here in terms of what we're doing. So if we can get that clarified, that would be helpful. Thank you.
No, thanks, Megan. I think just a couple of things. I'll bring the other speakers in a few seconds. I don't have a problem with a paper coming to the next Education and Families Committee that has a comprehensive look at the entire plethora of support that we have out there, and look at that. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I think the issue for me is that this is the outcome of a tender, and there's the use of the word integrate, I think, is maybe just maybe it's a wee bit concerning for me, and I just need to get a wee bit of clarity on what actually Councillors McGowan and Barclay mean by that, because if the view is that we sort of somehow integrate the outcome of this tender, that would probably chime with what Councillor Gallagher's saying about the outcome of the tender exercises has been presented to members. It's been through the appropriate frameworks, and there have been no issues raised in terms of the procurement process. But if the request from Councillor McGowan and Councillor Barclay is for a sort of a broader view, domestic abuse services in North Lanarkshire, the organisations that we support, the organisations that that help us to address this this issue, then I'm comfortable for that to come to the next Education and Families Committee. But I do think that we need to be careful around any sort of attempt to interfere in the procurement process. So I just want a wee bit of clarity on what exactly the amendment means by that sort of integration, and then we can maybe take it from there. I'll bring in Councillor Barclay. You're next in the chat anyway. That's good timing, Claire.
Thanks, Kevin. I know it was to address that point that Megan has brought forward. As you see by the amendment, we are in no way impugning the contract or anything to do with it, because we fully understand that's not our place to be able to do that. That a contract process and procurement has been done, so it's no way impugning that process whatsoever. What we're saying is that by integration, it's about the work that the organisations do, and it's to ensure that nothing that they do falls into a black hole, that there's that nothing is missed, and that the full report looks at what SACRO are going to do. And as I say, it's about partnerships, it's about who are going to do the services that they currently do not provide. It's about a full report so that we as councillors are fully aware of what the new process will be after June, so that all of that is covered. And if that may well be where they have a collaborative approach with Women's Aid or other organisations, then that would be part of the report. But there's nothing in that, as you'll see from the amendment, we are clear that we're supporting the contract, because it's not our place to do otherwise, and we are aware of that.
Okay, thanks for that, Claire. That's been useful. Councillor Linden, Jordan.
Thanks, Kavina. Again, elements of duplication, so I'll try to avoid that. But again, just echoing some of what Councillor Barclay said, I think it's really important that we're really clear from the outset that there is no desire to get involved in the tendering process by us as a group or elected members generally. I think I speak for everybody in that respect. Actually, we are acutely aware of our obligations, both in terms of the Council's Code of Conduct and indeed just in good practice as elected members on tendering processes. But what we can do, and I think what we have done here, is agree that the recommendation 2 clearly approves the award to SACRO, and I guess all of us look forward to the work that they'll do in domestic abuse services in North Lanarkshire. But obviously, recommendation 3 is simply saying, I think the key thing here, convener, if you don't mind me saying, is I think that whilst the focus naturally might be on the word integrated, and I can understand why that would be the case and why there may be that area of misconception, I think the key word before that is might be, and that is the kind of caveat, which is around how do we look at it in a holistic sense to see how we can work together to deliver these really important services, drawing on that expertise and that experience built up over a decade to deliver these services for people in North Lanarkshire. I think that the amendment articulates that. So all I would say, convener, is that it would be hopeful for support on this and no division, because it's a really important issue that we're all working on together. Thanks, convener.
Thank you. Councillor Burrows.
Thanks, Convener. I think there's nobody disagrees at all that we want to work together, given the nature of the business that's been here by Women's Aid. But on the other hand, the issue raised by Councillor Gallagher is very, very important. This has been a procurement exercise conducted. I just wanted to check with this. It's conducted under what they call the Regulation 74, the social and other specific services, and it's linked into public contracts and regulations, UK regulations. So to make it, I think, easier for all of us, I think, convener, it might be appropriate to seek guidance for the monitoring officer, Archie, just on this matter, because we want to make sure that what we do is we do it right as councillors, as elected members. Maybe through yourself, Archie, through yourself, Chair, through Archie. Thanks.
Archie, have you got any views on this?
Yes, thanks, convener, and through yourself.
I suppose I would say that in terms of the wording of the amendment, I did pause for thought when I saw the word integrate. But Councillor Linden's right in terms of might be. I would say being a caveat to any concerns around what paragraph 3 actually means. Members are correct, I think, across the board, to be cautious about involving themselves in a tendering process. I have to say, from what I've heard in the course of the meeting, going back to item 7 and on this item, I'm reassured that there's a recognition that members do see some role and I have to say I'm not entirely clear myself what that is, but some role going forward, and that the purpose of the amendment is perhaps to get some clarity around that. So from a purely competence point of view, convener, albeit that's your province at the end of the day, but from a tuppence worth, I would say I don't have any concerns about the competence of the amendment, and I am reassured that members have indicated today that they don't expect any crossover into that contract if it is indeed awarded.
Okay, I think that information is useful from the monitoring officer. What I would suggest is, obviously we're accepting the outcome of the tender process. I would suggest that if we are having a paper that's coming to the next Education and Families committee, that it is a broad paper that looks at the entire provision, because there are a whole range of partners, and I think that's important to give members a proper understanding of that. Of course, it would include Monklands, Women's Aid, Motherwell, and District Women's Aid, but there are a range of partners, and I think it would be useful for members to have a proper understanding of the supports that are out there. I mean, would members be comfortable with that? Would you be okay with that, members?
Agreed.
I think Councillor Linden was indicating he wanted to come in.
Yeah, Councillor Linden, point of order.
Sorry, Convener, I think that we need to be careful in some respects. I am keen that we don't divide. I think that's the first thing to say. It's too important to divide on. But I do think that I don't want to see the specific mention, rightly so, of Women's Aid and further recognition of the work that they've done being diluted from the minutes of the meeting and indeed the recommendation. So I'm happy to consider the wording further to perhaps, alongside, of course, Councillor McGowan and Councillor Barclay, to perhaps make specific mention, as part of a wider report that we'll hear these things. But I do think that we need to keep that the thrust of the direction of the recommendation in there. I think that's important.
I mean, I think the thrust of the recommendation is that we have a comprehensive understanding of domestic abuse services in North Lanarkshire and how potentially we can get synergies moving forward. But we do have a range of partners engaged in this. We have already in previous agenda item offered their thanks to Women's Aid for the work that they continue to do in North Lanarkshire. That is minuted. I do think, though, that we should be, if we are serious about having a comprehensive look at domestic abuse services in North Lanarkshire, that involves all our key stakeholders, and that it is a comprehensive report and not a report that's specific to one agency. I think it would give members a broader understanding of the picture and where we are. Now, it may be that we can add in and other key stakeholders at some point in the amendment, if the councillors would be accepting of that. And if that was acceptable, then I'm sure that there wouldn't necessarily have to be a divide.
So, Convener, obviously this has been done on the hoof, as you'll appreciate. That we're trying to arrive at consensus. These things are never easy.
I'm doing your amendment by memory right now because I don't have it in front of me.
Well, perhaps, Convener, on that basis, I mean, it seems clear to me that we want to agree. I think that all it would take is for the recommendation 3, which perhaps Andrew could display on screen, this might be helpful, to simply say that agrees that officers shall table a comprehensive report to the next Education and Families Committee detailing the range of work underway across North Lanarkshire on domestic abuse services and how the expertise of these groups can be mentioned. I think that would be eminently sensible, delivering exactly what you've said, convener, but keeping that specific reference to women's aid in the amendment. That's obviously the old one, convener. I'm just trying to ask you to include the reference.
I'm just having a look at that. I'm comfortable if sorry, Councillor Burrows.
No problem, convener.
Convener, I'm looking at the amendment and I'm linking into the 4th line down on the big paragraph, and after it says the word women's aid, it then says might be integrated. After women's aid, what we say and other partners might be integrated. I know I'm simplifying it, but I think that keeps in part of what Jordan's speaking about, but it also links in, convener, with yourself, linking in the full thing with other partners. That's only a suggestion.
I mean, I think that would be it would be useful if that small addition could be included within agenda item number 3. As Councillor Burrows says, they're just after what criminal legal cycling is. I think, this
could
is
be there. Please revise wording in the chat.
A real time amendment coming from Andrew right now. It's highlighted in red. If members are comfortable with that, are there any objections to that? I mean, I think it would be useful to get a comprehensive understanding. It keeps the organisations within the agenda item number 3. Are we comfortable with that?
Convener, my group are content with what's been suggested. That makes eminent sense.
Okay, that's great. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Convener, I can
Sorry,
confirm
Councillor Gaelic.
Yeah, I can confirm that our group's happy with the consensus as well. You know, it's been reiterated by others, but I think it's so important that we come together on this and not divide.
Yeah, I agree entirely. Megan, thanks for that. Are there any, sorry, Councillor Barclay?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for being able to come to a consensus on this, and I really do appreciate it, so thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I don't see any other comments or questions, so we can agree with the recommendations and the third recommendation there is included. That's fine. Thank you, colleagues. The final agenda item is contracts awarded below committee approved threshold. It's here for information. Are there any comments or questions or observations on this? 30 speakers in the next couple of seconds in the chat? No. Okay. Well, listen, colleagues, this has been a marathon. A lot of important issues discussed today. I'm grateful for your attention and for your for coming on the meeting. Have a nice what's left of your night, and we'll see you at the next meeting. Thanks very much now. Bye bye.